Alright, hello everyone. I need to change my overlay because we're actually getting started with League today. Hold on a second, let me also grab my coffee. I forgot my coffee. We'll do Rage Forest will be after the League, so check the timestamps for that. A minute. Okay, I got two scoreboards I need to update logos for. And there. Alright, now I just need to find little settings for this. Crescent is the first one. So this will be round 3 to play all 4. Yes, we have the majesty of a play all 4. I will need to make drafts for this. Okay, for that. Source. Apps. And what is Twitch telling me? I have some type of drop message that is... Twitch is doing some promotional thing. Get that there. I updated OBS, so I hope it's okay. And we add in the browser source for civs. Make that a bit larger. I keep changing the size until we figure out the right way to get it on 2 rows. There we go. Hello, Jafar. How you doing? Just gotta collapse this a bit. I think we do this. And a bit of this. That up slightly. This one. Get all mixed together. Try to make sure we don't have any excess text hanging off anywhere. I think I got that. This one just needs to go like there. Zoom in so I can actually see this. There we are, and also I need to flip this. Group. Wait, OBS, you updated. I don't know how to make a group anymore. Deprecated. No, you removed the group option. What? Can I like right click and group? Group selected items, alright. And ooh, shit's bigger. Right, and then this scoreboard needs to be flipped. Ooh. All right. There, wonderful. Overlay, done. Every draft, it takes 5 minutes. It takes 5 minutes, because every draft is different. I gotta change it. It's literally just copying and pasting CSS and moving stuff around. There's no infrastructure other than a browser source in OBS. So they're in the lobby for Crescent. Backside spelled with a lowercase s. And looks like it'll be Nikov playing today. So Sebastian, Nikov, and Lucho against Stone Please, Siscon, and Dragonstar. So I think Wonder should be a very heavy favorite for this. Fun scene for tournament. I click one button in my sources list, and that swaps it. So we'll have a 90-minute spec delay for these games. Or 2-minute spectator delay. There we go. Imagine that, a 90-minute spectator delay. That would be something else. Let's see, the players all have their colors chosen. I have 3 hours spec delay. Or recorded games is something else. So Britain's the very first pick for Darkside, no surprise there. We'll have Fortified Clearing, Crescent, Black Forest, and Migration as the maps. At least we'll get to see some Black Forest. Crescent's one of those maps that gives me that. It's like when I get to TTL, and then I see another like Japanese-Lithuanians mirror on Cross, and I can't do it. Crescent's one of those maps that it's a first game of the day map. We'll get to the better ones after that. This is one that's it's basically this water in the middle, kind of like the old school Rooster, but in the modern water balance. So we're probably going to see Vikings. Actually, I can see the civs right now. And indeed, it'll be, for Darkside, Vikings, Huns, and Koreans. And for Wonders, Malay, Japanese, and Berbers. Actually, I do think probably Darkside has the better civs for this map. Black Forest and Migration. 2 very different maps. But honestly, if ACCM's not playing, Black Forest is probably a good choice against Wonders. I don't think Sebastian, Nikov, or Lucho really dabble in the rage of the forest. Twitch lets me play the ad, of course, as soon as the game loads. Is it similar to RF? Yes, they took the Rage Forest map I made and used the 3v3 version of it. Alright, so let's just get Capture Rage set up here. This will be a play all 4. This is round 3. Play all 4. This will be Wonders. This will be Darkside. I don't know why Dragonstar, Siscon, and Stonepleers are on dark side. That does not feel like a dark side roster. And I'm on the wrong capture age. Let me swap to this capture age. There we go. Wait, do I have my chat in slightly different locations? I need to restore the location of my 4v4 chat. Yes, I do. There. Slightly too high. There we go. Alright, so immediately... Why is capture age paused?
Yes.
It's fine, you're pro, Kneecap carry you 14. Not sure why I'm on 600 ping. Okay, so Sebastian starts the day off with some lag. We get lifetime? Yes, okay. So a bit of a pause at the start as Sebastian had some lag and looks like they're going to get back and restart. Ever select the map to the weakness of your opponent? I think you need to take both into account. I think you gotta take both into account. Here's my capture age 3 from the scene. There we are. But alright, so we'll rehost that. Bastion's having internet issues. The wonders of team games. The wonders of internet issues during team games. Only Japanese Berbers sounds really strong to me for a water hybrid map. Yeah, but Vikings Koreans feel like they should win water against pretty much any Civ combination. With longboats and turtle ships. I don't think there's realistically a way to fight that. I don't know, maybe Thericidai and Imp could be good against the longboats. But then you have Huns on land as your paladin Civ, so the Civs have clear roles. Maybe the good thing about just the Wonder Civs is that Berber should be a good counter to the Huns. Do longboats need a nerf? I don't know if they need a nerf. It's just kind of the Vikings dominate on water at some point. Hun Paladins is greater than Frank Paladins. For a hybrid map where you're fishing, you usually go Huns rather than Franks. The Franks have a farming bonus, so if you're going to use the Franks as a Paladin civ, you usually prefer to do that on a land map. Huns have a pretty good navy. And with the wood bonus, it's rather smooth if they have to play water too, since you're saving so much on the houses. Oh, Sebastian having internet issues. He will be replaced with ACCM. Alright. ACCM gonna come on for Sebastian. Can't seem to get his game going, so they're gonna have ACCM. In which case, the Black Forest pick is looking much worse for Darkside if they got ACCM for Wonders. So ACCM, as we all know, is beastly when it comes to Rage Forest. Wouldn't mind starting. Remember when longboats were locked behind the castle for the Vikings? Ironically, that might even be a decent change these days, with how powerful longboats seem to be. Now that there are different ship types, so it's not just pure galley spam. And there is room for the fires and the hulks, if not the demos. Maybe that would be okay. You put the longboats and the turtles behind the castle. Because turtles have been changed. They're no longer the FC turtle to destroy fire unit. So this will be where I have to, when I go set the timestamps in the YouTube video, I have to remember to skip past this part. Do they still wreck fires? I don't know. There was a time they were, like, they wrecked fires, and then they were changed, and they lost to fires. And I think they've been rebalanced since then, so I'm not actually sure on the current state of turtles. They've changed them a bit too much. Struggle versus galley. That would be, like, the complete opposite of turtle. I guess because turtles have really short range. They struggle against the galleys. But if they get close, they should be better. The turtles always struggle because of the low range. Oh, they have bonus damage against turtles now. Interesting. Turtles are amazing. Well, I'll need to do some more naval testing. Because honestly, I'm a bit out of date on all the Navy stuff. Alright, just about to start. 5 seconds, and we'll be in finally to game number 1. And here we are. Let's just make it red versus blue on the scoreboard. We shall have Dark Side here to the west, and AoE Nick. Let's go Team Barles later. Thank you for the Prime sub.
Venison.
Thank you very much. And of course, if we do hit every 100 subs, we're adding another $100 to the Rage Force prize pool. So we hit the first 100 already. So thank you very much. So here we'll have Darkside, Dragonstar, Siskon, and Stoneplease to the west against Wonders, Lucho, Nikov, and ACCM to the east. The map is Crescent, kind of like Old Rooster, but with a hill on it. In the north, there is an open passage so you can go in and out. In the south, it is basically blocked off. So a bit of more land aggression here. You can try to wall, but you can't because of the rock terrain on the hill, so you have to go for a circular wall. But if you do that, then the flank just goes to your pocket, so... okay. Dragonstar as the Huns does not want that house deleting his woodline. The Huns do not need houses, so he'll just delete that. Over here, we'll have the TC. Now, ACCM versus Stoneplease on the flank. Japanese versus Koreans. And then Berber Pocket. Berber Pocket to counter the Hun pick. Huns go Paladins. Berbers go Burr with their camels. Since we have unit switching modes now, the door is open to have the Fast Fire Catapult Long Turtle to swap between... Imagine that, swapping modes where you swap between a longboat and a turtle ship. Oh, you know, I haven't done modding in a while, but that sounds amazing as a custom Civ bonus. Right? If we do a Civ Builder tournament, if you could swap not just... like custom units, but you could make your own custom Ratha, where you grab 2 units and you can pick which 2 units swap. Oh, that'd be amazing. That would be incredible. So, Boar Lord in there by Dragonstar's Ville. I'll have this deer getting all the way to the town center. And, venison indeed for Dragonstar as he's gonna push the deer back. Oh no. Okay, no venison. The opposite. Goodbye, venison. I'll have to do a doubt style or eventually get it in. Swap the longboat with elephants. That actually would be sick. You bring the longboat over to the shore, swap it for, like... Oh, I got it. What if you could swap transport ships and siege towers? Like, you bring the transport ship onto the beach terrain, swap it for a siege tower, and then drive around on the siege tower. The most OP unit ever. What about you swap Cobra cars with Berber trade cogs? So you can zoom around on the water, get to land, and turn into a Cobra car. So, Feudal Age coming in, both flanks for Wonders going up rather quickly. Much faster than the flanks for Dark Side. So in the south, you have to choose how to allocate water versus land. We have players docking on the outside rather than in the middle. And Feudal will be in soon for Stone, please, as we get a few militia coming out of the barracks. Oh, Cobra Car plus Eagle. Oh my gosh, yes. Yes, Cobra Car plus Eagle. Then you could just fly around the map and then boom, Cobra Car in the enemy base. Hello, Mass Puddles, good morning. Yeah, Huskarl Janissary swap. Or Conquistador Mangudai swap. Alright, so scout fight here. North player, Siscon against South player, ACCM. I'll take that fight, and ACCM won't run into the TC of Stone, please. And, ooh, he went for the trap, but ACCM got out. ACCM with the men-at-arms, 4 of them. Nikov coming by with the scout on follow mode, as it would seem. Hoping to teach Stone Please a lesson, as Stone Please has to wall up. And he's putting on a good show of the walling, if he gets these walls up in time. ACCM with the scout will try to keep this open. And nicely done from Stone Please to move the walls back farther, get some HP on all of them. Needs to get some HP on the house, but so far so good, pulling more vills to ensure the walls stay up. But these are Japanese men-at-arms, and Japanese men-at-arms with arson go through buildings incredibly quickly. Stone Please needs to make sure he has 3 vills to wall. And vills will build the house. So Feudal Age on the way for Dragonstar, who also has walled his base rather compactly. Since it is merely men-at-arms and no archer unit, these walls should suffice to keep him safe. So long as he accounts for the fact that Japanese men-at-arms break through walls very quickly. The TC here by the berries should also make this section of wall a bit redundant by the fact if Dragonstar just walls behind it, the men-at-arms won't get in anyway, and he'll do just that. Yep, and now he can try to dive the TC, but he'll take a volley of TC arrows and lose the scout. Okay, he'll go through with the men-at-arms. He'll go through with the men-at-arms. Nikov with the scout, too. And Dragonstar not quite defended enough by the TC, but he will take out another man-at-arms with the TC fire. Losing some HP on the vills as he has to abandon the wood line. Stable blacksmith then for Dragonstar, as another man-at-arms goes down to the TC fire. And then here is Stone Please with some archers trying to chase. He needs Dragonstar to delete. He needs Dragonstar to delete. Dragonstar needs to delete more. That's the most frustrating thing when you're there and your teammate doesn't delete. And now Stone Please is microing somewhere else as ACCM has managed to come forward and wall up the southern side of the crescent between the 2 players. He'll now dock the middle. And as the Japanese, he's trying to get a good fish boom on the outside, on water. Doesn't look like Stone Please has much presence, just 1 Hulk. And remember, you can garrison in the docks here. Are the relics in the middle? Those are not relics, Mouse Puddles. Those are whales. They show up as the white dots on Capture Age, but those are whales. Capture Age doesn't have a whale symbol. So Hulk plus fire plus galley, all the ships for Siscon against mostly fires for Lucho. And as the Vikings, it feels so weird to see Viking fires, but he has Viking fires and he'll push Lucho away. And it was a bit awkward for Dragonstar. How many vills did he lose? So he's 1-1 on the Eco KD though. Nikov must have lost a vill to a scout at some point. That scout is hoovering around. And a stable will go up for Nikov. Has some vills on this wood line. Keep chopping away. As these vills here for Nikov mine the gold. And we'll have the men-at-arms and scout for Stone Please still hoovering around in the north as ACCM comes over with a couple of archers. And a lumber camp will be going up for Lucho. As the archers for ACCM now come in. And there'll be a palisade gate on the way up for Lucho. And very low HP villager. Very low HP vill for Lucho. 1 HP. But manages to survive. Manages to survive. Now, galleys here. Siskan pushing back the fires. Fire is all going down. And, I mean, Lucho is struggling on the water. Lucho is struggling mightily. He has to garrison the dock. As the galleys sail on by. Hello, Menunez. How's it going? We'll have an X down here as ACCM will add in a gate. Nikov looking maybe to pressure then in the castle age as the Berbers. We'll have a couple of knights coming forward. Interesting he's doing the knights all the way at home. And he didn't go forward for stables down by ACCM. We'll have knights also from Dragon Stars. It looks like Stone Please will have to go archers. X around the outside as the Hulk chases the fishing ship. And we'll have a transport from Stone Please, but he'll need water to be able to use the transport as ACCM comes out with a couple of Hulks. So Darkside still with the score lead so far, mostly that's Lucho having lost water. I cast Amigos versus Olympia? What is Amigos versus Olympia? I've not heard of that. Or is that in the league somewhere? I don't know who Olympia is. I'm probably not going to go do any recs of the league if I've missed it so far. But I'll try to do live sets that I catch outside of Rage Forest. Of Roderick's Nawe and others? Alright, yeah. I haven't really been paying attention to the league schedule that much. There is a 3v3 Black Forest we'll see as part of this play all 4 if you want to get a little preview of Rage Forest. So we should hopefully have ACCM on Black Forest. Where on that map they did actually carry through the change that the fishing ships don't garrison in the docks. So that's nice. So now Nikov needs to go water. And meanwhile, Dragonstar continues getting a boom. I do wonder if Dragonstar is going to opt to add in fish traps. I always feel it's more awkward on normal maps where you're fish booming than to add fish traps rather than farms compared to the Rage Forest ponds where the fish traps, you can kind of set up your eco a bit better for them. And hello, only cats. Amigos played like 4 a.m. Yeah, if it's not at a good United States time, I'm probably not going to see it. So we'll have another TC here for Siskan. As the crossbows for Stone Please will now come forward. That transport ship, there we go. Didn't transport on the outside, transported in the middle. And now ACCM has a problem in his base as the knights from Dragonstar will accompany the crossbowmen from Stone Please. There'll be another TC up for ACCM. And those crossbowmen will get in on the house wall, as ACCM has to keep himself safe. And remember, because of the rock terrain, the awkward rock terrain, now Nikov needs to wall himself too. As ACCM will put tons of vills on stone there, perhaps go for a defensive castle. And right now the crossbowmen will keep the camels or the knights away from Dragonstar's knights. This is the tricky thing in the team game. The camel pocket, a bit harder to play when the flank has a good number of crossbowmen out. And we still now have the back of Wonder's Fishboom attacked here by the fires, the longboats, and the galleys. And with longboats out on the water, And the option for Stone Please to add turtles should he want to. I think we're at the stage where the Civ advantage is going to be very heavy for Darkside on the water. And the Huns is a third water Civ here. They miss Shipwright, but they can still add in Galleons in the late game. They can add in Dromans too. So breaking into Nikov's base as Nikov has to do a defensive workshop. ACCM has 12 crossbowmen, not all that many, but this team has to be careful that over time, as we have a transport now from Nikov, an empty transport though. Over time, it'll be a lot more difficult to reinforce this. Mangonel shots become all the more scary. As Knights attack a house, and the Knights will have to pull back. 26 HP left on the house. And now Lucho, who is not walled, who lost everything on the water, now will have to finish his walls as best he can and deal with Stone Please moving a group of crossbows. Moving? What did I just say? Moving a group of crossbows over to hit the wood line. And that's a falled tree. Or a felled tree. As Mangonel taken down for Nikov, but some quick walls for Nikov as he tries to keep the crossbowmen and the knights separated, but ACCM himself doesn't have enough crossbows to dance with Stone Please right there. Have some vills for Nikov going down. And now more TCs. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 town centers for Dragonstar. And he is booming away with a great fish boom, while at the same time adding in some farms, and Nikov is struggling with this pressure. And Siscon with a huge score lead from being Vikings on water. Lucho will try to retake the water at the front. He's up to Imp as the Malay. Malay Imperial Age Navy will have Shipwright, but that's expensive. Full upgrades for the ships. They only missed the final fast fire upgrade. They missed incendiaries. This is looking pretty over. And longboats on the water. We had turtle ships on the water. There we go. Turtle ships. And then on land, the paladins are about to go burr for Dragonstar. Or even he might just go galleon and open ships on the water. And then go paladins later. From the transports and the turtle ships to control the transport lane on the water too. I think he just needs to get some vills forward. And if Dragonstar ever gets a landing for stables here, that's going to clear the land. Or clear everything with paladins. So a heavy plow. Why not do the farming upgrades heavy plow? X here in the middle for ACCM. Have a monastery up for ACCM as well. We'll have now Imperial Age for ACCM. In the south, longboats moving around for Siscon. And here we go, we've done it. The longboats and the turtles have grouped up. The longboats and the turtles will be together. Taking down the dock. Oh, look at that. That is glorious. Longboats and turtles together. So then we'll have Bracer for Lucho. Chemistry also for him. I'll have an X here as that Castle Age landing finally will be cleared up by the Knights from Nikov. But Dragonstar is Imp. Siscon won't be too far behind him. And we'll have a crossbow. Oh, wait, the crossbows. Some crossbows actually fell back from Stone Please. Lucho has a Mangonel. He'll get some towers up when he's looking back. So they discovered these ships on the water by the longboats. And the longboats will snipe them down. Love turtle ships. Don't we all? Don't we all just love turtle ships? Up, the crossbows will get back on the transport. Now, the Koreans will have a nice path for arbs, but they probably don't want to sit under the tower with crossbows. This is looking pretty over. As the Knights take down the Vills. And we'll have Yasama on the way in the castle. Have another castle in the back for ACCM. The knight takes the Vil. But struggling a bit here. Another TC for Nikov now going up. And then a castle up for Dragonstar. Longboats push the galleons. Cavalier has to fall back off of the shoreline. The Cavaliers from Dragonstar can start running in. We'll have monks going for conversions on them. And the turtles will dominate the middle. So here come some more Cavaliers. Nikov trying to go camels, but he's not even up to imp yet. Adding in more stables. Cavaliers are everywhere. And like I said, I think they just need Dragonstar to transport some Vils. That transport being chased by some fires, but more turtles there should have that cleaned up shortly. You might need another transport. But it should be fine to keep pushing. And now they just need to get through these walls. Looks like they almost are. Stone Police has a tower up. Somehow he got a tower up and then it was walled again. Well, he'll get through that wall eventually with the Cavaliers. Campaign style, before you knew how siege worked. Just attacking the walls with your cavalry. Paladin is in for Dragonstar. And I'm not seeing a way back for this for Wonders. They got Paladins everywhere in their eco. There's the GG from Nikov. GG from ACCM. And that game is over. Well done from Darkside. Lucho just collapsed on the water right at the start. Yeah, his eco is flying. Fully upgraded Paladins with the fish boom while he was raiding in the Castle Age. 28-minute imp. It is a 9-Vil start, so there's a bit of a difference there to a normal game, but GG's well done. Dragonstar there. Didn't even lead in kills. Stone Please had 85 kills. Dragonstar was about to go burr with Paladins, and he had the lowest kills on his team. Nikov took the brunt of that, but it was Lucho kind of losing the water early that opened the floodgates. So that is game 1, won by Darkside. I still don't know. I'm used to Darkside being usually like a Spanish-speaking American team of some combination. Lots of Argentinian players. Like Ozone on the team also. I'm not used to Darkside being Stone Please, Dragonstar, and Siscon. So let's check off the civs they used. Check off the map. That'll be a loss for Wonders on their home map. For civs, it'll be Vikings, Koreans, and Huns against Japanese, Malay, and Berbers. So honestly, high civ picks for Wonders there with that Berbers player. They didn't get to use their Berber trade cog. Yeah, Beery messaged a lot of top... Beery did. Interesting. Offered them a wage. But yeah, that's what I'm used to, right? Like, Beery had been running a lot of stuff for Darkside. I guess they are expanding then. It's by the same token, kind of weird to see ACCM on Wonders. Which is like Sebastian and then a lot of Argentinian players. They did have Lewis briefly, I believe. Also, thank you, Noob Netrum, for the Elite Cataphract membership on YouTube. Where is Sebastian? Sebastian was having internet issues earlier. Also, hello, Nico, Noob Netrum, and Ravi on YouTube. Yeah, Sebastian had like 600 ping when he joined on the first game, so he popped off. 10 turtles, you beat around 30 war galleys, fires, and hulks. Alright, don't see the next lobby yet. And hello, Weizing. So if we do go to Fortified Clearing, Turks and Teutons are there for wonders. Now you're maybe competing civs between Fortified Clearing and Black Forest. Britons probably would be a Black Forest flank civ for Dark Side. And Byzantines would be saved for migration for them. Celts probably on Black Forest. And then Spanish could be... Yeah, I guess you could use them on any of the remaining maps. But they could just go conquistadors on migration, but that would be if you didn't have the Byzantine pocket. Magyars would be interesting to use. That felt more like an alternative Paladin civ, though, for Crescent. Maybe they're trying to see if they can get Sebastian's internet issues fixed, but... Because, I mean, it is late for ACCM as much as this is usually when he has to play. Let's see if there's any... Oh, here... there we are. Fortified Clearing will be next. You have Fortified Clearing. So then you're... It's kind of a conflict of civs between here and Rage Forest a bit. So then looking at wonders, they're probably saying saving Mongols then for Black Forest. I mean, Mongols plus Teutons would be interesting for Black Forest, but then you need a... You don't have two pockets, you only have one pocket. And if you're going Mongols, then you don't actually have halves. Maya at the end for wonders don't really have a natural spot in this map pool either. The Wu for Fire Archers could be used for maybe Fortified Clearing. Probably go Turks. Maybe Hindustanis here. And Wu. Lithuanians will probably be for migration then. Like Lithuanians, Italians, and I don't know what the pocket is though on migration for wonders. Maybe Malians. I mean, they're not really a good late game water civ, but they still have a decent enough eco to fish boom and then go camels in the middle. And if you're getting to Farimba camels with a boom, you should probably be better than Byzantine sheep camels. But that's if you do get to the Farimba stage. Darkside also a team I wouldn't rule out the Imperial Age sling from them. Dragonstar's a thinker, and he'll probably have some sling strats. Sheep camels? What did I say? Oh, sling camels. Not sheep, sling. I was talking about those new Ratha units. Or custom Ratha units. Imagine that, combining sheep and camels. Turn my camera slightly so it focuses on me better. Alright, Fortified Clearing. It's taken a while to get into the game. I don't know if they're having issues, but I don't see Sebastian on. I just see ACCM. So, still ACCM, Nikov, and Lucho again. And we have around 2 hours until Rage Forest starts. So, maybe we'll finish 3 games before then. But it will take a while to get between the lobbies. And the Rage Forest will be a best of 5, so that could go a long time. You never know. It could be some quick Vil fights, or it could be a forever game. We have 5 long games of Rage Forest. What I was thinking is, with the new DLC where they're adding 3 more civs, we have 56 civs. And if there ever is a place to stop, it's there. Because then we can do a best of 7 4v4 and use every single civ in the game with no repeats. And I think that just end it there. No more civs. Imagine that. 7 games of Rage Forest if we did that. I mean, we'll have to set that up someday. But okay, finally we are launching into Fortified Clearing. And, okay, it won't be the Turks or the Teutons. It'll be Wei Lithuanians and Shu for Wonders against Spanish Gajurs and Vietnamese for Dark Side. Okay, well, kind of the opposite of what we saw last game, the Camel versus Cav Pockets. But this time, Dark Side with the Camels, the Gajurs. I failed to download match content, but I'm clearly in the game. Okay. DE, let me turn this map pack on. And join once more. There we go. Alright, chat. Who's ready for some clown action? As we'll have Fortified Clearing. A different version of Fortified Clearing than the one we'll see on the ladder. There is a lot of wood in the middle. And that'll mean it's the pocket versus pocket play won't be directly against each other. It's kind of more like, rather than Fortified Clearing, more like Fortified Oasis in some ways. So here we are, Dark Side versus Wonders. Let's see if we can get red versus blue up there on the scoreboard. There we go. So to the west, we will have Dark Side of Siscon, Dragonstar, and Stone Please. To the east, we will have Lucho, ACCM, and Nikov. Stone walls in the front, palisade walls in the back. clump of trees in the middle, and then donut of trees on the outside. It's almost like a target. Like a target. So, pockets, Lithuanians versus Gajurs. If it's a matchup of one pocket versus the other pocket, I do think that I favor the Gajur camels here. So this map has, I believe, 8 relics total, 1 in each corner, and then 4 scattered about the inside. The inside relics, I think, do favor wonders. So in terms of how do the Lithuanians get their relics, 1 in the corner, very easy for ACCM. This should be easy for ACCM to grab as well. So that's 2 simple relics for him. Other than that, this one is a bit closer to Nikov than it is to Siskon. And this relic, kind of in the middle, but slightly closer to Lucho than it is to Stone Please. But if I am Darkside, the way I look at this map is I'm going to want both of my flanks to be as aggressive as they possibly can be, to turn it into a situation where the pocket is booming, and you're able to go straight for camels as the Gajurs. And have Frontier... I guess Frontier Guards doesn't matter as much against the Lithuanians. Maybe a situation where you'd kind of prefer Hindustanis over Gajurs if it's Lithuanians you're fighting against the Lechai, but their camels with bonus damage nevertheless should be great. And if that means you can maybe skip out going for Frontier Guards, you're actually just saving a bit of eco if you're just focusing on Kshatriyas and then spamming heavy camels for cheap. Nice map. Hello, Bloodless. Yeah, missing some explosive barrels on the outside. Oh, don't worry, we're gonna have lots of explosions in Sudden Disaster. We just about finished the map competition judging yesterday, and we're going to have a lot of map work over the next week or so as we prepare everything for a more formal announcement at the end of the month. Yeah, so Sudden Disaster, hopefully we have a really good map pool, because we have a couple of interesting gimmicks for maps that I think are going to be fun. There were some... Judging that map competition was a bit weird, because there were a couple of maps where, like, we really liked one of the features on the map, but the map as a whole didn't work together. So we might just be doing some more trying to make maps based on some ideas that we now have after we announce the winners. Also, see if other people want to, like, maybe make changes to maps. They start with the Palisades. Yeah. I don't think everyone would build a very perfectly square base of Palisades, unless, of course, they're having some type of competition aspect of city building in the league. And maybe that would be a good feature for tournaments, if we were to include city building as one of the prize pool options, where even if you don't win the game, we'll have a vote on whose bases were prettier. And whoever gets the prettiest base, as Nikov lames his own stone with his barracks. It looks like one of those classic fortress map barracks positions on the stone. But yeah, here is Stone Please on the outside with the Vietnamese. He's going to be aggressive, sending some militia to go for a man-at-arms trush. We'll see if he goes Vinch style with a range on the outside. So Palisade walls, definitely trushable. Although you do have a big space in the middle to defend, and if you are pushed on the outside, you can't just go to the middle on the opposite of your stone walls and take the resources there. So personally, I don't think trushing is that great of a strategy unless you're also thinking the pocket's going to be aggressive. But it's just with the big wall, the forest in the middle, I think it gives you more room to just... You have to boom as the pocket. I don't think there's any way around that. Yeah, so city building here, top-notch aspects, is we'll have some houses up for Lucho, and a tower goes up on the woodline. Tower versus tower for Stone Please. Forcing the tower rush on Lucho. So Lucho is the way. If he stays in feudal, he'll just get Vils as he adds eco upgrades. Palisade Gate goes down quickly enough. And these men-at-arms from Stone Please do not have arson. But the tower is up. And Lucho himself, no range, so he's not going to be adding in archers anytime soon. Simply will be a tower versus tower fight with one less Vil for Stone Please. So he won't win that tower fight. But he can always go and do another tower, as we'll have a mining camp on the stone for Lucho. And it looks like Nikov will try to be aggressive with archers on the flank, going double ranges as though he were playing Arabia. No scouts from the pocket, which honestly could be interesting to go a few scouts from the pocket, then boom. But, I mean, as Lithuanians, you could go scouts from the pocket and then try to take relics with the scouts, because you are still hunting for 4 relics, and you are going to be aware of the fact there are relics in the corners. That's something your team needs to scout the relic locations, and so far, actually, I said this was an easy relic for ACCM. Maybe it's so close to him that he won't scout it, nestled in the forest there. Oop. Nestled in the forest there, because he has missed it so far. Like FC better. And here we have defensive tower already for Siskan as Nikov's trying to break through. And Castle Age will be there for ACCM. This is almost a situation where I feel like kind of the same thing on Rage Forest, where the flank prefers disrupting the pocket than the other flank, so if you're able to get around and hit the back of Dragonstar's base, that would be quite valuable indeed. Oops, misclick. Bloodless with a good old M. Take relics with scouts? Well, take map control with scouts so you can get the monks to grab the relics. Kind of analogously to the light cav play on Arena. So, Siskan is mining stone quite intensely here, and he is up to the castle age as the Spanish. So now he needs to make a decision about where does he build the castle, so because he will have the stone for the castle. And if he can just do houses and wall out the archers in the back of his base, I'd honestly just go forward for the castle. So ACCM is Xing here. He's saying maybe that there's a relic, or maybe that they need to watch out for a castle drop. ACCM with some scouts. And this is where now, if we have a camel scout that can turn into a camel, a couple of camels from Dragonstar would negate the light cav and allow Siskan to come forward for the castle. And I think he just has to come forward for it now. He's going to do it defensively. I've seen so many games with Spanish that I absolutely hate defensive castles with them. I just don't think you have the timing that you need to apply pressure with defensive castles. I saw that so many times on the Empire Wars ladder last Red Bull, the Spanish player would get a defensive castle instead of a forward one, and by the time they got enough map control to go forward, they had lost the game because their opponent had enough boom. So here is the range forward for Stone Please. Archer attacking the bear. His first tower is cleared, but he's going to go and try to harass ACCM with the men-at-arms. That is a long way those archers will have to run to get to ACCM, and we'll have a monk rush here, Dragonstar actually opening with the workshop and monastery. So as the pocket, he's not looking to boom. Okay, interesting. I was thinking this would be flanks disrupt, pocket booms, and then you flood camels against a Lithuanian player who can't really flood knights. And if the flanks are busy fighting, then they're not going to have the army to fight the camels for you. The Lithuanians could go halbs. But you're probably not as worried about that as the Gajuras, because that opens up elephant archer play. Elephant archers, I think, a bit more expensive than the camels, but still another option for them is the pocket eventually. So ACCM still adding in more vills. We'll have a monk and let's see, just light cav so far from the stable, as conquistadors are forward. But I think Nikov has to be happy to see that castle on defense. Now some Trevamp Riders from Dragonstar. Let's see if they can clear the feudal archers. Not much HP on them, honestly. They're relying on their magic shields to absorb the arrows, but once the shield goes down, they take a ton of damage and don't really have the HP to clean that. Camels from Dragonstar from the pocket, again, should help out. And, I mean, Gajuras, they have a nasty siege elephant push, and if Lucho still is feudal or just hitting castle, there really needs to be one more elephant, and here come conquistadors. So Conch plus Gajura elephant, scorpions with the elephants to stop rewalling, and tower rush plus archers on the outside as the men-at-arms do get in by that tower, and Lucho might die here. In fact, Lucho, if he has the full rainbow of the other team in his base, could straight up die. ACCM not going to grab a relic. Dragonstar actually going to grab that relic. Part of me says you don't want to put the relic here. Oh, the light cap sniped the monk. Part of me says you bring that back to your home base, or even to Stone Please's base, just to ensure that the Lithuanians don't get it. But here comes the Gajira Elephant along with the Conks. Part of me thinks Dragonstar didn't need the Scorpions if the Conks are coming from his teammate, and he could have been pushing earlier. So Shinbei Raiders from the pocket. Conks individually will be stronger. If you can amass enough Shinbei Raiders, you can fight the Conks. But that relies on upgrades and time to train them. So the Elephant Rams here, Armored Elephants for Dragonstar, taking down that gate quickly. But this was also the timing, right? Remember, Lucho was feudal for a while? If you have Gajura Elephants against Feudal Age Stone Rams, you are going through so quickly. And Mangonel defense now out for Lucho, but Conks should be able to deal with that. And as long as the Conks can clear the Mangonel, the Elephants can keep moving. And the Monks are here to heal the Elephants. Shinbei Raiders will magically absorb some arrow fire as they go for the Mangonel. But again, not much HP. And the Conks have to come forward. Lucho now, I don't think he keeps that TC up. Scorpions are there for Dragonstar. He's getting the third elephant out now. Archers here to take the spears. This is maybe why the castle wasn't forward for Siscon, if Dragonstar was worried about using the camels to protect his own forward. Just doing the safe castle. But Lucho now, 0 TC gaming, as he is dead. He's got men-at-arms and archers on the back. ACCM is booming. Wonders as a whole has more vills. ACCM on 54 vills. But I said, you do want to get to the point where you have a Gajura pocket spamming camels against the Lithuanians, where the flanks don't have the army to help out. And if a flank is defeated, then they certainly won't have the army to help out. Those vills need to be sniped off by Conks so they can't run. And I want to see Siscon grab that last vill, so nothing can run. Nikov here with crossbowmen trying to help. It's crossbows against scorpions, though. There are archers on the outside in case that vill does run. The tower about to go down to stone, please. That vill will try to drop off at the lumber camp. The elephants are there. Scorpions now to deal with the crossbowmen. That Mangonel will go down. That vill should go down, too. Punk's still fighting the Shinbei Raiders. As everyone's in the Castle Age now, and I think Lucho is in danger of being defeated. So stone please here. With crossbows, it'll be crossbow plus conk. ACCM's trying to go knights from the pocket. Dragonstar the lowest score on the team. He's also down by a TC to ACCM. We look at the relic situation. ACCM did scout the relic in the middle, has grabbed 2 of them, should have access to that 3rd relic in the back. And then maybe his 4th relic is the one in the northern corner. Yeah, and what is Siscon's 2nd castle? So the 2nd castle is he at this point sees double-range crossbows from Nikov. He actually doesn't have any army support to get it forward. The 2nd castle has to be here. The 2nd castle has to be there. So Lucho now has managed to save vills. He has 30 vills. He's going to rebuild the TC. But I honestly wonder if ACCM is booming is still fine. But now the question is, can ACCM's boom be disrupted? And no more siege elephants from Dragonstar. Conks here running forward. They'll pick a couple more vills as they try to make a TC. They'll force the garrison in some more idle time. Lucho wants to rewall this. And with a couple of towers, he has just enough support to hold on. Dragonstar still doing more scorpions. The scorpions didn't really keep Nikov's crossbows away. And part of me wonders, would Mangonels or simply more siege elephants have been better than the scorpions? Yeah, that's more expensive because you're not spending the wood like you are food if you go for the elephants, or even Mangonels cost more than scorpions. Now, ACCM went for the front TC. That's a bit awkward for him. There's one scout for Siscon in the back. You can see what ACCM's doing. At ACCM with 3 stables now, but Gajura Elephant should be able to take out the stables. There'll be 3 armies versus 2 right now, as Lucho will have nothing to contribute. And Stone Police just has to be careful not to lose the crossbows. Nikov does have ballistics, but now Conks have to be in the right position. Some camels there to fight the cav, but the cav will take out the elephant and protect the stables. And oh, another elephant, a bit out of position for Dragon Star. They're trying to take out Nikov's crossbows, but Nikov will come back. And so far, ACCM able to defend. So, bit of a lack of army control there from Darkside, not being in the right spot. And Nikov now needs to do his own workshop, probably add in Mangonels. He's only on 2 TCs, meanwhile we'll just have the second TC here for Siscon. Nikov actually is pretty far ahead of him in Vills. And overall, the Vill count is tied, but that's with Lucho being fairly dead, and Stoneplease still adding in a few crossbowmen. And Stoneplease getting a nice boom and a nice wall off himself in the south. And he'll take control in the south to grab this relic. So now if I'm Siscon, I think what he needs is a monastery, just a single missionary to go grab that relic. Is ACCM still with only, what's that? There's the panel. 2 relics as the Lithuanians. So Xing over here, his ACCM will go say, hey, Lucho, make your gate again. Lucho saying, I'm not dead yet. But let's see the aggressive strats on Fortified Clearing. A bit of clowning going on as ACCM wants another TC. Well, if Conquistador is fighting the crossbowmen, are there enough conks here? 11 to 20? I don't think so. And Nikov now, triple range crossbows. And the best he can do now is defend ACCM. But I think that army positioning, though, for Dragonstar, losing those 2 elephants was huge, because he could have destroyed, if not the TC, all 3 of the stables from ACCM, had they been together properly. And now ACCM able to pump knights, and they have what they want. They have knight plus support to kill the camels. And I think the mistake on the team is still the first castle from Siscon needed to be on Nikov's face, while they noticed that Nikov's archers were in the back. It's tricky, though, because Nikov would have had reinforcements. ACCM could have headed that side as the pocket to help support. But I think at that stage, the Spanish build the castles faster. You get that forward castle. Yeah, it's a risk. But the entire game changes because then Nikov isn't able to help. And it all depends on how well do you scout the archer numbers, and how well can you deal with 2-range production. Because now, Wonders is able to push forward with a boomed pocket, and 116 Vills to 84. ACCM is far ahead of Dragonstar. And it feels like Darkside will in many ways be relying upon Stoneplease, as Nikov up to Imp. ACCM will be an Imp a bit later, but with more Vills. Yeah, ACCM still only... Or nope, he's gotten a 3rd relic with 3, so I think he grabbed 1 more from the middle. And also can grab this as his 4th relic, and still has access to the relic in the north, so he should have access to a 4th. I think Dragonstar maybe missed an opportunity to bring the relic back. You gotta realize you want to deny them from the Lithuanians. ACCM also going to the corner, and this is where you could have a trade line from Wonders. Markets in the eastern and northern corners, and they should have safe trade. They won't have the south, Stoneplease is there. So south and west will be the corners where we look for the trade from Stoneplease. I'll have an outpost up for Stoneplease too on these walls. Outposts everywhere, as Stoneplease will expand his walls a bit. And we do now have a castle from Lucho. That should keep him safe for the moment. That's a good number of conquistadors still. 20 conquistadors against 27 crossbows, and this is a fight. Dragonstar might even want to move the camels over. And this is a tricky fight. If Siscon can kill the crossbows quickly, he'll be okay. He's going to try to run away from the crossbowmen, though, and snipe the knights. Is this the play? He needs to micro the conks, and if he micros them, he'll kill the knights. Knights really can't fight the mobility of conquistadors. ACCM trying to get us around. Siscon will try to shoot the gap, and then some knights running off into the wrong direction. Maybe that's kind of a bugged patrol there. And the conk numbers, they will go down as the ballistics crossbows pick them off, but they're also killing knights. There's Stoneplease up to Imp, but they'll just run into a castle as ACCM will try to wall in the conks. And he'll try to go for double university walls, and they want to trap and kill all those conquistadors. So, defensive castle for Dragonstar. Gujuras won't really want chakram throwers here. As Darkside takes the score lead. And they still have 3 players versus, like, 2.5. But Lucho at 61 Vills will get back into the game eventually. And ACCM cannot open that gate. But now Barles for Nikov, some Lechai for ACCM. And the pocket is going to struggle to go camels against all the Arbs. There's Chartreuse for Dragonstar to make the camels cheap. Cheap extra bonus attack. But they'll miss the final Blast Furnace attack upgrade, so against the Arbs, they'll be worse than normal. Then you have melee armor, but that won't matter against the Lechai. So you're probably not going to worry about Frontier Guards here. Just Heavy Camel if you're Dragonstar. And then try to make as many as you can. And I don't think you even think about the Shravam Shredders. They're not going to be too useful. Also, only Traction Tribs. Siscon can hold that castle for a while. Stone Please will deny one of the castles from ACCM. ACCM will try to deny a castle from Stone Please. There's quite a few Lechai here. Stone Please also had deleted the wall, and that'll be a denied castle, each of them denying one castle from each other. Hero Villager gonna try to stone wall himself, but a couple of Shinbei Raiders can deal with him. The castle will be stuck at 80%. And Stone Please lost quite a few vills there. We'll also have our final player, Siscon, up to Imp. But we'll lose some conch production if that castle goes down, and Nikov will push back. As we'll have more stone walls up for ACCM. Traction Tribs will now push the castle. We'll have another castle for Nikov. As the Arabs there get picked off. Arabs force the Lechai back. Castle here will be hit by that bombard cannon. Castle will go down. And Traction Tribs will hit the stone walls. As all the vills in these wood line from Dragonstar and Siscon start to go down to Arbs. TC will hit the Arbs. And it's a lot of losses for Dragonstar, as Nikov will start to push this back. Bombard Cannon now attacking the castle from Stone Please. Stone Please trying to push in the south. And this is still a chance they can kill Lucho. Lucho, this is his imp TC. Lucho also did run, so he's on 106 vills now. Lucho's fine. And then the booms from ACCM and Nikov are still far ahead of everyone on Dark Side. They're getting their technologies added in. Heavy Cav Archer from Siscon, which honestly is a really good unit for the Spanish. But can it actually beat Shu Arbs? Also, ACCM walling the map, but the overchop here from Siscon will let Siscon come forward. Alright, so some camels from Dragonstar now raiding the vills from Lucho. If they can keep Lucho raided while he's up to Imp. This is honestly the most painful time to be raided, when you're rebooming, you feel like you're almost there, and then all of a sudden you have no eco again. But now through the wall that Siscon did not, or through the hole that Siscon did not wall, ACCM will run with some Lechai. All the quick walls are not going to trap them properly, and the heavy cav archers will not be numerous enough to stop them for the moment. Cav archers will give chase to the Lechai. So in the middle, we'll have the archers from Nikov pushing with 10 traction tribs. He's going to drop a castle. Now he's overwhelming Dragonstar's stables. Darkside takes the score lead. We'll see if Lucho can contribute much, as right now, Darkside has exactly what they don't want. Camels fighting Arbs. Camels fighting Arbs, and then the Spanish player also can struggle against Arbs, because if they're not going Paladins, Heavy Cav Archer has to be their answer. And Dragonstar has some Lechai in the back of his base. At least he'll have camels to clean that up. And they're relying on Stoneplease to get a good push. The problem is Stoneplease is pushing Lucho. And Lucho's the player who's already dead. It's not ACCM or Nikov who are going to be pushed. Falls down. We'll have a mining camp for Stoneplease. Cannon hitting the TC. Conks will pick off the Lechai. They all go down. And Camels in the back for Dragonstar, picking off Bills. Halbs for ACCM, though, to defend against the Camels. And now the Cav Archers are coming out for Siscon. Nikov's not going to get the next castle up. And the ARB number is starting to be cleared a bit. I don't know, this is interesting because the Shu have Bolt Magazine to turn their ARBs into Chuko News. Usually Heavy Cav Archer is a better unit than ARBs. And Spanish get, I believe, fully upgraded Heavy Cav Archer. Yeah, they missed Parthian. Ooh, missing Parthian hurts. So it's like you're playing Hun Heavy Cav Archers then. Because the Heavy Cav Archer, more HP, significantly more HP. Twice the HP even, 80 to 40 of the ARB. And one more attack. Less range, but more mobility kind of makes up for it. But now, here we go. Now their dark side has what they want. They get the Rattan Archers from Stoneplease to get up here to fight the ARBs. And now you're thinking, okay, Rattan Archers, they can deal with Halb, they can deal with ARB. Can you get the Spanish player maybe doing something other than Heavy Cav Archer? Now, Elite Conquistador would be a stronger unit, but limited by castle production. With only one castle, I think he's just going to stick to the Cav Archers. And I don't see him swapping to Paladins at any point. You're not really going to have the eco set up. Only 99 Vils. And the Cav Archers are a much cheaper unit than Paladins. And he's struggling against the timing of this push. Right now, Nikov will move to the other side. The forest in the middle still will stop the Rattan Archers from getting up here. Lechai from ACCM will start to pick off some Rattan Archers. Cav Archers will pick off units up here. Cav Archers pick off ARBs. And Traction Trebs go for another Treb. Are the Lechai better than Paladins? Yes. Yes, they are. They ignore armor when they attack. And that makes them so much stronger. Let's think about this. You're doing an extra 3 attack against the Rattan Archers against the Hussars. An extra 4 attack against the Heavy Cav Archers. And especially if you're fighting camels, right? And when you have the Frontier Guard as heavy camels from the Gajurs, ignoring all of that armor is crazy for the Lithuanians. It's an extra 7 attack they'll have against the camels compared to Paladins. Let's check the relic counts again. Yeah, ACCM does have 4 relics. He's on Halb, though, and Halb isn't quite what he wants to be. He wants to be, I think, full on Lechai. But Lucho still maybe struggling a bit here. As Stoneplease is up, and Lucho still 15 skirms, not really contributing. I think the hard thing, though, is without Heavy Cav, Darkside is struggling to take good fights because the camels keep dying. And it is awkward because your Spanish player is on an archer unit, and they would be your paladin civ. The heavy camels clearly aren't cutting it now for Dragonstar, but they're the best unit he can add. If anything, you'd kind of want to swap where Dragonstar ends up making elephant archers, and then the Spanish player makes the paladins, but having the economy for that is not going to happen soon as the team's adding in trade, and all the excess gold they have for the moment is spent on trade. And Skirms, at the very least, are a cheap unit that can fight the Arbalests. We'll have Winged Hussar for ACCM. Cav archers start to take down the Lichai. Bird cannon attack the archery range. And if the cannon get good shots on the skirms, that'll help out. But here, no halbs. No halbs, no camels. And nothing to protect the camels from the Lichai. And they will just go down so quickly. Oh, and that is rough for Stone, please. Sneakov and ACCM, very simply, heavy cav plus archer tends to beat almost anything. And that is not a composition that Darkside has in their late game. Or at least with their current Civ setups. But if they can hold, Syscon needs to run his eco. He's farming out here. If anything, Syscon maybe needs to think about farming back here so they have room to lose eco and run. But he's only on 94 Vils. 94 Vils. Yeah, he's not really making a huge food unit. That is rough. Elite Battle Ellies incoming? Where are we going to get Elite Battle Ellies? What Civ could even make them? Only... the Gajurs don't have Battle Ellies, right? We don't have them. I mean, we can make Elephant Archers, and I think that would be a good play. But right now, it's just Hussar spam. So the cheap Hussars with Shatrus for the Gajurs against the winged Hussars. Gajur Hussars, though, of course, missing that final attack upgrade. Imp Skirm is crazy. Does it lose to Halb one-on-one? Probably not. With all the attack they have, and ignoring the armor, I think they kill Halbs one-on-one pretty easily. It's more about the cost-effectiveness in large numbers. Oh, with the Vietnamese. Oh, there we go. A Vietnamese didn't even realize that. There we go. So Elite Battle Elite. Well, better than Paladins. Can he sustain this? He's a player with 146 eco. He is the most boomed by now. He is the entire south of the map. And if he can go Elite Battle Elephants, then I don't think there's a unit with 420 HP that properly can fight this on the other side. The way I have to start going Halbs. But the latest, they ignore armor. These elephants rely on HP, they don't rely on armor. So this might actually be unstoppable for Wonders if the rest of the team can hold. But having Imp Skirm with 8 attack is wonderful. And this is where you might even consider Paladins over Lechai because they would have 2 more Pierce armor. We were talking about the matchup against the Camels earlier where the Lechai are better. Against the Skirms, Paladins would actually be better because they'd take 1 damage. It's that Cataphract situation where Skirms kill Cataphracts so much more easily than they do other units. Because of the lack of Pierce armor. So Imp Skirm basically acting as arbs for the Spanish here against the Lechai. So Elite Battle Elephants moving forward for Stone, please. This castle will go up for Lucho. ACCM asking for wood. Oh, stone please, Lucho saying... Is Lucho asking for stone, or is he saying, oh no, stone please is attacking me with Elite Battle Elephants? I think it might be a cry for help rather than a cry for stone. So elephants are kind of slow, and there are fortified walls here from Lucho. Elite Tiger Cav. I don't think they'll fight elephants well either. I think Darkside actually has this. If they get all of their upgrades, I think they have better late game civs. The Shu and the Wei both kind of fall off. Oh, there's the hero unit for Nikov. What does that hero even do? It is heals nearby units. Oh my gosh, he's healing the Arbs. Healing the Paladins, yeah, and this is where ACCM, just finishing Paladin, is making the switch. He realizes how the armor difference comes into play against the Imperial Skirms. But now the Paladins have to fight Battle Elephants, and they still have to fight Frontier Guards Camels, which is going to be a struggle. Arbs will take down all of the elephants. Arbs will also start taking down the Cav Archers. And now, Cav Archers, without Parthian tactics, I think we're going to struggle against the Arbs. Arbs should be good here. We'll have the traction trips pushing the castle. In the back, the elite Tiger Cav now, just chasing around some Hussars. Trade comes in. Wood Lion's going to disrupt the trade a bit. Oh, Lucho crying for help against Stone Please once more. Armored Elephant. This is where Dragonstar actually could be crazy good for, yeah, Siege Elephant in, pushing the fortified walls with the Gajur Siege Elephants. Don't even need to wait for the Bombard Cannon from the Vietnamese, just push with the Elephants. And if you can get 7 or 8 Elephants all pushing the walls here, oh, that's not going to be repairable. Halb's on the way for Lucho. They'll be great against the Elephants, but the Vietnamese Arbs come to defend. And they'll have some Battle Elephants in the back, too. As the walls now are breached, at least. Siskon doing hoardings, needs some stone. He needs to cry stone, please, to repair his castle. 53 Arbs, 24 Cav Archers, but Elephant Archers now from Dragonstar. You can see them starting to make the transitions. Elite Battle Elephant, Elite Elephant Archer. Those are going to be some tanky units. And then maybe Siskon could think about even getting to Elite Conquistador himself. Still awkward with only one castle. Don't know if he'd ever have the production. But the teams now have good numbers of trade all around, other than maybe ACCM. So Halb's on the flank for Lucho, as Tiger Cav will try to snipe off the Bombard Cannon. He's repairing his castle. And they'll need some Rattan Archers here to deal with the Halbs. They'll need Stone Please to get more archers out on this side. A double elephant comp will be very, very strong. Not unstoppable, then nigh unstoppable. These Arbs, still hard to deal with. But once Elephant Archers come out, they should be able to deal with the Arbs. I'll have some camels in the pocket. Castle will snipe off some of the camels. And the Elite Tiger Cav going to find some Rattan Archers they can snipe off if they wanted to. And all of a sudden, the push that was looking good over here kind of stalled out by Lucho. He had enough Halbs. And this side, going full Elephants, didn't have enough Archers to deal with the Halbs. Kind of another reason why eventually I think the Spanish still might even want to consider Paladins. Because then you don't need the Elephants on this side. You can just have Paladins this side and keep the Elephants on the other side. You have Dragonstar play Elephant Archer each side, but then with Paladins in the north and Elite Battle Elephants in the south. And while Lucho's pushing out a bit, feels like Nikov's starting to lose a bit of the Arb mass in the north. He's floating a ton of wood, So it won't be hard for him to re-add the arbs. Lucho missing a ton of wood, which means his 57 farmers over time will start to run out. And, well, there's going to be several layers of wall here, so no Tiger Cav in the trade unless there's a hole. I don't see a hole. It's weird. Do the Gajuras have fortified wall? I guess they do. Dragonstar could even consider that. And trade raids can always be cleaned up by camels. I wonder still with the score lead. Elephant archers pushing the fortified walls on the right from Lucho. Have a guard tower forward for stone, please. Arbs taking down the elephants. Paladins getting pushed back by the elephant archers and the heavy cav archers. Archers hit by cav archers. Cav archers getting pushed away by the arbs. And I'm still thinking that heavy cav archer eventually. Siscon has to transition out of it. So Camel should be able to clean the Tiger Cav in the trade. But in the middle of the map now, Lucho has a lot of map presence with the Tiger Cav swap, and we'll have Fire Lancers from Stone Please. Stone Please doing everything: elite battle elephants, Fire Lancers, Rattan archers. But still needs to deal with the Halbs. Halb Tiger Cav shouldn't be the best combo. But if you go Fire Lancer, Rattan Archer, you probably counter that without even needing elephants. It's a lot cheaper. And there is a hole in these walls, so camels can start to raid. And Onager on the way for ACCM. They can think of cutting at some point. But well, wouldn't be far to get into the trade with a cut. As Caparam for Lucho. As Nikov, still 46 arbs. Will he ever lose the Arbalest mass? Elephant archers here also missing the final armor upgrade, so they will die to arbs too. It's elite battle Ellies that'll be tanky here, except against the Halbs. So trade raid here for Lucho. Lucho in here raiding. It might become a wood game. An hour 12 into it. This is also kind of why I like that forest in the middle removed. I like the standard version more. It just opens up the middle a bit. Here it feels very closed still. And Lucho, actually, he's getting into the trade, and if he gets to the trade, that could win the game. Yeah, Siscon, Dragonstar, they wanted to raid the trade a bit. But if Lucho here is unstoppable... Oh, also, 4 relics from Stone Please right there. If Lucho notices that, he stops relics, but he's killing all of the trade. And without trade, I think this will be it. I think this would be it. And it felt like at several points, Dragonstar here with the Siege Elephants was going to be in charge of helping Stone Please push in the south. Stone Please never really got the army numbers he needed to push in the south. Fire Lancer is probably still the weaker unit compared to the Tiger Cav. And without any backup, such as Rattan Archers or Elephants, the Tiger Cav will do decently enough to take the fight. Market is gone, and we'll have Stone Please with another market by his TC. Elite Tiger Cav still fighting the Halbs. That castle is up. And was that one Vill? Hero Villager could be sniped. Rat Archers could snipe that Vill. Stone, please. Okay, there's more Vills on the way. Never mind. The castle's up no matter what. And I don't think this becomes a wood game. I think it becomes a trade game. Consistently fighting in the middle of the map may have alleviated some of the pressure that could have been on the markets. Because Wonders doesn't have much room between the edge of their walls and the corner either. And now the Paladins for ACCM will run in. They'll snake their way through this maze of walls and archery ranges, eventually to get into the economy. Wood lines vulnerable here, and then farming space vulnerable still for Siscon. And after all the trade is down, remember the team still does have Imp Skirm as an option. If they bank a bit of gold, they can add trade back. Are the Fire Lancers enough now against Halb and Elephant? His castle now being surrounded by the Fire Lancers, who need arson. Oh, they really do need arson there for pushing the castle. As the fight has not moved from this part of the map the whole game. And Wonders has to hope that their trade rate is enough, because the trade will be added back. We still have 45, 56, and 61. And Darkside actually still has more trade than Wonders. Treb's pushing the elephants. As Imp Skirms push back the Arbs. Treb goes down. Skirms take down all of the Arbs. And Imp Skirm, OP, still holding. And this castle eventually could get Treb down. More Tiger Cav raiding the trade. Oh man, losing 4 relics is extra painful for Stone, please. Give extra relics even to ACCM now. Wouldn't Conch Skirm? There's no castles left. There are no castles left for Conchs. And remember, Conch is more of the Castle Age unit. Cav Archers from range is kind of what the Spanish do late game. I still think getting to Paladins would be better than CA, though. It's still a tricky situation for Siscon to need to get to them. Castle costs like 5k gold. Yeah, no one can really afford to buy castles anymore. Yeah, stone's 230 stone. So not 5k, but more than 1k gold to buy it. So Shinbei Raider Tiger Cav, the combo down there is you do have Cao Cao, the hero for the way. What does his movement speed, right? Or attack speed. He increases the attack speed of nearby units. Alright. Increases the attack speed of the Tiger Cav with extra attack. Elephants here will push the Arbs. And now Elephant Archer plus Elephant plus Heavy Cav Archer. That should clear Arb. That should clear Arb Paladin. But Stone Please is still struggling down here against Lucho. Somehow the team, I think that if Darkside could ever amass a few Bombard Cannon, repair that wall, and take down that castle, then they stop some Tiger Cav production. That helps them out down here again. As they've cleared this, they've cleared the push, they've finished their re-wall, and now they can get another market in the corner again and add in more monks to take the relics. Yeah, what a save from Lucho coming back from the dead. Maybe there's a problem that there's no siege over here. No siege to clear the Arbs. Yeah, they have elephants. I mean, it's not like traction shrubs are the greatest siege themselves. This isn't like Rage Forest where we're getting large onager shots from someone going Halbaso. Yeah, no siege engineers for the Vietnamese or for the Spanish. So their onagers wouldn't be that great and their cannon aren't that great. The best siege is the Vietnamese, who maybe siege engineers onagers on this side might actually help out. That's still requiring Stone Please to play multiple sides. Yeah, he's been adding in arbs and keeping his production going. That's what he gets with all that wood. Treb's going for the workshop. Also, imagine the time for ACCM. I think it's like 1:30 a.m. for him. Coming on because Sebastian was having internet issues. Cav Archers taking down Paladins. And Nikov continuing to get 69 arbs. Nice. Forward workshop from ACCM. They want to push here. The Spanish Cav Archer is still not quite cutting it. It feels like Wonders is pushing both sides slightly. But not all that fast. Arb sprinkling in more arrow fire on the elephants and on the elephant archers. 69, that's a large number, I know, isn't it? It's a nice number, but large. Arabs will take down some of the Cav Archers. Traction Tribs also going for the range. They'll try to take down Cav Archers. Finally, Onagers, let's see. Well, the Onagers are from ACCM, wherever they are. Yeah, I think he's maybe even thinking of cutting. It's ACCM the one doing the Onagers, where I think it's Wonders who really needs them. But there are some Onagers against the Elephant Archers of all units. I always feel that Siege Onager is really needed against Elephant Archer. Normal Onager will get picked off pretty easily. Yeah, Dragonstar and Stone Please have a lot of gold. They're going gold heavy units, but if they're floating it, maybe the goal is, I don't know, sling Siskan to get Paladins. Yeah, Dragonstar is the food to sling too. And he could start doing the upgrades. He'll get gold for the upgrades anyway. Are they goated? Not the Gajur ones, though. Javidi and Bengali ones are better. So another trade raid as Shinbei Raiders come in. And there'll be a tower up, but denied? Not denied. It's a tower up for Stone Please. As the Shinbei Raiders now get into the trade, keep picking off elephants. And they will be picking off now the trade carts. Traction Trebs hitting the elephant archers. Cavaliers keep going down to the traction tribs. And now the elephants are here. I still feel that eventually DS should have the better army composition. But maybe these Truco new arbs are just too insane. I think they're really good against the Cav archers. And I mean the elephant archers, elephant archer, Cav archer here, they are still kind of suboptimal that they're missing the armor upgrade against the arbs. And with only 4 armor for the elephant archers, arbs will still do a decent job of killing them. We saw how ACCM made the latest Paladin swap because of the armor earlier. And now it's just going full Paladins. I mean, Paladins with 20 attack, that's good. Trade cart number is 72 for Siscon. 53, and then only 35 for Stone Please. So Stone Please loses the one who's lost most of the trade so far. As Dragonstar with some elite Shravamsh Riders, their magic will absorb some of the Shinbei Raider attack. So he'll send them to clean this up. Cav archers going down, but slowly but surely the elephants here may be pushing this a bit. Bit of a raid over here as there's a cut through the forest again. Stone Please trying to figure out how to use the elephants. And I still wonder, is there a chance, just a couple of elephants here, you push the castles? A couple of siege elephants from Dragonstar, like he amasses 3 workshops here. You amass 10 of them, and then you take one moment where you raid, you pull 20 CA to assist the elephants in a push, so Habs don't clean them quickly, and you're not really sacrificing too much population in the middle, and you're going for just an elephant push to raid and try to get to the trade. Get some revenge for all the trade raids from the other side. Do the elephant archers have the unique tech? +4 melee armor and the fact they cost -25 food. Yes, they have both of them. But the melee armor doesn't help against the Arbs, which are still the main problem. So the 6 melee armor is the only reason you'd want maybe the latest over the Paladins here. Paladins going down to elephants. Maybe Stone Please getting some momentum and pushing Lutro again. Tower pushing Halbs back. Archers in the north still fighting. Big massive Arbs as Traction Trebs then take down Cav Archers. Is Nikov maybe running out of a bit of steam? He has 12k wood. And only 6 on food. And remember, he generates food while chopping wood. So all of his food is basically coming from the wood. This is it's an hour 30. And they still have Black Forest in their map pool. So Paladin's still fighting the Cav Archers. Will he be playing long enough to see the sunrise? He might. He might. Avant-garde cannons start hitting Arbs, push the Arbs back. Getting their shots in. More traction Trebs forward. Hitting the cannon. Cannon go down to the Trebs. I'll now have keep for Lucho. The heavy cav archers will be pushing, and now here comes the full rainbow. Elephants on the way. Traction tribs here pushing the castles as there are more fortified walls for Stone Please. There's a few keeps, but he doesn't want to lose that castle. Instead, they're focusing on pushing Nikov. His ARB numbers still at 69. He's got tons and tons of ranges. He's adding even more. But this is what Darkside wants now. The full rainbow. Elephant Archer, Elite Battle Elephant, Cav Archers. Do they have the production, though? They still don't have much siege. A few cannon from Siscon. But they're gaining some map control in front of their buildings. There's a tiny paladin raid in the back. There's some camels there to clear it. In the back on the other side, there are elephants raiding the trade. They won't catch the trade. But now, with more heavy cav archers, finally we got 57 heavy cav archers from Siscon. That's enough maybe to try to push ARBs. 72 ARBs from Nikov. As he still has traction trebs getting shots in on the elephant archers. This push here, Stone Please cleaning it up with some elephants. The elephants are blocking the trade instead of raiding it. Maybe that's what you need. And this push did get forward and cleared a few buildings, but now, without the triple support from Stone Please and his elephants, is going to have to fall back a bit. Still a few Rattan archers there. Is that better than Elite Battle Elephant? I think the Elite Battle Elephants would still be preferable. Yeah, but right now Dragonstar doing the best unit he can. I wonder if adding armored elephants actually to the push for Dragonstar against all the ARBs would be useful. But I guess the Chukonu multi-arrow nature of that kind of is a counter more so to the elephants than normal ARBs would be. Alb's pushing the elephants. Jinbei Raiders still shooting at the elephants too. That's still a lot of ARBs from Nikov. And honestly, Nikov has had such an easy game. All he needs to do is have select all ranges and keep pressing create ARB and have a hotkey group for his workshops. Or a hotkey group for whatever units he wants and just create them. He doesn't even have to micro all that much. And now while the buildings have been cleared, they're starting to gain ground back. But there are camels in the trade. Where are these raids coming from? Why are so many camels in the trade? How did they get there? There were openings. There's an opening in the walls. All of the forest between ACCM and Nikov has been chopped, and camels are getting into the trade. Now this could become a wood game where the forest in the middle matters, as the same thing will hold true on the other side. The players are chopping all their forests, and center control of the wood could start to matter. And once more, we have another charge of elephants from Stone Please. This is where I think Dragonstar still needs a couple of those siege elephants for pushing the buildings more quickly. And I mean, Nikov has 13k wood in the bank. He's ready for a wood game. ACCM is not. See, everyone has all their upgrades. Other than ACCM, the final archer armor, but he's just making paladins. More elephants being pushed. Yeah, this lumber camp in the middle for ACCM feels like his wood is getting low, and once his wood runs out, he needs to then reseed farms. He's only with 44 vils on food, and he's probably going to need to get a wood sling from Nikov at some point. Nikov will need coinage and banking to sling properly. Let's see, he does have them. Nikov now getting overwhelmed by the elephants. Again, a triple push. At the same time, they're going to rely on the fact traction trebs do not push castles all that well to repair the castles in the south. As the Wade trebs, what do? They cost less. They don't have any bonus against castles. There's no siege engineers. The Way are perhaps one of the worst civs at pushing castles. That's going to let Stone Please rely on stone defenses and then move his elephants to the north, where Nikov's base finally is being raided. And I think at this point they need rams. I think Dragonstar definitely needs forward workshops and elephant rams now because they need to clear buildings. This wood line is almost overchopped. The worst thing that Dragonstar can do would be to kill vills before they overchop, because then they're going to open up another path for raiding. Maybe they could honor chop here. Dragonstar, don't do it. Let the trees go down. 20 wood left, 22 wood, and you'd be through to hit the trade. Oh, Dragonstar, you attacked. You killed the vills too early. Maybe we can just get through in the middle, though. I'll have a quick wall from Nikov, trying to keep the elephants out, trying to keep them contained. Because this army could destroy everything in the trade. Lucho not as successful in his push. There's a castle still here. Elephants and also some heavy cav archers from Siscon to help out with the Rattan archers. There's help their numbers help in the south. Trebs to take out the towers from Lucho. Honestly, I still think Darkside should win this game. Their units should be so much more powerful than Arbs. They need to clear these buildings. A lot of camel and elephant population spent for the buildings. That maybe needs to be... Well, like I've been saying, the siege elephants. Yeah, Nikov needs a lot of help now, but his team had been pushing. Their push is stalled. And remember when the castle was here? It felt like Wonders had just about won the game when they castled the trade line. But no, now it's cav archers for Siscon in the trade. And this is where cav archers will shine, as the trade will start to go down. There are some elephants here. Can the Arbs actually clear this if elephants are there? Stone Please needs to fight the Arbs. He's got so much to pay attention to. There are camels flooding in everywhere. That's not the only spot where there are cav archers in the trade. There are more cav archers in the trade down here. Darkside is going to do this. Wonders cannot defend their trade. Darkside can. We have a bunch of keeps, but they're all in the same spot and not in the trade for Lucho. As in a crazy game, Darkside now, they don't have the score lead, but they're closing the difference. Paladin's trying to clean the cav archers in the trade. The trade numbers down to only 17 for ACCM, the player who needs the gold for the Paladins. And the cav archers still are in the trade. The Arbs still have not cleaned them. Siscon should kill the Arbs. Well, let's see, this might be close. But Arbs go down. Cav archers aggroing onto the trade carts instead of the Arbs because the trade carts are closer. I'll have a couple of, what are those? The Elite White Feather Guards raiding. That won't do too much. As all these buildings still stand, this is where I think, there we go, there are the siege elephants from Dragonstar. Finally catching on to the fact he needs to clear these buildings. But the elephants are pushing for Stone Please, and they might not even need to push the trade, they might just need to push this wood line. That's the next spot to raid. Nikov is out. I hope we didn't drop, I hope that was legit a GG call. Nope, it is GG's. GG's from Wonders. And... wait, why did I have the scores back? No one told me I had the scores backwards all game. Darkside is up 2-0. I had the scores backwards all game. Chat, you gotta tell me that. I got 2 scoreboards to update, and I got the out-of-game one, but missed this one. There's Nikov. 2,000 kills for Nikov, but it wasn't enough. You had the score backwards. Thank you, Weizing. Thank you for letting me know. Ah, dang. That was a crazy game. 98k res or wood collected for Nikov. But the power units in the long run, even without siege, were better. For Darkside, the way fall off so much in Imp. But Wonders was winning. No, Darkside is up 2-0. I'm sorry, I only had one of my scoreboards right, and it was not the scoreboard in Capture Age. Alright, let me get the ad out of the way. I'll get the civs updated properly. So that was Vietnamese, Gajurs, and Spanish against Lithuanians, Wei and Shu. That leaves Black Forest and Migration as our next 2 maps. Alright, I need to go grab a quick bite of food, so I'll be right back. I'm sure the players will take a quick break before the next game too. So see you in a minute. Okay, I am back, Lily. And let's see, do they start the next game yet? They're in on migration. And that means Black Forest will be their final map. We do have Rage Forest proper starting in another hour or so. The game is paused. I'm 4 minutes late in joining. Stone Please had a mouse issue, it would seem. But alright, we didn't miss anything.
Yes.
Waiting. Okay, we're good. We're good. So, migration. Oh, little island there. So the land didn't go fully to the side. They'll have Stone Please and Sebastian right next to each other. This is an OG migration thing. Hello, Mega Monkey. So, settlement for the Inca as a flank. Okay, Inca flank on migration. Byzantine pocket. Probably in terms of pockets on migration these days, you're going number 1 Chinese, number 2 Byzantines. Italian pocket for ACCM. Usually I see them as a flank on migration, but they can be a pocket all the same. There are just other civs that are kind of more specialized to the pocket. They're just generically good. This is the chicken spawn, not the type of migration I like, but the chicken spawn. And then Sebastian here as the Wu to the north, and Lucho here as the Amalians to the southwest. We'll just do what he can to push the chickens and keep them under the TC as he hunts them. So Malians, I honestly think you flip Malians and Italians on this map, but if you're going to go fast imp for water, then the Italians do that better. If you're going to contest the land, I think the Malians do that a bit better with Farimba camels. The Wu, they do get docks plus 55 food, and they get careening and dry dock for free, which are the armor upgrades. And dry dock now is an armor upgrade. Carvel hull is the speed. Careening and dry dock are plus 1 pierce armor each, and then clinker construction, Carvel hull are the movement speed. And they will get fully upgraded galleons and hulks, I believe. Yes. And the only thing they'd be missing is incendiaries and then shipwright. So without shipwright, your ships are more expensive later on. Italians have the great dock tech tree. They miss heavy demos, which, I mean, everyone misses heavy demos. Who doesn't miss heavy demos? I've never seen them in a long, or haven't seen them in a long, long time. Cheaper docking university techs, cheaper gunpowder units, that should include the cannon galleons, cheaper fishing ships. So the cheaper fishing ships for the Italians is what's important for the boom. You can get out a ton of fishing ships in the pocket. And while in the past we had seen civs and migration go for a very quick feudal age to try to get galleys into the pocket to snipe fishing ships, now fishing ships are tankier, they can garrison the docks shoot arrows, so not going to be the case anymore. There are also some whales on the map, but the whales are very far away from the players. It's very far away indeed. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 relics in the middle. 6 relics, 6 relics, 7 relics. Okay, 7 relics, unless I'm missing an 8th. Wait, I got a resource viewer on Capture Age. Okay, that didn't help. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it looks like 7 relics. Then Malians. Malians have a wood discount. So wood discount for their buildings lets them get an early dock and have a smooth start to the fish boom game. They do collect a bit more gold and have universities that work faster. Universities working faster is nice since many of the naval techs now live in the university. But late game, no bracer and no galleon and no shipwright. So they fall off heavily. Also, not even siphons. They don't have fire ship upgrades. And also no blast furnace, so they can't upgrade their hulks fully. So not a single ship line that really makes sense for them to do in Imp. They're just kind of stuck. No elite cannon galleon. So they are a civ that really needs to transition to fight for the middle, which usually is for Imba camels. And I'm still genuinely curious that it's the Malians, the flank, and Italians is the pocket, because the Italians have a very smooth feudal age time to go up and go navy on the flank. They're relying on ACCM now going Imp for fast fire, and kind of ignoring the middle while he does that. And yeah, it is better to have the water with the whales in it now than maybe it was in the past. But the middle is still what wins you the game. And Dragonstar then has the Byzantines. Pretty easy ability to go camels and control the middle against Cav. And if it's the Wu or the Malians, then Byzantines can just kind of go skirm, honestly. Even from the pocket, Byzantines, they get a lot of skirms really quickly. You could even consider going for Cavaliers into Paladins with the Pierce Armor, kind of the situation we saw last time, or in the previous game, where the Paladins became more effective in the late side due to their Pierce Armor. Byzantine Paladins, they missed Bloodlines, but at least they get full Pierce Armor. So you're kind of Burgundian-esque, still worse than that because you're missing an attack, but Burgundian-esque in that you have suboptimal Paladins, but they are still Paladins. If you have a good Fish Boom, then maybe. Maybe it's a possibility. Considering Malians won't, and Italians don't have halbs, you're only really worried about the Wu there, unless you get to Genoese Crossbowmen or Farimba Camels. But if they're focusing the water, that's going to be a bit harder to get to. So Armenians, Byzantines, Inca, you pick the Inca on a water map simply because you get all the extra pop space from your houses in the settlements, so they save some wood. And I guess you need to figure out how to incorporate the settlements into a water build. But once you do, it's a very smooth sailing. You're not going to be housed, or hopefully you're not going to be housed. And you will have a bit more wood to play around with. Here it's a couple of fires opening on the sides, followed by galleys now for stone, please. I do think early on in Feudal, it's still mostly about galley micro. In the Castle Age, and then especially Imp when you get upgrades, fires will be stronger. But early on, I think it's still galley micro. Sebastian enjoying the food he had gotten from the docks. And Byzantines, of course, love their fires. They get Greek fire. Faster firing, fire ships, and dromons, too. And then Armenians, just a good overall sieve for the water. They have the mule cart, which is nice. You can transport mule carts to the middle. They can get the free relic when they move to the middle, maybe do a church, so you can do the church at home. And then the extra projectile from the galley line, then, for Siscon in the south. Let's see if we can pick that up on Capture Age. Kind of hard to see because they're kind of right next to each other. Everything there going down. And now we'll have Castle Age for Dragonstar. And we'll see if it's a fast imp, or if it's a castle with TCs in the middle. Personally, I much prefer the booming in the middle approach than the fast imp approach. And getting your actual villager count up while holding the land. But we have seen some strats where taking water without as much land focus still can give you a better timing if the flanks then start slinging the pocket. In old school migration, when there was free sling, you'd actually start the game by having the pocket sling the flanks, and you'd have like Viking pockets that win the water, while Persian Japanese pockets would sling. And then you'd switch to slinging the Persian or the Japanese player to take the middle, depending if you wanted paladins or halbs. So 12 versus 12 galleys, Siscon defending his dock. Oh, and it is Sebastian. Sebastian coming on for Nikov now. Just realized Sebastian seems to be playing again. Hopefully his internet issues are resolved. That's now medium warships for ACCM. So ACCM not booming. How is the league stage looking for DS? What do you mean the stage? stock will go down to all our points? I'm not sure. I honestly haven't really been following the league. I've just been having so much fun with Rage Forest, I haven't really had time. So Castle Age, Imperial Age, Castle Age, and it is the Fast Imp approach for Dragonstar. Fast Imp approach also for ACCM. So no one contesting the middle. No one contesting the middle. It's all about the water. Which means we could have a very quick game if someone suddenly loses the water and things snowball. And I do kind of like Byzantines more than Italians in the Fast Imp situation. They should have the better fires. The Italians will have incendiaries, but I think that Greek, or just the 25% faster attacking will be better than that for the Byzantines. Then also later on they'll have Greek fire for more range. And Lucho booming in the middle. Like they're in 8th place at 0-2. I think I have a... Wait, the bot should work. Exclamation mark TL. There we go. You can find the Wikipedia page for information about it. Fast fires here. Fast fires also. No, just normal fires for stone, please. Where is the pocket? There they are. There are those Byzantine fast fires from Dragonstar. Has a dock around the corner, too, so the closer he gets his reinforcements, the better he'll fight. And when you're Imp, you don't care about the war galleys at all. They'll do 1 damage to your fast fires. Or at least that was the case in the past. Maybe that's changed. Yeah, 7+1 pierce armor. 9 pierce attack, and I think the ship armor cancels that too. But ACCM here a lot faster than Dragonstar is, with a much higher score lead. And the difference between Byzantines and Italians is the Italians will have the stronger fish boom. Byzantines get the cheaper Imp, but Italians get every age cheaper. And so far, ACCM seems to be winning the water battle. He's at 30 fast fire ships. We only have 10 for Dragonstar, so maybe his build for pumping the fast fires wasn't quite as optimized as ACCM's was. But here the Byzantine fast fires should be winning. Was that a demo? Might have just seen a demo, actually. And there goes Dragonstar cleaning ACCM's forward navy. Or is that incendiaries? Oh, that's incendiaries for the fires. That is incendiaries. So that's now 18 to 11 fast fires. As in the middle, some fire archers from Sebastian will be pushing the TCs of Siscon. They got melted, they got burned. Sent to the bottom of the sea. Our galleys here will attack the fast fires, attack the fishing ships. Our galleys now attacking the fast fires in the south. And it's all about the middle control, and that is something that Sebastian is doing in dominating. Look at all the sheep there. The fire archers, they hit the TC. If they missed their shot on the TC, they'd hit the sheep. As more fire archers come forward, that tiger will try to attack them. And along with some mangonels. Mangonels from Sebastian and from Lucho. both to besiege the town center. Armenian TC, he does have a fortified church at least. And we'll do some ranges for some skirms, but this TC will go down pretty quickly. 2 mangonels, fire archers, and doubtlessly more mangonels on the way too. And while on the water, both pockets needing to play both sides. But so far, so good for ACCM. I guess with the Greek fire, incendiaries wouldn't even matter because you'd be farther away. But still something that with needing the castle will be expensive for Dragonstar. Hulks will be there too. So flanks at least do have the option of going Hulks against the fires, but that's where the flanks kind of would still want some war galleys left over. So Panic Castle from Siscon, as he needs, or Sebastian will destroy the. Sebastian, no, don't mangonel your fire archers. They're just trying to push Siscon off the land now. Mangonel's gonna maybe take the fortified church. Part of me wants to take that before going for the TC. Well, either way, the TC will go down quickly. 2 of the fire archers melting it as well. The other side, the fire is still a bit more even now, as Dragonstar probably coming to help push this back. Defensive mangonel from Siscon goes down right away to 1 shot. Forward castle from Lucho. And Wonders is feeling really far ahead in this game. We'll have Condottieri being trained from Lucho now to start raiding. I'll take care of the warrior priest. And it'll be the good old Molly and Condottieri, who now have 7 pierce armor. They can sit under that castle fire for a while and raid Vils. They can go over and find more eco to hit. Some desperation TCs for Stoneplease and Dragonstar. But they are looking mighty dead, as ACCM has not just won the water, but is also going to the mainland, getting his own TC up. And we have 100 eco population for Lucho. And those Vils will go down to the fire archers. And there's a GG from Dragonstar. As Wonders now, I can give them a point properly on the scoreboard. Nice and simple game of migration there. Feels like ACCM had a much better boom than Dragonstar in the pocket. And then the transition to land was much smoother for Wu and Malians than for Inca and Armenians. So, curious that was Darkside's home map. But 122 kills for ACCM as the Italians, dominating on the water. Much better eco compared to Dragonstar, especially in wood collected. So that might be a game Dragonstar needs to go back and check how the economy's compared. And see, maybe, is it just a civ difference, or is there something else he could have done as the pocket? To make up for that difference. Alright, so that will now bring us to the final game here, which would be Black Forest. So a fitting way to end the set before we get to Rage Forest. That's a loss on Black Forest. That was a win for Wonders and Fortified Clearing. And Civs, that was Armenians, Byzantines, and Inca against Italians, Wu, and Malians. So that leaves, for Black Forest, for Wonders, options of Mongols, Turks, Teutons, Hindustanis, and Maya. Part of me thinks it's a Mongol pocket with Turk and Teuton flanks. For Darkside, Britons, Celts, and one of Burmese, Magyars, or Poles. So Celt pocket, Britain, and Burmese flanks. Maybe. Oh, lost on migration. Lost on migration. I clicked the wrong map. Thank you. Alright, I'll be back in a minute, though. Try to eat my lunch between these games. Alright. So they're still in the lobby for Black Forest. Hello, Miss Luna Rain. So I hope you're ready, because we're going to have potentially 6 games of Black Forest in a row now. Because we have this and then Rage Forest getting started soon. Let me see. They've started drafting for Barles versus Andy. See if they actually start on time. Part of me would love if they were to delay just to let this set finishes. And okay, here we go, launching into Black Forest. We'll have a spec delay, then we'll go. And it is Hindustanis, Mongols, and Turks, no Teutons, against Burmese, Celts, and Britons. Okay, okay. So this will be quite the interesting Civ matchup. Both of them have really good Civs in Britons, Celts, and Mongols. And then also Turks, pretty darn good. But then Burmese and Hindustanis rather than Teutons. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised not to see Teutons, because Teutons can be played on a flank as a tower rush. But maybe they're thinking the Dark Age eco bonus for the Hindustanis would be better. Perhaps even better than Maya. Hindustanis will be great late game with gunpowder, and they will synergize well with the gunpowder bonus of the Turks. For the production speed. Now, having gunpowder units against the Celts is great. So here we are, one final game. To the west, we'll have Siskan as the blue Burmese against Lucho as the red Hindustanis, and to the east, it'll be Cyan Britons from Stone Please against purple Turks here. And they're going to pause. Are they asking for a lake restart? He says, could be Lake Re. This is where the admins will have to adjudicate the Lake Re. I would say no. I think that's fine. But we'll see what those admins say. And is Censor around yet? Do we have an official Rage Forest say on whether this lake counts as a restart? I mean, it's completely wallable, so I'd say no. ACCM saying ask admin. Yeah, ACCM, the most experienced Rage Forest player in this lobby. So, a Dragon Star probably number 2. It's not a re, but you could do soft re if you were friends with the other team. Alright, Samaro giving us the no restart. I would agree with that. I would say this is not a restart, and I would say you clearly have enough room in front of it to wall that it's not a restart. Yes, the lake certainly is better. Mongol pocket with a pond is what Team ACCM will want, so Dark Side, I think, no harm in asking the admin for a re. Hoping you get it. But Dark Side... What Civ matchup do you want here? Do you want Britons versus Turks and Burmese versus Hindustanis? I think you do. So I think you want the Burmese to be able to monk rush or go around by here. And that's, I think, a bit easier against Hindustanis than it would be against Turks. Admin around. Not seeing anything else in their chat. Make sure we're not actually paused. See, this is why we're professionals in Rage Forest. We know how to deal with this. We say no, play on, keep going. Also, the huge benefit of not having a spectator delay. So it's so much easier for admins to be able to check if we can actually spectate the game and look and not need a delay. So we don't, maybe this situation has been resolved already, but we're just in the past. I would not. Pond is capable of walling. I'll see impact the rim. You'll keep playing. Okay, so they are going to restart that. I wouldn't restart that, but it's definitely a case that's on the border. Okay, so they're gonna restart that, and we'll hop right back into the game. Same civs, and we'll see what the matchups are. Why would it be a restart? So restarts, pawns are very random on Rage Forest, which is what we want, because we don't want to have the same games over and over and over again. But it can also lead to restart situations where it's ambiguous which team they belong to, because they're supposed to be balanced per team. Sometimes there are clear situations, like a pond is in the forest and it's not accessible, that are definitely res. But if they're in the middle like that, sometimes there are restarts. And hello, Gabby! Oh, it's lovely to see you around. Hope you're having a wonderful day. And here we'll get red versus blue on the scoreboard. And right now, with Darkside taking the lead so far, Wonders is trying to even this up and split the set 2-2. And, well, much more balanced pawns here, and much better pawn situation after that restart for Darkside. That they will have the pond for the Celt Pocket, and the Mongol Pocket ACCM does not have the pond. He will have to go over and take the pond from Lucho. Not a very complicated wall-off between Lucho and Stone, please. Depends on how far Lucho wants to go forward to wall. There are some boars in the middle. So, Dragonstar and ACCM, the Rage Forest experts on each respective team. Dragonstar playing for Team Tato this year. They'll be in the playoffs soon, too. What about the fish here? Fish, 2 fish, 2, 3, 4. I think that's fine. I wouldn't restart unless there's only 1 fish. So Arctic Wolf attacking the Vils. Wolf goes down. Yeah, I mean, clearly it is unfair, but I think that's within the bounds of randomness that's allowed. Now the question is just, does ACCM dock that? And I'm pretty sure he will. ACCM RFPs, right? And it's also Mongol's Pocket, so you're going to have all the extra benefit from the hunt that actually is on his forage bushes, and from being able to lure in 3 boars from right here, so it'll be Mongol Hunt. And he actually grabs 6 boars because there's another group there. So, I mean, if you restart 2 fish on the pond, you also might be denying the Mongols from having an easy 6 boar accessible. So there's so many random aspects on the map that usually tends to even out. And you just kind of adjust your build then. You take more hunt. And, oh, the scout is forward. The scout's forward for Dragonstar. He's going to start laming some sheep. Gotta be careful with the white sheep on the snow terrain. They're a bit harder to see. A big Vil fight over to the right. As Stoneplease has pulled more Vils than has Lucho. And this is still super important for Lucho to get the Vil fight. More important than Stoneplease because he needs to keep the pond safe. He needs to keep the pond safe. And Siscon also played for Team Lewis this season. He's got some Rage Forest experience. Hopefully learned a lot from playing those games. 3v3 is going to be a different beast than 4v4. And Sebastian is forward with a sneak. Sebastian has a sneak Vil. ACCM might sacrifice his scout to make sure this Vil gets killed. But they will kill Siscon's Vil. Yes, down it goes. And now Sebastian, I think he needs to go for the pond. That's maybe the lack of RF experience going to lame boars rather than going for the pond. Oh, ACCM's going to try to break through the walls too. He wants to be aggressive. Okay, they're going to get through. Does Sebastian benefit from having the Vil there? Okay, so the scout plus Vil here. Their goal is to go through the wall. Okay, I didn't see ACCM had those forward Vils, but yeah, he needed the scout and the Vil both to ensure that they had time to break that, but ACCM's not going to go through. Okay, well, a bit of a waste if ACCM's not going to sneak too, and I think he actually is still open. I don't know what ACCM is doing, but he left the wall open, and now Siscon easily will wall it off. And he's chasing the Vil. They brought the scout back, so interesting that they'd bring the scout back. He might want the scout to help lure in the boars. As Lucho just going to commit to a huge Vil fight. So, Mongol Celt pockets is the type of thing where if the Mongols get to Mangudai, they get very scary going Mangudai SO. The Celts are mostly just SO in this matchup. And it's drill versus extra HP and faster producing SO. So, I kind of still like Celts here. But the pocket matchup on Rage Forest between the civs is very different than, say, an Arabia matchup, where Mangudai can usually shut down most of what the Celts want to do. Yeah, and faster firing. So, still 3 boars here. Now, if Lucho were, like, Rage Forest expert while he's Vil fighting, he'd lure the 3 boars right back to the TC. Yeah, there's ACCM going for the dock, so he will be a bit later to the dock. And as Arbase pointed out, only 2 shorefish. And I believe they took the same change that I had done to Rage Forest, where we do not have any garrisoning in the docks. So the docks will not be shooting arrows. Oh, Lucho, he's just gonna use 5 Vils to lure a boar. Yeah, Stoneplease will de-aggro that with a house, no problem. Oh, that boar's almost dead. He's killing the boar in the middle of nowhere. Which honestly is a thing you can do in the fights, because if you ever have a moment where your Vils aren't fighting, you can gather from the boar and eventually bring the food back. But Feudal Age first for Sebastian. He's forward. Siscon will fight an Arctic Wolf for Sebastian, and Sebastian still has not gotten to that pond. Although Siscon will let him get there. Siscon not quite paying attention, and this is exactly what Sebastian wants, the sneak dock on the pond in the pocket. And this Vil has simply not been cleaned up. No, maybe a little bit of a lack of urgency in finding the villager. Remember, Siscon on Team Lewis did lose to Jordan's team doing some sneaks. So, Vil down for Lucho. We'll take a look at the Vils. It's 5 Vils dead for Lucho. Stoneplease 5 and 2. Honestly, Stoneplease plays a good bit of Rage Forest too. Lucho and Sebastian, I don't think they ever play it. They're relying on ACCM to call the shots here. I do wonder how the communication works for Wonders, because if it's Nikov, Lucho, ACCM, like we saw earlier, I'm assuming that they'd all talk in Spanish with each other. But with ACCM, clearly then doesn't speak Spanish, so they'd have to all move to English, which is a secondary language for all of them. Yeah, there's another Vil going down. Nice surround by Stoneplease. They'll try to pull the weak Vil back still. And our Britons player is still involved. And the great thing about the Britons is because they gather from the sheep faster, they tend to have less idle time. Of course, there's tons of idle time with the fact they sent 4 or 5 Vils forward early on. But usually they have less idle time in the Dark Age and can keep the Vil fight going more robustly. And that's 26 to 21 population now. Stone Please is definitely getting the better of Lucho in the Vil fight. Cheaper Vils for the Hindustani, that's their Vil fighting bonus. Now, Sebastian on the pond. So Stone Please certainly losing his side, but Sebastian's on the pond in the pocket. There's an X there as ACCM's taking the next set of boars. So Mongols get 6 extra boars. And as I said, that'll help make up for potentially the lack of numbers in the shorefish in their pond. So fishing ships going down here for Dragonstar. A Hulk gonna pop out for Sebastian. And Sebastian should stop the fish boom there from Dragonstar. So Lucho almost getting a wall up. Stone Please still fighting this back. 9 Vils pulled for Lucho. He only has 24. That is a good chunk of his economy all fighting to get this wall up. And it's still important for him to save the pond, as ACCM will think about adding scouts by the fact that Stone Please is not walled at all. The pocket is disrupted by needing the fish boom and needing to protect the dock, so that's stable. Also, well, they can get some knights, Celt knights. But that's where, if you get the wall up, the knights don't get into your eco, and you can still be annoying with scouts, because Stone Please will be feudal for a while. So, let's see. Dragonstar has lost 6 eco units, most of which were the fishing ships on the pond. ACCM's getting a nice fish boom. He's luring in the boars. I think he did get all 6 of them, indeed. Farms for Sebastian, who is staying feudal, I think, to fight on that pond. Siskon's still Dark Age, will probably fast castle. While Sebastian stone walls and has a nice passage, and even longer passage for ACCM, where they both can basically go full stone wall. Looks like Sebastian needed a pause. And they will go in just a moment.
Yes.
And some houses up for Siskon's Vil. Oh, Siskon trapped Sebastian's villager. But Dragonstar loses the scout, so he can't pick off the Vil, and the archers will eventually free the Vil from her prison. And Dragonstar loses his dock. How many fish are there still? 4 fish. So the fish now could benefit Team Wonders, as we could have fishing ships added in from Sebastian on the pond. Do like the Viper does and add the fishing ships when he does a sneak dock. And Lucho, you care about the wall or your Vils? He's gonna keep fighting. ACCM will stonewall behind this. Lucho, he's gonna delete the walls for a better fight. ACCM forging, he's up to the castle age, needs to get a scout here to fight. And I think Lucho deleted the walls too early, maybe? Stone Please will get forward now. But if a scout has forging, that's going to be insane in a Vil fight. More Vils pulled from Lucho, but ACCM is now walled out those Vils. ACCM needs to finish the gate. And Lucho's Vils might eventually get through the gate. ACCM will delete to let the Vils in. And doing everything they can to ensure ACCM can pump scouts forward. And here comes another scout. There's Castle Age, and ACCM can swap from scouts to Step Lancers. He's doing another gate. At least that gate is up. There's one forging scout. The scout will get extra HP now as the Mongols. It's not Bloodlines, it's just HP from the bonus. We have Sebastian trying to do a stable himself to accompany the forward range he has in the back and the pond control he has. Messy Vil fight on the side. As a Step Lancer is forward for ACCM. And that should kill some Vils from Stone Please. Stone Please still Dark Age and facing Mongol Step Lancers. He's just going to fight with the Vils. He knows running wouldn't work. You can't even quick wall against the Step Lancers because of the range they have. They can hit you over those diagonals easily enough. And now the Mongol players seeing Celt Knights can even add in a couple of camels. Or can just keep adding in Step Lancers and have numbers. And now we look at the vills lost. That is, what's the eco? 19 vills lost for Stone, please. 12 lost for Lucio. And Lucio will wall this off, isolate a knight, kill the knight with his villagers, open the wall then for ACCM to go forward. Open the wall then for ACCM to go forward. Open the wall, there he goes. Now he is forward. Stone, please, actually can wall. He actually can wall, and it looks like Dragonstar will sacrifice some knights. This is where now monks, though, if ACCM swaps and converts a vill, that actually might be better than getting the knight, because it could stop the walls. I think he actually needs to do that, swap and convert a vill. Well, the Step Lancers will get through the palisade without much issue, and the monk can stop rewalling. That gate goes down, and Step Lancers once more in. But still, I think just a few camels from ACCM could be a nice call here. He's still on 1 TC. Dragonstar will add his next TC, but that's 1 TC with a fish boom. So he'll have a stronger eco because of the fish. And it'll be monks here now for Dragonstar. Stone, please, will wall himself off. Dragonstar will, or he'll also wall off Dragonstar. Stable there from Sebastian is walled in. I tried to attack a gate and get out eventually, but it is walled. Monk there, or Monastery for Siscon, eventually to do a monk and convert the scout from the stable. And monks there, looks like we had a couple conversions on both sides, but immediately they go down in small numbers. We have the overlapping Step Lancers, great for the fights. And Step Lancers, remember, you are allowed to patrol stack. Might get tricky with the patrolling if you mix camels in with the Step Lancers. Dragonstar there going for another house. ACCM 6 fishing ships. So not the biggest fish boom yet, but he's gone to the fish traps, and we'll need a vill over here again to do more docks, and I think he had a vill forward here that he could send there if he didn't send her back yet. And the monk wants to convert the scout, so deleted scout there from Sebastian. And Sebastian will fat slob the passage with 3 layers of stone walls as he will go up to Imp. Also, let me keep an eye on the Rage Forest sex. I will want to swap to that as soon as it starts. Looks like they're in the lobby right now. Hopefully we can finish this game before that starts. I will hop right into Rage Forest immediately, because that's the main thing I'm here for. So monks want a conversion on the scout cav. As a monk there goes down, but so does the scout. So Stone Please will wall off Dragonstar with stone walls now. Lucio and Stone Please both are up. Sphere will be deleted. So Stonewall, oh actually not stonewalled fully. Oh wait, this could be a disaster for Stone Please. This could be an absolute disaster for him. The monks will convert the vills. The Step Lancers even could shoot over or stab over the walls to get to the vills, and they are in. Complete disaster for Stone Please, as ACCM is in. Stone Please's eco will be completely disrupted. He'll still be feudal as Lucio clicks up. Sebastian, as the Turks, is up to the Imperial Age. He used the aggression to turn this into Imp. ACCM, the Rage Forest beast. He is beasting. How many conversions can he get here? 1. And he's going to kill the knight he's converting. But 1 conversion is more than enough there. Stone Please has no economy. His economy is in the TC. He's got 4 vills building a lumber camp right now. Nothing collecting. The Arctic Wolf even going to go after Dragonstar's units. Dragonstar going to lose this fight to the stacked Step Lancers. And we'll have Town Watch for Siscon as the low HP vills on the mining camp. Oh, ACCM. He's hungry and he's looking for vill kills. I have Imperial Age then for Sebastian. And has the workshop ready as the Turks. No block printing for the Turks, but Bombard Cannon immediately. That'll be against Siscon, who is booming with 4 TCs. So a 4 TC boom is extremely vulnerable to a fast Imp. And only 1 layer of stone walls so far. Probably see all the palisades get deleted. And the stone count, no stone for Sebastian, so it's not going to be a quick castle drop. Remember, the Turks do not have onagers, so they can't cut. They're going to rely on Bombard Cannon going through walls, so you can wall them out for quite a while. ACCM's got a nice boom, 74 vills. He is far ahead. 69 vills with 11 in the queue compared to 59 from Dragonstar. He could even add a 5th TC if he wanted to. Still has a few fishing ships, but he is mostly going to go for farms. No fish boom for Dragonstar. And I think ACCM is exactly where he wants to be in this game. This monastery even could go down. And this was eventually fortified walled. And now with a few monks from Siscon coming over, that will clean up everything ACCM had forward. But Lucho is going to be so far ahead of Stone Please, who still is in the feudal age. And remember, these are still feudal age stone walls he has. As Siscon will do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 layers of stone wall prepared for the Imperial Age. Gunpowder units, even though, pick off the Vill before 2 of the layers go up. Fortified wall in for Siscon, as he knows he needs to keep this out, and he also knows the Turks can't cut. X here. Gate goes up for Stone, please. A couple of converted Step Lancers for Siscon. We'll have the Burmese Step Lancers as they bring the monks back. Oh, this is still open. Imagine if ACCM had looped around and gotten then into Dragonstar's base and killed some Vills. So 5th TC for Dragonstar. Trying to catch up to ACCM. He's doing heavy plow. ACCM still could use handcart. Bombard cannon hitting the walling Vills along with the hand cannoneers. Also killing his own hand cannoneers. Got to be careful there. Your extra HP is an infinite HP. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 layers of fortified wall for Siscon. 2.5 still remain. Siscon's losing Vills as he walls too. He's going to try sending over some monks. Monks that in the Castle Age will not have block printing. So the Bombard Cannon should be able to deal with them without much problem. And Cannoneer is also pretty good at sniping off monks if they ever get in range. Siscon will be breached in a moment. We'll have some attempted walls now from Stone Please going forward. Maybe there was a moment Lucho could have tried to wall a bit more forward himself. But they will regain control of this passage as ACCM looks to get a conversion. He's on stone himself. The only problem for ACCM would be actually getting the castle and the push in time for the Mongols as more stables go up for Siscon. And a Vill here will go down to those Vills from Stone, please. X in the middle on that wall from ACCM, maybe thinking of pushing there because it's only 1 layer. Maybe saying, open that up for me. But now the fortified walls are breached, the hand cannoneers are in, the TCs are going down for Siscon. Where is the Imp TC? The Imp TC is at the back. That one might not even be safe. All the TCs are being destroyed. Okay, you finished that off, and now you're just hunting TCs because you're hoping to get an Imp TC. You can get relics out of the monastery too. He needs to find the TCs. There's another TC. Bombard Cannon gonna go for it. He needs to hunt Imp TCs. This one has another minute left until Imp. He might not reach Imp. He might not reach Imp. This TC will go down. Which TC does he target next? Oh, it's so close. 80%. But that's still 36 seconds away. And Cannoneer's gonna kill the villagers. And he can go back and protect from the knights. Bombard Cannon will go for the next TC. Siscon might have just enough TCs to make it to Imp. Just enough. Forward castle for ACCM. He'll break through the wall, no problem. And he's just gonna help push Siscon. Siscon repairing the TC, but he does get up to Imp. As his vills all go idle. And Cannoneers here can protect against Castle Age Knights. If you get enough Knights, you can fight this. With enough Knights, you can fight this. But fighting this just means ACCM's gonna get through. And it's Cavalier from Dragonstar. Yeah, I talked about the Kelp Paladins. Against, when you're looking at this, Turks don't have pikemen, Mongols don't have halbs. The Hindustanis don't have halbs either. There's actually not a single halb civ on Wonders. So the Celts gonna go Paladins, hoping that the Hindustanis are not close enough to getting Imp Camels out. And on the other side, well, this is still walled. Stone Please is still Castle Age. He's not going to be up anytime soon. Lucho far ahead of him. And now, there's the GG. And Wonders will tie the set 2-2. But honestly, a very good showing for Darkside to have gotten that far to get 2 wins against Wonders. Sebastian, of course, had some internet issues early on and wasn't able to play, but they just swapped Sebastian for ACCM. So that's 35k res collected for ACCM, whose team absolutely beasted in the Black Forest game. That's why I love Black Forest. It gives the most interesting games every single time. Every single time. Alright, but now speaking of Black Forest, it's time to swap over. Let me get an ad and we'll swap immediately over to Rage Forest. This is the Rage Forest 6. Quarterfinals. Rage Forest 6. Let's see, I swapped logos. Just swap my hotkey for changing to Capture Rage so we get to the 4v4 scene. And this will be Team Barles versus Team FreakinAndy. Update that, and then on my other scene, I'll swap the drafts. Oh, I need a Rage Forest Play All 5 draft. That fits. There we go. And I think they might be in the game, so we're gonna speed cast through the game just to get caught up. So, thank you all for watching. This logo needs to change too. I think that's all the logos changed. Yes, it's all the logos changed. So, welcome in, everyone. We will have Team FreakinAndy against Team Barles. Boom. All right, we'll just go at ×1 speed as we see what happens in the Vil fights and see if we have a moment to catch up. So, 1 pawn per team on Rage Forest. Oh, one more bit of the scoreboard I need to update. This is best of 5. Quarterfinals, best of 5. Let me just double check YouTube's all right. All right, so here we are. We will have a champion on the side. Not ACCM. ACCM was in the previous game. Barles versus Andy. And actually, FreakinAndy doesn't fit on the scoreboard. I'll just say Team Andy. With Nerfkex versus FreakinAndy. FreakinAndy, the captain on the side. On the other side, Barles will be the opposite flank. He'll be against Chaos to win on the flank. So it's Andy, Vodka, Chaos, and Metu against Matt, Barles, Imperial, and Nerfkex. Barles' team is the higher seed. And honestly, Matt has been such an incredible pocket for this team. I've never seen Matt play a game mode other than Rage Forest. But he might even be the best pocket for booming into Halb Siege. Well, it's not even Onagers this time. It'll be Bohemians, so it'll be the Hufnitsa. So Bohemians, Catans, Franks, and Tupi against Shu, Saracens, Byzantines, and Goths. Goth pocket there from Metu. Feels like not the matchup you want against a Gunpowder pocket in Bohemians. Even against Franks, they could go Axeman against the Goths. Saracens, though, Vodka, definitely the pocket you do want against the Franks. We're going Mamluks against the Paladins. So in the middle, we'll have some walls here for FreakinAndy. Overlay for 4v4. Oh yeah, this chat needs to go up more. Get that centered if we can. One more. There. Thank you, thank you. I had moved that for 1v1s the other day and forgot to set it back. So scouts go down. And I'll have a boar taken in under the TC here. For Matt, he's getting his boom going, and Matt will be the one docking the pond. So the pond kind of behind each flank, and the wall-off war here will be won by Barles in the south. Does have loom, and he will give Matt a great fish boom. In the middle here, this passage important for protecting the pond for Andy, so that Vodka can get a fish boom. And the Vills will be duking it out, still trying to finish the walls. I think Andy did have the wall up, but deleted one. Or actually, Nerfkex had the wall up, and now Andy's through. Andy's through, he destroyed the wall. And Nerfkex will have to bring his Vills back. Metu here as the Goth still has his scout being useful. Attacking Barles. It is kind of weird seeing Andy not in orange. That is totally gonna mess my mind up this set. He's in blue. At least we have good old Mets colors for blue and orange there on the scoreboard. Yeah, Ray and Gred. Ray and Gred. Gray and red. Opposite sides and kind of lower rated player versus the captain's always tough in the walling situation. They're gonna attack a Vil, but she is Loom and is high on HP, so she'll survive. It's not the weak Vil who would have been endangered. And remember, the bears here are just reskinned wolves, so they don't have any extra HP or anything. And this wall, not going to go up for Andy, but he will get a wall more in the middle of the passage. Nerfkex not going to fight anymore. Andy had brought over 6 Vils to fight, and it will be a settlement here. So we're probably looking at Nerfkex pushing the middle passage, thinking of attacking the pond. Even though this is near his base, maybe a spot for Andy to push. Andy pushing here would be nice when he notes that both stones are forward, so that could take away tower rush options in the middle. Where there's another stone, but he could... Oh, this is tricky. If Andy kind of goes up fast and goes heavily for stone, and could tower both flanks and then try to push farther here, could deny stone, but that's a lot to tower. So Ibex is taken by Nerfkex. And Vil walling herself in, low HP. Vil will run away a couple of forward walls for that low HP Vil. Another house up. House 8 gate being trapped. Another house up. And, oh, trying to trap the Vil. Nicely done from Barles. That's why he's a captain. He's great at the Vil wars. That's all the traps, kills the Vil. And being able to kill a villager who would have been close to docking the pond. That's the awareness. That's the awareness of Barles. Making sure that that doesn't happen. And also, immediately after, gets a triple boar lore. Yeah, it's a triple boar lore. Bringing all 3 in towards the TC. How are captains determined, highest rated, or volunteers? The Rage Forest community determines the captains based on their own knowledge of who plays a lot of Rage Forest, who would make good captains. There are a couple players like Leary who just didn't want to be captains, so didn't end up signing up. For the most part, it's everyone who signs up, and they have a good discussion and figure out who the captains are, and then they have a good discussion and then figure out who makes the list of players who are eligible to be drafted. There's a lot of kind of internal ranking of players that goes on to try to make sure things run smoothly. As Nerve Keks up to the Feudal Age. And then more walls up for Barles. So Barles going to stone wall along with his tower, so he should be safe. And then we are wondering, where is Nerve Keks going to pressure? If he is, and he is not. Well, he's the 2P. He's going to want to castle drop. So he's not going to go for towers. The 2P do have a tower bonus. Towers and castles provide population space. So that is an interesting one to say the least. So there is a watchtower here for Chaos. As a Vil repairs a tower here. Ooh, Vil goes down. Barles not quite able to garrison in time. And he might just try to finish the stone walls here, do another tower behind it. And stone walls in the middle now from Nerve Kicks, as Metu and Andy with low HP scouts, 2 and 1 HP respectively. We'll keep that up. Walls here from Nerve Kicks. But Nerve Kicks is likely going to castle drop right here on the flank. Vodka's up, though, and he's up fast enough that a Mangonel on the flank immediately might stop the castle from being forward and give Andy more room to wall. The plus pop space is interesting for Regicide Rumble. Oh, yeah, that's true. It costs 1 population, but you get 10 pop space. I guess you shouldn't be able to go over 200 because of that. I didn't actually think about how that worked. So more stone walls for Barles as the tower rush continues for Chaos, trying to push into Barles. 2 HP scout will be attacking the palisade wall, attacking the outpost. And I'll have Castle Age on the way for Nerve Kicks, and then Castle Age just finishing for FreakinAndy. That watchtower very weak, and Chaos should delete that foundation, I think. How much bonus do Mangonels have? Plus 35 against buildings. 1 Mangonel shot clears that tower, so he really should delete it if he remembers it. Hasn't built it too much, so we'd get a good bit of stone back. But here is, as anticipated, the forward castle from Nerve Keks, who will now delete his walls and start going Blackwood Archers. And he has the wall behind it. No Mangonel yet from Vodka. And Petards can break through this wall easily while it's still in the Feudal Age. Also, Bodkin Arrow from the castle, which it will probably come in, because Blackwood Archers benefit from it. Might get enough range to hit these walls, and you might need to wall another tile back. As we'll have double Mangonel push now from Metu. So Metu doing what Vodka isn't so far. Workshop to aid the flank. And considering that the fish are here, I would think Vodka probably wants to do that soon. He's got a black bear in the back. So Siege Workshop and Town Center up there. And here come the Blackwood Archers. Andy is up to the Castle Age at least, so the walls take 1 more petard to break. There's Bodkin. And hard to rewall now that the Blackwood Archers will be out. War Chariots for Andy. Is Siege affected by potential late game poison? I would think no. Yep, the castle now can hit the wall, so that will go down momentarily, as 1 petard is through. And how do War Chariots do against Blackwood Archers? They might absolutely massacre the Blackwood Archers. Yeah, I think they do. I think they do. I think Andy's the perfect civ to defend from the 2P. Oh my gosh, that unit is amazing. Yeah, he can do a couple of War Chariots and boom, and defend from this. Are they repaired or healed? I think they're repaired. I'll try to get another wall up, but still the problem that the castle hits that wall. So I'll try to keep the Vil alive. Yeah, not much HP on the wall. The castle can break through that with that issue. War Chariot has to be pulled back and fixed up. Repaired. There's the Mangonel. So Mangonel along with the War Chariot. Oh, they're healed. They're not repaired. They're healed. Okay. Oh, nice Mangonel shot. Nerve Kicks. Not paying attention. The Mangonel hits the Blackwood Archers. Hits them again. Yeah, they look meaty, not woody. I mean, they're made from the workshop. Well, I guess elephants are healed too from the workshop. Do you need redemption for them? And then do you convert them from range? I guess you would need redemption to convert them from range, even though they're healed. I mean, organ guns look meaty too with the guy pushing them, but they're repaired. Same with bombard cannon. Tell from the res cost? I mean, Blackwood archers are wood and gold, and they're healed. Anyway, guard tower defense here from Barles is the Catans. Again, extra important that he keeps the fish boom safe. That's 23 fish traps right now versus 28. So both pockets fish booming away. Saracens against Bohemians. And in this matchup, the Franks are a civ that do have the farming bonus. So with only one pond, you prefer the other pocket to be booming. And also you probably prefer the Bohemians having the boom matched up against Saracens than the Franks. So it's in all likelihood Paladin play from the Franks. Although, I do wonder. Maybe this is a silly idea. But you're against Saracens and Goths. The Goths will spam Halbs, the Saracens will go Mamluks and Camels. What if you just went Bombard Cannon throwing Axemen, and then had a way to counter the Goths, like hard counter the Goths? The Bohemian player can just focus on Halb Siege then. I don't know what I clicked. I was watching a Mangonel fight and I completely lost it. There we are. Accidentally clicking the minimap. A Mangonel down. And the problem with the War Chariots is they are hard countered themselves by Mangonels. And the guard tower is being useful in the tower fight too. As the Byzantines castle add in some monks, he does have redemption. One thing he does not have is siege engineers, so can't push the guard towers all that well. Once he gets imp for the cannon, they'll lack the range and the bonus attack without siege engineers. But there is imp from Chaos, imp also for Vodka, imp for both pockets on Barles' team. Mangonel there to stop the building of the tower. And, ooh, Nerve Kex can't quite out-micro Andy on the Mangonel. Ooh, the Blackwood archers go down. Oh, good Mangonel shots from Andy. Good Mangonel shots from Andy. Gets the Vil. Only one pair of archers left. The War Chariot will deal with them. Or the TC or the Mangonel, something will. And there is the castle from Andy to help plug up the hole and stop the bleeding, as the Blackwood archers won't be able to get in if a castle goes up, and with 3 Mangonels he's probably safe. He'll want to clear that Mangonel before placing the castle foundation, if he still wants it there. Does get it, even deleting the hole for a bit more room, and everyone on Andy's team other than Andy will be up. Just the pockets still so far from Barles. Barles not up himself, investing into the guard tower defense and the push a bit. Now, where are the stables for our Franks player? The stables are here, and they're going to push up the middle towards the pond, recognizing that Andy will continue stonewalling the pond. And maybe we'll have an onager cut here. But downside of the Bohemians is they're not going for siege onager, they're going for Hufnitsa. So doing onager takes away from their plan, and the Franks just might need a workshop in onagers themselves. Nerve Kex isn't going to be anywhere near cutting yet. They'll have a castle in front of the pond for Vodka, trying to keep his fish safe. Okay, it will be Mangonel, so maybe even onager from Matt. I'm surprised not to have seen the cannon already. He does have chemistry. But the Mangonel might be in a spot to hit the castle, if not for the monk converting it. Who had to delete. Needed to go for the monk first. Yeah, but then maybe the castle goes up. Alright, so castle in front of the pond. We'll have Mangonel swapping shots. Goes down. That Mangonel 6 HP left. Mangonel takes down the other one. Trebs will deploy on the castle. The Ram gonna take some castle shots. 36 HP left. 30, 24, 18... 12, 6, Blackwood archers forward. Andy wants the castle so that his pocket can use the trebs, but Andy still had a hole in the wall. That castle won't go up. He's being pushed back by the archers. And here come the Cavaliers. Frank's probably ready to go Paladins before Vodka has too many Mamluks, but he might not have much of a window. He'll get an initial push with the Cavaliers, and then Mamluks will push this back. And, I mean, archer option's not great for the Franks. I genuinely still think, yeah, Paladins are strong. Maybe the throwing axeman opening could have been better. No chivalry yet. Only one castle at home. Yeah, yellow could still go towards gray, and I think Chaos is the lowest scorer in the game, the fewest vills in the game, the most vulnerable. But instead, the Paladins are going to run headfirst into Mamluks, into Vodka, who at 163 vills is the most boomed. He's going to do coinage and armor. But the Paladins are going to melt on this side, absolutely melt. Blackwood Archers go down. And we will have Huskarls now. Huskarls, they're not going to like fighting the hand cannoneers. We'll have guard towers from Matt as the bombard cannon besiege the castle. Yeah, and here come the Paladins. This is what I think I was expecting. Paladins coming this side. Combo against the Goths, who were trying to fight Halbs. Now, maybe okay to open Halb here, debate the Goths into Huskarls, and then go Frank Paladins. Frank Paladins will wreck the Huskarls and force the Goths into Halbs, which will still, with their numbers, probably win against the Bohemian Halbs, but would succumb to the hand cannoneers. So lots of walls there for Chaos, even walling out the trade. The cannon go for the castle. And the Mamluks now have to play both sides against the Paladins. So Barles still forward, he's dropping a castle. And I do worry this becomes a 4v3, as I don't think that Chaos has managed to run any vills. And I think he might need to soon. And he's still doing markets here. The castle did not go up for Barles. Maybe I spoke too soon. Maybe there are enough Mamluks here from Vodka. Saracens and the right Civ matchups are an insane pocket. And versus Franks might just be that Civ matchup. Oh, and he lost the stone for the castle too. He's up to Imp. But his castle was actually destroyed. Did Matt Hoofnitsa his own castle? I think that had to have been Matt destroying the castle foundation then. Well, I'll have to go back and clip that. That was... around 35 minutes, Matt destroying his own teammate's castle. I have done that to myself before. That's a disaster. As his team takes the score lead. And now enough Hoofnitsa out that maybe they can deal with the Mamluks if they get good shots. If Vodka patrol stacks and doesn't have micro on them. And now Chaos, he has, that is, let's see, he's got 3 TCs. Some of those are panic TCs. For garrisoning more vills. Huskarl's not quite able to get to the Hoofnitsa. And this TC for Chaos could go down. The Paladins doing what they can to stop or to fight against the Mamluks. Here come the here come the what are they? The Halberdiers. There you go. That's the word I'm looking for. The Halberdiers. The TC is down and Chaos is running. Chaos is trying to run. He needs Halbs and Mamluks to cover his retreat. And Barles, I think, if Matt gets the Hoofnitsa in position, he might want to focus the vills. Looks like the Paladins are focusing the vills. There are a lot of Halbs there. Will a vill manage to run? Will the vills manage to run? The Mamluks are there to cover them. And I think Chaos will get away. He will not be defeated. He will get away. He's down to 40 population. Of that population, there are 14 vills who, still with Paladins chasing them, are trying to make it to Metu's base, probably to Vodka's base. Yeah, it needs to reboom far in the back. Meanwhile, though, Andy is pushing. Andy has traction trebs. Vodka has normal trebs. They are pushing. Nerfkex in a spot of trouble here. He's doing another castle. He's doing some ranges behind this. He needs a way to fight Mamluks and Arbalests. If he had tons of Blackwood archers, that'd be one thing, but he doesn't. Maybe he has to go Skirm now. Skirms now get something of a bonus against Mamluks again after it had been removed. Bombarded Iraqs and destroyed the foundation. I know the feeling. I know the feeling. So this castle trying to buy time. I think he's going to run. They're going to start walling up towards the pocket. That's what they need. No onagers yet, even though traction trebs can cut. So he needs to run. And Imperial, as the Franks, needs to wall. I'm pretty sure Franks get fortified wall. Yeah, so he'll have the better walls if he could fortified wall the passages a bit. Still pushing here. We'll have a castle from Barles in the middle of this space. He wants to claim it for his own. Won't have a teammate destroy this foundation. And the teams are now rotating around the map. Say wall one more time. I think Imperio needs to say it about 10 more times. Because he needs this passage fully fat slobbed. Yeah, it's traction trebs, but still, it's a siege unit that destroys buildings. Bombard cannon taking out the Halbs. The Mamluks are pushed back too. And maybe the Bohemians themselves are enough to deal with the Mamluks. The Goths can add cannon, but the Saracens... How did the Saracens deal with the Hufnitsa? Mamluks seem to be melting. And yes, Saracens are great against the Franks. How are they over here? Well, that castle will go down soon. And there we go. A bit late for the walling, but Imperial will get at least another layer essentially up. Where the Arbs destroy everything here. So now we're rotating around the map, seeing who can rotate faster. I have no idea what Matt's 1v1 elo is. Like I said, I've never seen him play 1v1s. 1753. Probably higher than that, because I don't think he actually plays 1v1s to level up the elo. But he is a specialized Black Forest pocket. And one of the best there is. Maybe Matt needs to be captain next season, the way he's been booming this tournament. The Bombard Cannon are getting the Halbs. And Cannoneers move forward as the Huskarls push into the Cav Archers. We'll have a charge of Paladins now to deal with the Huskarls. And if Barles can start getting army, if he can start getting heavy Cav Archers, that's going to turn this into a 4v3. Because Chaos to win is going to be a long time before he booms. At the very least, he is an imp. And Byzantines could easily add skirmishers. They don't need much of a Nico for that. They could even do it off of a sling. If maybe Vodka is able to sling him a bit. Not really floating too much resource, though. Maybe Metu could also sling food, since he's going to have a good food eco as the Goths. Lots of farms that he's focused on. But I think they're going to need to get Byzantine skirms pretty quickly. Now it's going to be Nervkex also. He needs to reboom. He's on 60 Vils. Barles is on 163, and Barles' team also needs to sling Nervkex a bit. He's slinging to get the TCs up, and then you figure out a unit for him to make. And now it's double Skirm. Skirm from Imperio. Skirm from Barles. Frank Skirms? No Bracer. No Ring Archer armor. These are, I think, no Thumb Ring. These might be the worst non-Turk Skirms in the game. The Liao Dao? That actually would be sick against the Goths. And now champions, Bohemian champions. What do they have? They have full upgrades other than Gambesons, but no ranged units. So might as well be fully upgraded. That makes them strictly better than the Goth champions. Burmese skirms are worse than the Turk skirms? Oh, that's true. Burmese skirms will miss the Castle Age armor too. So Hufnitsa tearing down that TC. That's a lot of paladins, Where are the Mamluks, though? Where are the Mamluks from Vodka? Vodka now putting so much effort defending at home, he doesn't have army to defend the siege push. And that's gonna mean paladins can run through. Yeah, there are some arbs, but nothing to stop the paladins anymore. Mamluks were a bit too far forward. At the very least, though, there are so many traction trebs that not all of them went down. And now skirms can be added from Nerfkex. At this push, so incredibly strong now. As the cannon will take out the barracks. Barracks going down. TC goes down. As the other barracks also falls. Cannon will keep taking down the barracks. But I think the Huskarls destroyed a lot of Hoofnitsa there. Let's see, where they here just move over. They'll hit the castle. And now there are towers forward from Matt trying to do keeps, Bohemian keeps. And right now, with the skirmisher spam, the skirms have been enough. Paladin skirm able to keep Andy out from hitting the pocket. And now there are, what's that in the trade? Paladins in the trade. Paladins ended up being enough against the Mamluks. And the Paladins will be in the trade. We'll have stuff blinking everywhere in the bases for Andy's team. 75 Vils now for Metu. See, Chaos is reboomed beyond where Metu is, but he still has a ways to go for his reboom before he could even add maybe skirmishers, but the champions are there in case skirms were to come out. Yeah, Metu is in coma, it's over. Ram going for the tower as Vils take out the Ram. And a capped Ram forward for Chaos. In the back, we'll have Mamluks taking down Paladins. As the trade carts keep going back and forth. Capped Ram taking down the guard tower. More Vils here from Barles going for the tower. Or protecting the tower, rather. Wait, they weren't fighting the tower, they were fighting the Vil. The Grey Vil blended in with the tower foundation base. Andy's now getting pushed back in the north. I think his team's just desperately hoping that Chaos can boom back and do something, anything to help them. Heavy Cav Archers now continue from Barles. That's a lot of Huskarls, but also a lot of champions and hand cannoneers to deal with them. The castles from Vodka are threatened now. That'll affect the Mamluk production. And if the Hoofnitsa can hit them, we have, what, 11 Hoofnitsa? 11 Hoofnitsa. And going for the next castle. Has masonry and a bit of repair, but won't hold for long. Yeah, one final stand. They're looking for one more big charge of the Huskarls and the Mamluks. Mamluks going down to the Hoofnitsa. The longer they dance, the more they take Hoofnitsa shots. Maybe the more the Huskarls take Hoofnitsa shots. We'll have a one Vil castle from Barles. As Huskarls will go down to the hand cannoneers. And also to the Paladins. Shouldn't be able to kill too much. But at the same time, there's a nice push here from the Mamluks. And Matt is just saying, I'm out of here. I'm bringing my cannon back. And more Vils there for Barles to get the castle up. Important to get the castle up now to protect the army. But with only 4 Vils, I don't think that happens if the Mamluks focus them. Not the most range, but the Vils could go down. He's sending more Vils. Alright, he has more of a village, so the castle should be raised 96% with all those Vils that will finish. And the Mamluks have to fall back. In the north, there are Paladins at the bases of castles here. Andy's still trying to hold on inside of Nerfkex's base. But the Frank Paladins from Imperial are running amok. There is a market here from Andy. Looks like they have some trade here. And this is how those Paladins were in the trade earlier. They came from this side. Lots and lots of skirms from Nerfkek as this castle is pushed. Down here, it's Cav Archers versus Mamluks. If Mamluks close the distance, they slaughter the Cav Archers, but Cav Archers with more range. They can also kill the Mamluks fairly well. Hoofnitsa taking down the Mamluks. Oh, causing a lot of damage to the Mamluks as they start to fall. His castle looks like it'll probably be in danger of going down soon. As now the trade is there. There's the GG from Team Andy, and Team Barles will take game number 1. Well done from Barles. They were both rotating around the map. Matt with 794 kills. Matt is a freaking beast. Vodka, the most res collected. Saracens good against the Franks, but apparently not against the Bohemians. Chaos Skirms were not going to save the day there, unfortunately. That's a win for Team Barles. And man, even like I love Rage Force so much and how chaotic it gets. All right, get ads out of the way between the games. Look for the next lobby. And then they're in the lobby. Good, so I have a moment to check off civs. Alright, so that was very first pick Bohemians. What else was there? Turks were the other game. Got so many civs, I've forgotten them already. So that was Kitans. Where are they in the draft? Kitans, Franks, and Tupi against Shu, Saracens, Goths, and Byzantines. Nope, you can't pick which flank you're going to be against, no. You can pick pocket or flank, you can pick which pocket is with which flank, but you can't go and pick which flank you're against on the enemy team. Alright, so starting the next game in just a moment. And here we are. Edgar David's coming on for Team Barles. So once again, Andy and Barles opposite flanks. We'll have Andy versus Nervkex and Barles versus Chaos again. This time it'll be, 2 pawns spawned together. So Matt will have a huge lake. Both Edgar Davids and Matt will have to come take that pond together. There are, 7 fish there? So they'll have a mega pond, but no problem. I don't think that's restart worthy. We'll have 2 ponds separately for Vodka, so Vodka takes one, Metu takes the other. I suppose there's a world where Vodka takes the back one and Andy takes this one so the Chimera can farm. But I think even in this situation, you still want the pockets to fish boom. Big lake GG? Is that how it's determined? The bigger the lake, the easier the game for your team? So both flanks losing a lot of HP on their scouts, and it comes down to the pockets. We're at the same HP, and so Metu will back up. And Barles should be able to get a forward wall. There is Loom also for him, and for Chaos. Oh, Chaos is there. Chaos had a few vills that were forward laming deer. And this fight is not over yet. Thought Barles was going to get that up easily, but no, only 2 vills. Almost through, loses the palisade. Close to the edge, turning the wall around for another tile. And he does finish the wall. Actually, there's 1 tile left. He tried to replace it. Oh, actually gets there in time. So Chaos, Chaos, that backfired. Had he just sent the Vill in, he would have gotten in. He tried to do a house foundation, but Barles' Vill was on top of the house foundation. So that blocked the Vill from building it and let Barles get to the palisade. Doesn't matter though, is Barles still... traps a Vill! Nicely done! Chaos tried to delete that palisade to run. Barles gets another palisade up and traps Chaos's Vill. And Chaos will lose that Vill. Barles needs more HP, but I think he has it. We'll check the Vill KD. Barles is the only one to kill a Vill so far. This is a wide open passage for Andy and Nerfkex. They're not even bothering to fight over it. That might just be some full feudal play over here. More walls going up for Barles. And walls up fully. So we will have another dock up for Vodka. And some deer pushed in by Edgar Davids over to the TC for Nerfkex. So pocket help in the flank. Nicely done. And also walls in a spot that makes sense here. Making sure the pocket doesn't get hit. And we might have to see something similar from FreakinAndy here. Just in case the other team breaks through, you make sure they can't go to the pockets. Lots of room though for the pockets though if someone else wants to wall that. And we might have 10 HP and no loom, but a triple Borelord could be attempted here from Metu with his scout. We'll see, he's sending a full HP Vil though, he's not going to risk the weak one after dealing with the wolf. So deer getting pushed by Matt. Vil here will take the boar. On the way for Nerfkex. And then boar shot by Andy to bring to the TC. Deer pushed in by the scout and taken there. So we'll have some more walls up. Metu just gets that wall. So that's what I was saying. Same thing here. Make sure that if the other flank gets in, they're not going to get to the rest of the team, and especially not to the fish booms. So this even still might be worth walling this area here. And now Edgar gonna come back and push the deer in to his own TC. So boar being lured in by Edgar. As the Vils take the other deer, so he's getting everything running smoothly. And as I said at the start, yeah, the Chimera might just want to farm, so it will be Andy with the Portuguese getting the fish boom, and Vodka, then the Bulgarian pocket taking the northern pond. So not the pocket fish booming. Barles will scout that. He'll see Andy on the dock, so they'll know it's Andy Vodka, not Vodka Metu, who are doing the fish booming. And there's Nerfkex up to the feudal age. There's a farm from Metu. He's the Chimera, he doesn't need the farm near his mill. Oh my gosh, he's building the farm though on the road terrain. He's messing up the roads. As a couple of militia from Nerfkex come forward, he's gonna steal a lot of herdables from Andy. And get a Vil too. So stealing the herdables, Andy might have not had enough Vils under the TC to stop them from running around. So Man-at-Arms push here. Vil kills the Man-at-Arms. The rest are very weak, so they probably took some TC fire. Wait, could this Vil go beast mode and kill 3 Men-at-Arms? Wait. Oh, she's almost there. Not enough HP. These two are very weak. The scouts should be able to finish them off now. See, that scout dies. No, it doesn't die. It gets the 2 Men-at-Arms. So beast mode Andy fighting the Men-at-Arms with Vils and low HP scouts, but finishes the job, gets feudal, and gets his own range up. Nerfkex will go forward, probably looking for a tower on the wood line. On the other side, it's a tower fight over the wall. No stone walls, just palisades from both players. Barles gets the tower up just a bit faster, and we'll have a range from Chaos, range from Barles, looking to put archers in the towers. Xing there is Matt, seeing, hey, there's a mining camp, so instead of going for the lumber camp with the tower, this tower will go up on the stone, so between the stone and the gold. Dandelions and weed from the farm on the road. Let's check. Alright. Alright, so double bit axe, time watch, and fletching all on the way for chaos. Fletching for the tower fight. Andy res. Let's go check out the res. Yep, everything forward, right? 2 golds and a stone forward. He does have a back gold and a back stone he can go to, so it's not horrible. But they are all very forward. I have a castle attacking the watchtower as an archer hits a vill and forces the vill back, and a man-at-arms goes for the house. We got the sheep. Nope, we still have the sheep over in the corners, well hidden by nerve keks. And maybe they're going to send Metu's low HP scout to try to find them? I think he will go try to find them. Oh, Andy, one of his boars was in the forest. That's interesting. Oh, wait, and he didn't find the sheep. He just missed the sheep. Just missed them. Just could have still lured 2 of them. So those boars can, or those sheep can come in. And walls from Barles, full stone walls, as the archer push from Chaos comes forward. Chaos still trying to be chaotic, disrupt Barles the captain on the flank. But he doesn't get a clean game. Andy Vodka, though, top scores in the game. Vodka now fish booming. And because of the fish boom on the flank, Andy should be able to dominate against nerve keks. But Edgar Davids will be the Huns. And the Huns, they do one thing. They boom, and then they go paladins. Maybe Tarkans, maybe Cav archers. Maybe Halbs. But for the most part, paladins. And they're going to have a smooth boom, adding in the fish traps when they don't need the houses. So your eco, you're not building houses. You're basically focused on building fish traps while microing your lumber camps and adding TCs. So you're probably getting it to 3 TCs with as many docks and fish traps as you can afford. And get the fish out as quickly as you can, and we'll try to boom without doing any farms. Mangonel now will push through these palisades, also hit the house. And some vills will get the tower up. And a few houses in front, too. Mangonels hit this stone wall. There's an archer forward, and that wall will go down. On the other side, a couple of Mangonels here from Metu still push through. And they'll take down that house. This palisade also in danger. And Barles now somewhat open, has the wall behind. He's falling back. Still Feudal Age 2. Remember, Turks don't get skirm, so that can be awkward defending against crossbows if Chaos keeps pushing with that archery range. So we'll be full Mangonels from the pocket. Metu going for a good Mangonel push while also booming behind this is the Chimera with 3 TCs. Forward Workshop, and now Matt will have to defend. But Matt has a fish boom. And does look like on the other side, Vodka going Knights. So Knights along with Andy as Andy comes forward. Nerve Kex could be in trouble here. He's using the TC as part of the wall and still is in Feudal Age. And I don't think there's anything stopping the Knights from getting right to the back of his eco. I don't think he ran any vills either. So Nerve Kex is in a potentially defeated situation here. Nice hit on the archer from Vodka. And Vodka now can start going for the TC as he pumps more Mangonels. Only 2 TCs from him, but he does have a fish boom. Still no farms. And everything's invested into this Mangonel push now. On the flank. The pocket Edgar Davids, as I said, still just Huns booming. But Huns can't cut. Turks can't cut. So it's only Matt as the Slavs who would then have to cut and have to play both sides with onagers early on. Which it's tricky if you have to play both sides instead of focusing on one side with micro. As someone who can do it, maybe it's Matt. His micro is always insane with the onagers. Well, aside from maybe the Hoofnitsa last game when he destroyed his Barles' castle foundation, but aside from that, he's usually great at micro. So, a couple TCs, or a couple mangonels attacking the TC, TC taking some damage, range taking some damage too, forcing Nerve Kicks to wall. We'll have an outpost from Andy. Andy also close to castle dropping. Has the stone, and he's stonewalling the pockets off. And they just have to hope that they don't over-invest into killing Nerve Kicks, and then lose the game otherwise. So if I were to do a castle, honestly, the castle might be well placed. Chop that straggler. Try to get some of those wall foundations out of the way. Do it here. You have the mangonels there, but you'd break through a wall. This is just kind of doubling up on someone who's already dead. But 3 mangonels on the TC. He's up to the castle age 70%. He's doing walls, so Vils need to find maybe a more tricky location from which to repair. A few archers in the TC to keep the mangonels away. Castle age is 81%. The scout rushes forward. The knights can go in for the repair Vils. If the repair Vils die, they have to do a gate instead of repairing the TC. The mangonels will hit the repair Vils. The TC 96%. The Vils just at the border where they can't garrison, and he reaches the castle age just in time. But the archers will open the gate, and the knights will flood on in. A tower in the back. A university quick wall. And some stone walls to try to survive, to hang on. He just gets up. At least he's up. If he needs panic TCs, well, he could do them. But I think he needs more than a panic TC. He needs help. But right now, they're relying on Edgar Davids. He's booming. He's doing wheelbarrow. He doesn't have a farm. He's got 29 fish traps. He's not in a position to start spamming knights to help. Vodka committing to this boom as the Bulgarians will be a Halb siege civ. So as long as he gets Halb in time, should be able to deal with the Huns. Whichever side the Huns opt to go for. Now, Nerve Kick's doing guard tower, retreating as best he can with the guard towers to keep the Vils safe. Some organ guns from Andy. Andy has to be careful he doesn't overinvest into killing someone who's already dead. With the guard towers everywhere. And now double stone walls in the pocket. And honestly, with this stone walled out, seems pretty simple. You go up, try to get some cannon for the Portuguese in case the Slavs comes this side with Siege Onager. And then you're getting Halb against the Huns. Castle forward for Metu. This is feeling like a very good game from Andy's team so far, other than the fact that these are both pockets with fish booms. And can Andy's fish boom help make up for the fact that Vodka was pushing and maybe not booming as much as Edgar Davids? Edgar Davids is up to imp, so is Matt. And we've seen Matt beasting. Absolutely beasting as the pocket. And he is the Slav, so he is the civ that can go Onager Halb to deal with potential Elephant Scorpion from the Khmer. So this is, I think, is actually a tricky pocket matchup for Metu as the Khmer. And they're maybe going to be relying more on the other side to break through, and try to break through quickly. As Vodka's still the player with the biggest boom on his team, with 34 fishing ships. 40 fishing ships for Edgar Davids, and you can just see the slight difference there. So Andy deleting some walls as more stone walls go up from Matt. Gonna make sure this is protected. He's even gonna do a castle here. Castle also from Edgar Davids. They know they need to protect from this push. There's Imperial Age from Vodka. Vodka is up. Ballista Cut from Metu. Oh, you're right. Ballista Cut with what follow-up? It is literally a Ballista Elephant and a Mangonel. The Ballista Elephant will be attacked by the Wolf. That'll be walled. If only there were Paladins to rush through here, but that's not the case. Mangonel's for Matt. One Monk forward for Chaos. He could try to convert a Knight. Oh, Vils, don't go down. What type of Mangonel shot will there be? Monk wants a conversion. Low HP Knight taken by the Mangonels. The other Knight deleted. Vils left to fight the Mangonels. There's an Eagle coming forward. The weak Mangonel will try to get a hit, and does clear one of the other Mangonels. And another weak Mangonel could just try to trade. And, ooh, doesn't actually trade, though. This Mangonel should. Low HP, though. And this very quickly walled off. One Ballista Elephant would need to cut through. But the Vils are through. The Vils are through for Chaos. And now Andy has to react and wall a bit more. Again, one Ballista cut through there. And they're fine. I mean, they could just Ballista cut through here. And get to the pond. That would actually be sick. So triple layer fortified wall there for Matt. And Matt has a huge boom. Absolutely huge. And now we have 1, 2, 3 TCs from Nerfkex. Imagine if that TC went down and he didn't get to the Castle Age. He wouldn't have this. But it still does feel kind of more 3v4 at the moment. And also, Andy up to Imp as the Portuguese. He simply can add 2 or 3 Vitorias once he's up. And even though he only has 73 Vils, that suddenly gives him an extra 20 to 30 Vils worth of eco. Very quickly. So Vils being pulled from Barles. Barles realizing he doesn't want this getting into his eco anymore. But they're weak, and here come 2 more Ballista Ellies. They're going to cut the trees and then hit the Vils. And Barles will have to fall back. Part of me feels that Chaos needs more than just a workshop, maybe a couple of barracks for Eagles. Why not commit to defeating Red? Because then the pockets kill you. As we're seeing right here. Here come the Paladins. And the timing of the pocket getting halbs is crucial here for stopping the Huns. The timing of the pocket getting halbs is crucial, as they have cut through, gotten through the walls. Now the pockets are here to help. And then Andy was himself somewhat walled behind this, but not fully stone-walled, as more walls have to go up, and he does keep the Paladins out. He does keep the Paladins out. It is messy, there were some houses involved, but he gets conversions on the Paladins now, kills some more. And at the very least, the team has a halb player. Bulgarians could even go two-handed swordsmen. What wins between Bulgarian two-handed swordsmen and Slav Druzina champions? I would guess the Druzina champions. But this now maybe becomes a battle of siege onagers. As Andy, if he can get Bombard Cannon, could change the tide in the siege onager fight. He can go Halb, Hand Cannoneer, Bombard Cannon himself. But it's tricky to get there, still 88 Vils. Castle forward for Vodka, and I still think this might be a time. Maybe Andy just needs a couple of Vitorias. Give yourself a little bit of a boost. Hope that you're going to be super far ahead in Nerfkex. Stall out and then take a bigger fight once you're ready. Yeah, Andy needs to bring the guns to the sword fight. Well, the Barles is bringing Janissaries to a monk fight. Well, if the pen is mightier than the sword, the Woodaloo is mightier than the archaic gun. As, yeah, here's exactly what I was thinking. Ballista Elephant cut to get to the fish boom. Get to the fish boom, and you don't even need to... I guess you do need to cut all the way, but you don't even need to get that close. Just need to start hitting the docks from Matt, disrupt his food eco. He is starting to farm slightly. And I guess the good thing for the Slavs, they can add in a bunch of farms with upgrades if they start losing the fish. Now, this push continuing. Lots of halbs, lots of paladins. So far, so good for the paladins. Onager for Vodka. We'll have Siege Ram now from Metu. As Matt is fully on this side, that's going to leave Barles to deal with Metu's push. As Chaos on 86 Vils, he's up to Imp himself. Nice Onager shot on the halbs there. Nice couple of Onager shots from Vodka. Yeah, they're pushed back. Okay, nice shots. They're pushed back. But the longer they hold, the better things will be for Andy. Barles' team scores because of Matt. Now, if Andy can get his eco rolling, could also just go Arb against the halbs. It's a lot of paladins. And Andy's monks won't cut it anymore. See, Ballista Elephant cut stopped. Yeah, Matt now wisely going to wall off the fish, recognizing the potential of the Ballista Elephant cut. Now, some trade being added in. Nice trade line there. Those red dots, not a sneak, still just the stolen herdables. And the trip for Edgar David's going for the fortified wall. Cut here. Trees are felled, and everyone can go through. Large paladin halb push. And what unit does Andy go for? He's still just going monks. There needs to be a couple of good onager shots here. Edgar Davids is in. The paladins are through. And immediately this will be walled. Vodka throwing down a couple of gates, but has to be careful of overchops from Andy and also of the trade passing through. As those gates need to be locked right now so the paladins do not get into the pocket. Andy will try to contribute to the walls with his own walls. And right now, Matt's having a really good push. And Nerfkex, 92 Vils, he's going to be back into the game soon. He's up to Imp. Burmese can go Elephants, they can go Monks, they can go Arambais. Conscription in this castle, but besieged by 5 Trebs. Conscription does finish, but the castle will crumble down. And Siege Onager is on the way for Matt, as Andy is starting to collapse over here. At the same time, though, the Siege Ram push for Metu is getting in on Barles, and Barles, still in the Castle Age, might be the most dead player in the game now. Andy's still at 122 Vils in his Imp. He'll get a couple of defensive castles to slow down the push. Barles now is running. He's going to force Matt to come this side now, and if Matt has to come over here, that'll reduce the number of units he has on the left. Super important that Nerfkex now gets forward, and he'll have a Rambai to help deal with the Halbs. This castle will go down. There's still a ways before they get to the Fish Boom, and honestly, it's not much of a Fish Boom from Andy. Vodka's Fish Boom is safer in the back. And oh, we have a dock here from Chaos. Chaos got through with Rams, and he managed to dock. He's going to have now some Aztec fast fire ships forward. That's actually really nice if you could actually do a dock in the back somewhere on a pond. Then upgrade your ships there, then you're ready for the forward dock. And he's going to disrupt the Fish Boom of Matt. Matt will lose the Fish Boom. The gray player cutting. He's blocking the... Why does Vodka have trade carts on this side of the map? Where are those trade carts going? We'll have defensive Dromans for Edgar Davids. Not really the best against fast fire. There's Nerfkex up to Imp. That is a lot of Trebs. What do we have here? 7 Trebs plus 3, 10 Trebuchets. A forward castle from Nerfkex. Andy is collapsing, but he needs to die as slowly as possible. Make sure his team has trade, as Barles is very dead. Barles is very dead. He's 40 Vils dead and dropping more, trying to fight Siege Rams with Vils while they're hit by Ballista Elephants. Barles is out of the game, the captain. The first one to fall on the team. This castle from Matt under siege. Rams moving forward, and it looks like Andy's team is about to tie the game. Andy, he is still struggling, but struggling is better than dead. Arambai are through, Onager hitting the Trebs. Trebs need to be cleaned up, and that'll stop the push. And so far, a few good Siege Onager shots. Great against the Arambais, too. Great if you can land them against the Halbs. The Trebs push forward. They'll hit the TC. Treb gets hit. And now the Trebs forward for Metu. This is starting to look over as Matt's base is dying. Matt now down to 93 Vils. He had such a strong push on the western side. But Barles wasn't able to hold. The Ballista Elephants were enough to cut. And this castle now will go down to the Trebs. Castle will go down. Halbs kill the other Halbs. Almost down. Almost down, and then the TC and Market will be destroyed too. There'll be some Rams moving forward. Rams taking down the dock. Paladins now charging in from Edgar Davids. They can go to the Trebs, but the Trebs will take the TC down first. And some Halbs and Elephants there to defend. More Halbs swarming in. Lots of Rams, Siege Rams from the flank and from the pocket. Meanwhile, Andy seems to be holding now, able to get out skirmishers. Sometimes skirms are all you need. He's staying on 135 pop, 125 Vils, 135 eco pop. Still has those fishing ships. No Fetorius for him. But he's stopped the push, and now it's 5 bases to 3, maybe soon to become 6 to 2. As Matt has lost the fish, Edgar David's still just holding on to his, but he is the Huns. He's not going to be all that useful anymore. Some forward barracks for Metu as he's trying to secure more of the map. Trebs will take down the Market. Metu beasting. Hello, Loris. Lista Elephants. See, Onagers take them down. Onager hitting for the Elephants. The Trebs are hitting the fish traps. Looks like Matt may have managed to stall this out. He should be able to clear those Trebs with the Onagers. Paladins there too. And all the Trebs go down. But there is a forward castle. Does that castle go up for Chaos if the Onagers come forward? Maybe not if they're paying attention. Too many halbs, though. Droman forward, that'll start hitting the castle as he goes to dock the pond again for more fast fires. Treb's clearing up the rest of the forward that had been here for Matt and Edgar and Nerfkex, and they'll push back into Nerfkex's base. Andy going full Scar Monk, getting the bombard cannon out. He does not yet have Arquebus for the cannon. Other than that, he does have Siege Engineers. So walls deleted for Andy to let the halbs and onagers through, make the pathing better. We'll have a Droman here as Barles calls the GG and Andy's team ties at 1-1. So we will have a tied set on our hands as Andy had 22 conversions, Chaos had 28 conversions, and the dual Aztec-Portuguese flank works out. As Nerfkex died early on and the double pocket boom into one side wasn't enough, and Andy manages to take the pond on the side and boom while the Khmer player farmed. It worked out for them. Matt was the first player up to imp. He definitely had the biggest boom of everyone at the start. But by the end, he lost his base. Vodka pulled ahead in the resources. Well, that's what we want to see. A quarterfinals, that's not a sweep. Not a sweep. So update the scoreboard. Andy gets a point. Okay, keep the ads between the games, and now we have to remember the civs to check off. So what did we have there as the win? Bulgarians. What else did we have? They were Khmer. I really got to think. Portuguese, and then Aztecs. Aztecs, yes. As against Burmese, Slavs, Turks, and Huns. There, I remembered. That's the hard part, remembering the civs between the games. We got it, we got it. Yeah, and honestly, that was a nice panic guard tower from Nerfkex early on to survive, but he was nearly defeated. That'll bring us to game number 3 as they get ready for the lobby. So Spanish, Ethiopians, and Cumans, the top 3 civs still for Andy. Georgians, Dravidians, Sicilians, the top ones for Barles. And wait a minute, chat. We can get a better overlay. Wait, I can do this. If I make this like that, there we go. Now we can see the admin pics. There we go. I think there's a bit more to the admin row. Draft. There. Hold on, let me just do one of these. Move that up just a bit. There we are. There. And thank you, Captain Radbeard, for the sub.
Barbarossa, I have some unfortunate news for you. You see, it is I who should be Holy Roman Emperor. Kneel before the lion.
Thank you very much for the sub. Let me center the draft. I can make the draft a bit bigger now. Hold on, I make that bigger. There we go. Yeah, that's more even. Space it evenly on both sides. There. So, game number 3. And Noobish Noob, thank you for the follow. I'll see what civs they end up going with. Let's see if they launch. So, looks like it'll be Imperio back on for Edgar Davids for Barles' team. Still see Nervkex, Andy, and Vodka. We're waiting, I guess, for Metu to join the lobby. But Barles, a very, very experienced Rage Forest player. I say probably he and Valles probably like 1 and 2 in some order. Both of them do play as flanks. I think DE has some weird glow on the menu. I need to tab to the other tab. Barles' team, the only one that went 4-0 in the group stage. Andy, a darn good player too. Avoided the nasty final day tiebreaker with Viper, and did manage to take a set off of Valles in the group stage. Ended up finishing 4th overall in a very tight top 4 team, though. You had a chance to watch Vodka, who's usually the observer. It's a chance to observe the observer. Vodka too good, easy, not biased. As we're observing the lobby. One day I'll need to get the lobby incorporated into the stream overlay somehow, so you can all enjoy as I do, as I watch the players pick their colors and their teams. Oh, the 1v1 pool changed. I didn't get it. Oh, this quick start arena? Why is that there? That's horrible. On the ranked queue? Oh, no, don't give us quick start. Oh, last week was beautiful. We had arena, fortress, fortified clearing, and graveyards you could play. Didn't get a chance to play it, though. Well, it's different. You start with 9 vills instead of 3. That's just the 9 vill start. I think in general, though, if people are playing ranked arena, they're probably doing it because they want to chill. They probably don't want to get thrown immediately into a game. They want to just chill, boom, push their deer. Alright, so there's Metu joining the lobby. They got their colors, and we're just about ready to go. And again, thank you all for watching. Also, thanks to Mem for casting this. Glad to have the support for Rage Forest. Hopefully we get all 5 games today. The rest of the quarterfinals have been scheduled. I think they'll mostly be on Saturday. Let me actually just double check when they were set for. Of the background scenes, I need to update them because they're very old at this point. They were from the Terra Nova duos. Yeah, and then Saturday, what's that? 13:30 GMT will be the start of the next set, Valles versus Sato. We'll also have Samaro versus Timo and Tato versus ACCM that day. So how we cast them as they'll likely overlap a bit is a good question. We'll probably do one and then do Rex. But the other quarterfinals will all be on Saturday. We'll have a great marathon of Rage Forest. And still, I wish we had a quick start, but it meant the lobby started quickly. I think pitch clock like baseball is what we need for AoE 2, but for lobbies. But put a timer on how much time you have between the games. Make the players pick their civs quickly. I'm kind of surprised to see that Spanish were the first pick for Andy. Historically, they've been a great Black Forest civ because of the trade, but I think that has actually changed quite a bit in more recent times. The trade bonus isn't quite as strong. And they don't really do anything other than great paladins. They could go for conquistadors and a castle push. You're kind of forced into a certain playstyle then, so I wonder how Andy's going to use them. Onager and Halbsibs has tended to be more favored. And here we go, now we have it, the captains against each other. We'll have a forward pond for Barles, and then Metu, exactly what he wants is the Cuman's a pond to himself in the pocket. Cuman's a save that does have Siege Onager, but no Siege Engineers, so not the best. They do have Paladins that move faster, so a very good Paladin Civ with an insane eco if they get the boom going. Now we'll have on the side FreakinAndy send 2 Vils forward immediately with Loom. The game is paused, they're probably going to adjudicate. Paused by Barles, he's going to ask the admins, is this a restart? I would say no, I would say it's perfectly fair to play this. But he's going to ask. This is one of those borderline... team's gonna hope for a restart situations because Andy's team is perfect as far as their pawns are concerned. And Andy's forward so easily he can dock the pond already if he wants to. Might not even need to wall, just might need to dock the pond. So I don't know who's gonna be the admin, if Censar's around right now. Or if Tanks is doing it or someone else, but I'll have an admin determine if this is restart worthy or not. So 4 fish in that pond, let's just check the fish numbers here. I think it's 3 and nope, 4 in this one. I select all of them. But it would be Nervkex versus Chaos, Poles versus Inca in the south, 2 tower civs. Poles gain gold as they mine stone in their vills here. Lake Ree, don't think so. Admin says Ree, really? Andy confused. I would not think that had been a Ree, but looks like they're going to do a restart then. Alright, I mean, Andy had gotten what he wanted, right? He had the... This is exactly what Andy wants on the flank. We've even had a double mining camp between the golds. Lame in the boards, but... Alright, we're gonna restart then. I'm going to do a quick admin restart. It's kind of 100% unfair pond? I don't know. I mean, it's unfair, but it's not like the pond is neutral. I mean, admins don't really look at this pond. We're just looking at... like, is this pond between the players too much that it's neutral instead of belonging to Barles? I'd say no, but listen to the admins. I mean, yeah, it's fair. It's fine for the ponds to be unfair. That's just part of the map generation. And the question is if the pond is a neutral pond instead of belonging to the teams. Missionaries are buffed, but that doesn't matter too much for Rage Forest. Unless it does, and we get a huge missionary play, which I would love. But, okay, they're rehosting the lobby. What we really need is just, like, a restart button we could press in-game, and everyone clicks it, and the game immediately restarts without needing a lobby. That would save so much time. Like, everyone can vote on a restart. Alright, while they rehost the lobby, I will be right back in just a moment. Alright, I'm back. And just so you know, we had one more restart apparently. This was another bug. This is a forward pawn, so it looks like we had a restart. Do we have anything in the chat typed? What about my like now? Ask the admin. Yes, Alright, so one more restart. Unfortunately, the 8-pawned maps are the most restart heavy. That's okay. We'll get everything ready to finally start a game. Maybe one day I'll have the technology to make Black Forest that doesn't need restarts. One day. Good evening. Good evening, hello, Major Blazer. So, once more, third time's the charm, into the game. And we'll have here, there we are. Barles versus Andy once again on this flank to the west. Barles is the orange Gajers, FreakinAndy as the blue. Woo. Bills for Andy will take down a bear. I don't think he had loom at the time he was fighting that. Barles still doesn't have loom. Barles going forward without loom. Not a care in the world. Another scout there from Matt as the pocket. Barles still doesn't quite have loom. He has to pull back. Barles always tries to eke out an extra Vil before loom. On the other side, Nerve Kex and Chaos both fighting for the passage, getting the wall up, and very forward wall for Chaos. If he can get enough HP on all these wall segments, he'll be great. And looks like he will. Looks like he will. That is an amazing wall for Chaos. On the other side, Barles killing a Vil from Andy. Let's check the Vil KD screen with the idle time. Champy Scout from Vodka as the pocket. That is a weak scout. Champy versus the Camel Scout. And the Champy Scout there looks like it'll probably go down. Camel Scout only 3 HP left, so that's almost dead. The Champy's almost dead too. So maybe a bit more HP on the Scouts, though, still for Andy's team over here. And now the walling will move towards this middle passage in front of Metu's base. And Metu will probably have to wall that himself as the pocket. He's doing loom. This is a 4-pond map, 2 per team. Both pockets have a pond for Barles' team. Chaos and Metu, flank and pocket, have them over here on the eastern side for FreakinAndy's team. Which could be Metu as the Kumans goes and docks the side. And then Vodka as the Mapuche comes and docks this pond. Last game we did have a flank docking a pond for Andy's team and it worked out for them. But the Kuman player Metu, probably the simplest thing for him would just be to go and dock his own pond. I think that bear swapped aggression and killed the other Vil. As Nerve Kex is trying to try to wall up. Metu won't really fight there, just gets the wall behind it. Metu could actually grab 3 Vils to lead a palisade and try to push through this. That's weak, but he'll just wall up himself. Content with this, and maybe looking to lure those 3 boars now that he has the Vil there. He'll get 1, 2, and 3. Loom helping that Vil enough that he can take a couple of extra hits. Get a house up here with the weak Vil, and be all good. He'll get them under the TC without problem. And then he can start thinking of his fish boom if he wants to fish boom in that pond or if he wants to come over here. Already both pockets docking Matt and Imperio. Imperial coming on for Edgar Davids for Barles' team. Georgians and Persians with fish boom, as Persians with a fish boom will be a sick pocket. Also have the option to go heavy camel if they see the Kuman player going for paladins. Usually the Persians will look to push with Savars, but camel's also an option. One day we'll see war elephants. Pulling you up on the big screen. You can do that. You can go to YouTube and do that in 4K if you want to. They're attacking the Vil from Vodka. So Vodka going for the sneak Vil. Has the Champy forward, and Vodka will use the hill to kill the bear. Can Vodka get a dock on the pond? Vodka has not been spotted. The pocket scouts are chasing the Champy. Maybe it'll click in their minds that the Champy's running in a weird direction. And that by chasing it, they're not scouting their pond. And Vodka will be here for the forward dock. All right, Vodka getting the dock up. I'll take the fish. I'll have this Vil from Barles still. Barles got a great wall, but Andy's on the inside. Low HP, but Barles must be wary that Andy could like delete that palisade, get forward, do some crazy walling. Also, the berries are forward, which means the Gajuras do have the forward mill for the cows. Is cow still around? We've got 5 cows. And we're not going to eat the cows this game. We're going to keep them in the mill so they're nice and safe. That bear walled in by Vodka. Xing in the middle from Metu. What's Metu thinking about? He's thinking something. This is also going to be pretty hard to get more walls behind. But now Vodka has the forward dock. Vodka lost the Vil to the bear. Oh no, he lost the sneak Vil to the bear. Vodka. 1 Vil lost. 1 Vil lost for Andy. 1 Vil killed by Barles. Vodka lost his sneak Vil by not being able to wall out the bear. He does have a fishing ship, and he will be up to feudal first. Matt's still going to try to FC this. But now if Matt double docks, he will at least have the production advantage. Ah, Vodka. He would have loved to have had a second dock, would have stopped the fish boom there. And for a pocket who's not fish booming and his flank is fish booming, being able to stop this would have been huge. But honestly, it still is huge to have 1 forward dock. And the question is just trying to figure out who's up faster. If you're up significantly faster, you can open with a fire, but we'll probably see a Hulk. And Vodka will delete those palisades for a bit of extra wood. Andy's still Dark Age, Barles still Dark Age. 2 of them Dark Age the longest. Looks like Andy did try to save that Vil. He's going to get more walls up. You gotta be careful to make sure you are fully walled. Sometimes, I mean, the middle bits of the palisades don't have player color on them, so it can be hard to tell which wall belongs to which player. So, some more double bit axe on the way, Metu and Vodka. In the side, we have Andy. He's going to go for triple Borlor himself after walling in that bear. Lost 10 HP, but still is good with Loom to go for it. We got 1, 2, 3 boars to follow him. I'll need to stay in the line of sight, and we'll need a couple of palisades, but being by the bear is nice, because the bear has a huge line of sight. Extends the distance that the boar will chase the Vil, and Andy's going to run almost into a bird there. The bird will help the Vil, too. Andy, he should be on point with the quick walls. Now that players are getting to feudal, will we have any pressure here? Nope, just stone walls from Chaos in the middle passage, but the tower rush will be here to the eastern passage as the blacksmithing walls get constructed for Nervkex with the tower going up. And Nervkex with the market and blacksmith will try to fast castle, while Chaos is going for more of a feudal aggression route. Turn back to the res collected. Chaos not too far away from fast castling himself. We'll have a campaign-esque tower as part of his wall there. Needs to be careful the wall behind still, most likely. But Vodka will have cleaned up Matt's pond. So all things considered, I think this has been a great start for Andy's team. I'm sure Vodka would have loved to have had that Vil still alive. But he will be more than happy to have cleaned Matt's fish boom. There's still shorefish left, so Vodka could add some fishing ships here. So he's going to add 1 fire galley, because that will help push the dock. For some reason, Capture Age doesn't show ships that are garrisoned in docks. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I modified the docks. The fish boom? I'm not sure, but that happens. Hello, Soxy. Good morning to you. Welcome in. And now, how's our Kuman player doing? It's Kuman boomin' time. 8 fishing ships. Second TC on the wood line. Lots of gold. Still more cows. A cow might want to look away at this point, as Metu is having a wonderful cow eco under that TC. And there's FreakinAndy up to the feudal age with market and blacksmith on the way for him. And this dock will go down. We'll finally figure out what's in it when it does go down. No aggression from Nervkex, but you gotta watch out for workshops in the castle age. And is there anything in this dock while we have a flag on it? is about to go down. One fishing ship. All right, one fishing ship. There, and that will be destroyed by the Hulks. There we have double bit axe for Andy. There's a double bit axe. We'll have a siege workshop here for Nerve Kex. And some Folvark farms for him. I think he left enough space there. Some Folvark farms for the poles on the flank. I think a couple of those farming spots would be covered by that tower. Yeah, so he's not going to take the berries, not going to take the front spots for the farms, but would farm in the back. So stone walls for Barles up the passage. And Barles versus Andy when Barles is orange is going to confuse my brain because Andy is always orange. Oh, and even the mill attacked by the fire. So Barles up, and he's the Gajurs, so no question about the elephant push that'll be coming from him. No stone walls for Andy. And I wonder if Andy is planning just to play army? Because you could try to go mangonel defense against the elephant push. He is woo on stone. Oh, I think this is going to be horrible for Andy if he goes for fire archers, but the Gajur elephants push through. First, you are about 4 hours, 35 minutes late from being first. But welcome in nevertheless. There's Andy up to castle. He's doing a T. Okay, I am worried about Andy here. I am worried about Andy. I'm going to be questioning the fact that it's a mangonel first instead of the elephant, but I guess that helps dealing with walling bills. And as soon as Andy sees the mangonel, oh my gosh, Andy's on 3 TCs. He's going to need vodka to do army now. He needs vodka to do army to save him. Is Matt doing army? No, Matt's just 4 TC booming. How does Andy save himself from the Gajur elephants? How does he save himself now? Here comes the elephant. Maybe Barles wants to wait for 2 of them. He'll destroy the outpost and maybe some more walls first. Some more mangonels. Andy's already getting mangonel pushed. He's spent his stone on TCs, so he's been selling resources for gold, so he doesn't have a castle. He's gonna go mangonel defense. All that Barles then needs to be redemption sanctity for the monks. Redemption and then sanctity, so you can convert mangonels and have the HP to tank a mangonel shot. And vodka's adding in 2 more TCs. I think Andy is completely dead. I don't see how he stops this. The Gajur elephants are crazy strong. They take down your TC faster than you ever anticipate. There's Sanctity, and I'm sure we'll see Redemption after that. Oh, almost missed Michael the Mangonel by clicking the Palisade instead of the ground. So Mangonel will hit the other Mangonel. His TC 900 HP. Still manages to micro away. Monks will heal the camel whenever it pulls back. And he gets the Mangonel. Barles gets the Mangonel. On the other side, Mangonel push here from Nerve Kex, trying to get over the wall. Outpost here, 20 HP left, hit by Andy's team. Andy gets a shot over. And takes the outpost. We'll have Castle Age on the way for Metu. Mangonel forcing the other Mangonel back. Or Andy, 3 TC and 2 on food. Yeah, I mean, what's the idle TC time going to be for Andy? 5 minutes almost already. Yeah, so on this side, a double workshop capped rams. So they're going to go Kuman ram push over here. Metu's up to the Castle Age. And let's look at the res. Is he going to go imp first? This might just be capped rams. I see a stable. He might not go imp. I think they're going for the timing. I think they're going to go timing. There are mangonels to defend against rams, so that is risky. But if he gets 5 or 6 cap rams forward, or 2 mangonels going to be enough. Now remember, monks need to be adjacent to elephants to convert them. Andy trying to swap targets. Now the woo, they could go redemption and sanctity themselves, also atonement to convert mangonels. This could become a clown war. Monk versus monk. Okay, double shots on the monk, but can't prevent a conversion. He was hoping he'd get 2 shots on the monk and kill it in time, but not lucky enough to do so there. Mangonel's trying to kill some vills. Oh! The converted mangonel. Yeah, FreakinAndy's freaking dead. He's now lost 12 villagers. Oh, look at the corpses. Miss the skeletons, but enjoy at least the corpses we have. Now 4 mangonels attacking the TC. Elephant on its way. Is this the end for Andy? Mangonel can't be used because of the redemption monk. As Vills pull back. There can only be 1 captain. Yeah, I'm still questioning the choice from Andy to go for the boom. Like, he knew he was against the Gajurs. He knew this was an option. So both pockets on Barles' team, Matt and Imperial, are up. We'll have Metu up to Imp. And the ram push doesn't look like it's going anywhere. With the Mangonel defense, Nerve Kex getting Chaos's next Mangonel. The question then is, where are the Mangonels from Chaos? And if Metu is going to get up, he could just do Onager and cut then. But Rams will get through walls a lot faster. Here is Matt going Halb Siege. As Vodka will be the Mapuche and go Barles Riders. Barles Riders? Are they going to stop Halb Siege? I don't think so. I don't think so in the slightest. Andy is... Like, look at the res of Andy compared to everyone else. He doesn't have any. This is Viper level? I know this is Viper level greed on flanks. I mean, they're teammates. Maybe they practice together. Forward castle from Matt. Outpost here going down to the Barles Riders. As some Vills repair the wall. And the Mangonel from Barles will come forward. Oh, actually, it won't come forward because he'll wall it out. And there is Chaos up to Imp. And I guess their hope would be a quick push on this side, such that they overwhelm Nerve Kex before Imperio can help. But Imperial's got Cavalier on the way as the Persians. He's adding in stables. He'll have Savar in no time. He'll be here to help. At least there was a bit of disruption here. No fish boom for Matt. Matt doesn't really need a pond to boom. So, Monk there converting Vills, so that'll make it harder for Andy to get the wall up. It'll be Steppies from Metu. He does Step Husbandry, he can make a lot of them, but there you go, that's more what I expect. Cavalier and Onager. So Cavalier plus Onager to cut. And so their plan is going to be to go right up the middle and get to Matt space. As Mangonel, as Onager is on the way, being finished on the other side. So, yeah, that is a lot of Barles Riders. So they're going to go double pocket, early push. Here come the Kuman Rams, too. So everything moving to this side. Cyan Pocket Paladin has been clicked. And now Vodka just needs to get in position. Here comes the cut. I need to delete those walls. They're cutting around. Brute Force taking back the pond. That Vodka would need to send a Vil forward with this to get to the pond, which I think would be kind of tricky. And they are through. They are through. Barles will try to wall. And he'll get a university up. The Wallville is killed. Onager needs one shot. And the walls don't go up in time. The wall's not up in time. There are Cavaliers here from Imperio, and Imperio just finishes Savar. Did he finish in the nick of time? Maybe he did. The Savar should be good against the Bolus Riders. There are only Steppies here, and Imperio still has the option. He still has the option to go Camels as the Persians. He wants to fight this. Paladin is not yet in. There really wasn't much there in the way of army from Metu, even as the Cumans wasn't prepared to fight, and the Persian pocket player now has a much better boom with 147 eco units. And just check the armor there. Savar is 4+4. He has 5+2 attack. And, oh yeah, also, Andy, he's just getting pushed. He's just getting pushed by Matt. This is looking pretty over. This side was full wall. They had one attempt at a cut. And this is GG. This is GG. Barles' team will take the game. Man, I thought they had a great start, but Andy, I'm not sure what his strategy was. 3 TC booming against Gajur Elephants. When he wasn't walled all that much. They defended Andy, they could have a chance. I mean, Andy's at 72 Vils. And he's still in the Castle Age. I don't think they really have a chance to take this fight. The Mapuche are going to fall off like crazy late game. This is a quick, easy, aggressive game from Team Barles. Andy's going to have to try to run Vils now. But honestly, this army is almost getting to the spot where it stops the running. And their Kex here is the Poles going to start going Cav Archers. Poles do typically go Cav Archers on Rage Forest. Like before pushing the other side? Maybe? But you're still running into a Mapuche pocket. And honestly, in hindsight, Cumans plus Mapuche, I mean, what strat do they really have other than a fast ram push for Bolus Riders? Bolus Riders is kind of the only good unit for Mapuche. But still something that really falls off at Imp, I feel. Onagers for Metu. Can try to get to Paladin SO. As he has Paladins, the Paladins will try to push back those Onagers, but there are Halbs here from Matt as the Georgians. Onagers hit the Bolus Riders. Bolus Riders still trying to fight the Savars, but Savars have 8 Pierce Armor. The Bolus Riders do 1 damage to them. Yeah, they might slow them down, but they do 1 damage. Defensive Castle from Vodka, who desperately is trying to hold, will even have Nerve Kex pushing through some of the walls from Chaos to the east. Not getting pushed by Chaos, pushing Chaos, as Chaos is trying to get Kamiyuks over to stop the bleeding. Elephants here now hit by the Trebs. But it's just Bolus Riders still. Paladins from Metu coming around. Maybe getting a bit of momentum coming back. Oop. Has my internet dropped for a second there? Oh, please don't drop from the game. Let's see, is the chat still here? Let's see if we're here. I might be okay. I hope I didn't drop from the game. Hopefully we're fine. Oh, maybe we're moving, maybe we're not. Alright, I had a very brief power outage there for like half a second. And I think I might have dropped from the game. Oh boy. My lights flickered and I'm like, okay, so DE, unfortunately, a 1-second power outage while you're spectating means that you drop from the game. Alright, let's just look at this. I'm going to look at Mem's stream. As I think the game is almost over. But I'm also going to restart the game on my end. As my lights flickered briefly. Oh boy. Actually, I don't see the game anymore, so I think they might actually be done. I need to restart the spectator dashboard. Yeah, so game was over anyway. Actually, no, wait. They're in the game. The dashboard is counting a Wait, no, we're still in it. All right, I'll bring up Mem stream since he's casting it. And we will wait to get caught up to live time again over here. Just go, everyone go give Mem a follow if you haven't already. We'll see what's going on over on his stream. Still going 40 minutes time. Yep, so I'm just going to speed this up as much as possible. And once we get back into live time, we'll get back and cast here. But we'll just check out Mem's stream. So things are still going there, as it looks like Chaos to Win is getting pushed. And I think we're actually speeding through it pretty quickly. I realize we don't have any sound if we do this. Let me just put it maybe on captions. Now I'll just put it on theater mode, so we see that we're actually looking at another stream. Yeah, there it is. It's over. All right. So not much for us to see there. Sorry for the drop mid-game, but that was a very weird power outage I had for like half a second that killed the internet, and DE itself cannot sustain that. DE cannot sustain a 1 second drop. So we will call that there. It was over at that point anyway. And that was a win for Team Barles. So let's check off the draft then. So that was Georgians, Gers, Persians. Persians kind of late in the draft. And Poles. And Skumins. Mapuche. I'm still curious about the Mapuche. Inca. And Wu. Yeah, I know. I need a power generator for DE, really. Alright. We will get ready for game number 4 then. Hopefully. There we go. Hopefully Andy can make a comeback and we'll get a full 5 games. I'll see what's possible for him. Spanish is still first in RF win rates. Interesting. Ahead of Malay and Japanese. Well, they are the first pick for Andy, and Andy still hasn't used the first pick. And in terms of civs that are remaining, he still has Spanish, still has Ethiopians. Barles is going to have to play Sicilians as a pocket for 1 game, and probably Dravidians for another. After that, they got Tatars and Magyars as their other pockets. The rest of their civs are pretty much flank civs. Italians, Hindustanis, Chinese, Malayans, or Vikings. So they're going to have, I guess, your Halb SO pocket. He's going to be Sicilians for 1 game, Dravidians for the other. And then they'll mix in Magyars or Tatars, and they'll try to get the right combo of units together. Tatar Trebs are nice, and you're then thinking about, okay, those are your SO civs. What are your Bombard Cannon civs? Andy, Spanish can be a flank Castle Drop Conquistadors. They can be a Paladin pocket. They can be a pocket Conquistador civ. A few different options how you use them. Ethiopian's usually your Halb SO pocket. Kind of struggling to see the rest of the pocket options, though, for Andy. Muisca can be a Halb SO pocket, or a Temple Guard SO pocket, rather. So no changes in the lineups. Imperio staying on, then, for Team Barles. D needs to fix so many things. We're getting another DLC. But hey, AoE Nick. this DLC, you know what we're going to have with this DLC? We're going to have 56 civilizations. And you know what we can do with 56 civilizations? We can have a full best of 7 4v4 on Rage Forest without repeating a single civ. So 56 is, I think, the perfect number to stop at civs. Best of 7, 4v4, no repeats. Now 56 isn't a power of 2. That's not a power of 2. If they add any more civs after this, they're making a mistake. But this is the good number. What a best of 9? You want to add 16 more civs, Soxy? You want to add 16 more civs? Yeah, big news for math numbers. for math lovers. It's just what civs. See, I really don't like civ splitting. I feel like from a design perspective, it's much better to have a civilization represent many different peoples, because then you're not making the civ so specialized into one design aspect. Because now to make the civs unique, they give them all these different unique... Alright, several hours later, and we are back. We are back. Gonna let Twitch play an ad as I download the Rex. I also need to update my sub counter because that was updated before the power went out. I think that should be at 112. Hello, hello. Let me restart Discord, restart my bot. I need to restart everything. We're gonna cast the final game or two. We're back, yes. The rain. Oh wait, we got someone on YouTube. I could not actually find a way from my phone to end the YouTube stream. So I think there's a chance this is the same VOD as we had previously. Oh, StreamerBot wants to update. Sure, we can update this. Power is down, why not update the bot? I think we're gonna be waiting for a bit. I need to download the Rex anyway. Let's see if I can find them. And as I said, update the sub counter. Does anyone know what the sub counter was before? It's 112, 112. I have to type in a number manually every time I start the stream. So let me do that. It is 112. I'm looking for 2 subs today. There we are. Done. All right, just went live. We need to... check stuff. Are we still live on YouTube? I wonder what happens to the video. Is it like split into 2 parts? Wait, let me just check my account on YouTube. I think the video never died. Harry just quit the stream. Okay. So I need to go and look at this without, getting spoiled somehow. Right, I need to download games one at a time. I didn't watch this. I have no idea what is going to happen. And let's see, my bot installed the update. Let's launch Steam. Steam is good. Let's launch Capture Age. Capture Age hopefully will work. Okay. Need to re-authenticate my account on StreamerBot. No, thank you. Is the bot working? It's not working. Alright, I won't worry about that then. We'll get the bot back for the next stream. So this is still the same VOD as before. Oh, wow, yeah. Okay, I have the screen, So I can double check my Civ overview while Steam starts. Yeah, there we go. You heard I'm back and wonder which tab was talking. Is this tab. I also delete a whole bunch of games in my recorded game file. Or my recorded game folder. Plus a backup folder. The fewer files you have in your menus, the better they, more quickly they load. All right, we can get into game number 4, but first let me check off the civs and everything. So thank you everyone for still around. Oh great, my OBS overlay did not save the update I made to it, I think. Wait, it almost did. This one didn't. Oh wait, there it is. Wait, what? Oh wait, there's 2 rows there. Well, I learned something. Heck, are there 2 rows that act? All right, that looks like it fits, right? That looks like it fits. Wait, is there more space on the overlay? No, just those 2. All right. Unless there's more space in this one. Oh, wait, no, there aren't 2 rows. Wait, it's just this one. I'm just being silly. This one here. Wait. That one. Yes, there. All right, why was that? That was just weird. You go. There you go. No. Why does putting it in a group change the crop? What the heck? Okay. OBS is freaking out on me. I fixed it. All right. So, saves from this morning. This afternoon? There you go. Win, loss, loss, win, 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 loss, loss, win, 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 win. And then we had win, loss, loss, win, loss, 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 and win. We're seeing 1 win, the Aztecs. All right. I think that gets all the civs ready. See, Gruder Bear? You know why that map had no food? It's because while I was scripting, I got hungry and I ate all of it. Okay, so YouTube saying you didn't reset anything, you stayed on the stream and it auto-resumed. Nice, nice. So, okay, I think I have the overlay set up. I have the Rex. Let me just make an announcement on Discord that we're gonna go finish this. Alright. Oh, I didn't even make an announcement post today that I was live. So I'll just say my internet is restored after a rainstorm. I will cast the final 2, or the final, well, I guess there's up to 2 games? How do I say this? The final games of Barles versus Andy now. And I can just paste the YouTube code there. And everything should work. Alright. And I just need to Alt-Tab to the right. Folders, and we are good. So welcome back, everyone. I'll keep everything on 1 YouTube video. Lovely. Alright. So, game number 4. Let me load Capture Age and just get ready. That's fine. Just no spoilers. Appreciate not having spoilers in the chat. For the YouTube people who watch the VOD, this will be on the VOD. All right, Team Barles up 2-1 over Team Andy. And here we go. All right, so 4 lakes, 2 per team. Barles to the north, Andy to the south. We'll have Nervkex versus Chaos to the west, and Andy versus Barles to the east. An interesting passage with 2 ways to get through. I will see a lot of trees on Rage Forest, I believe so. What I need is everyone in the chat. Just spam everything. Spam 3-1 or 3-2. I guess there's only 2 possibilities. Spam both of them. Spam both. That way I have no idea what the actual score is. And if anyone sees the VOD, they won't be spoiled. 4-4. Perfect. Every 2-3. Oh my gosh, they're playing a 2-3 zone. Playing some defense here. As we have a Vil fight in the passage now. Barles coming forward. The pocket scout from Vodka. He's the observer who will observe the Vil fight. He'll run around, make sure we see everything. There we go. 1 team wins. We don't end in a 2-2 draw. I mean, you never know. Maybe everyone else's power went down. Maybe they had to reschedule. There we go. There we go, chat. That's how we do it. So Barles. Had too much Festa de Pulvera recently. Barles with almost the forward wall off, but missed a tile. And Andy will now pursue him down the passage. And I guess these are the captains. Will pay most of the attention to this Vil fight, although the other one has the pawns near it. Matt will be the Sicilian's pocket. Matt and Imperio undoubtedly will take those 2 pocket pawns. And down in the south, we'll have Chaos. Probably Metu will take that as the Spanish, and Vodka as the other pocket, the Ethiopian. So Spanish-Ethiopians, the top 2 civs. FreakinAndy. Okay, so the point of the forward lumber camp is to have a villager nearby to wall, but if you do a masterpiece to put the Vil in a little tile, that kind of defeats the purpose, but anyway, maybe he just wants to keep that Vil safe from Vil fights, as we'll have a forward wall here from Andy, but another passage with a crocodile in it. And Vodka will use that crocodile to try to... Oh, block! He's going to block the quick wall and let the crocodile get some more bites out of that villager. Remember, that crocodile is just a wolf. The wolf in crocodile's clothing, but... Oh, we'll have 2 Vils quick-walled in together. Quick-walled together. And now... Oh, the crocodile now will go after Andy's Vils. Vodka can help there. His Barles will retreat. Andy will send more Vils forward. And looks like Andy will have an advantage in getting this wall pretty far forward. He might take a bite from the crocodile or 2, but he'll be fine there. It still is the Vil on the lumber camp. And the Vil fight can continue. On the other side, looks like more forward walls for Nervkex on Chaos, but only really a couple tile difference there and where they both reasonably could have walled. Important part is the pocket pawns are safe. His nickname will be Barles from now on. I mean, he is the one person who actually destroyed a barrel on Festa de Pulvera and killed some Vils. So, Crocodile by the pond. Ooh, almost killed the Dock Vil from Matt. That would have been an absolute disaster had he lost that Vil. But the low HP scout will save it. We'll have a Dock on both ponds here. We'll have Metu taking the pond behind Chaos's base. And Vodka taking the pond in front of his own TC. So, everything working out hunky-dory here. Including my internet, apparently. Thank you also during the outage, Waluma. Thank you for the follow. And we'll have the Reyes getting pushed in. Hello, Susie. My day is filled with rain and internet problems, but they're hopefully resolved now. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a better day than I did. But it's all good now. So we'll have the Rhea taken by the TC. Couple Tapirs out here. A lovely Tapir setup. Xing all over here from Vodka. All over here. Oh, Xing the Tapirs, maybe 6 Tapirs. Let's go. Who's Spanish? Ooh, a Spanish pocket could take 6 Tapirs. And have a fish boom. And then go for a castle drop. I mean, this is almost the setup where you want the Spanish player going aggressive to push into the flank. But honestly, both pawns from the pockets can't really be harassed. They wall here and they're safe. But Magyar pocket, Sicilian pocket. So Magyar is Spanish. The Magyars, they can't do bombard cannon like the Spanish can. But they have paladins that are just slightly different in the bonuses. They get the free attack line upgrades. Other than that, both they and the Spanish offer fully upgraded paladins. The Spanish can do some monk support with missionaries. They can also do conquistadors. So you're looking at recurve bow heavy cav archer versus conquistador as a secondary unit. I probably would prefer the heavy cav archer, not the least of which since you can take them or create them from an archery range. So triple lure here from Chaos as he lures in the crocodile too. Crocodile I think just helps because it blocks the tapirs and gives you a huge line of sight. So you can actually do nice walls and run away. I've never actually seen someone advantage the line of sight, but they definitely could. Oh yeah, look at that. Oh no, don't stop, don't stop. You got too many animals chasing you to stop the Vil. And Chaos will get back to the TC. I'll shoot the crocodile first, probably, yeah. Put a few more Vils inside if he wants. Gotta make sure you shoot everything quickly enough that it gets killed and doesn't chase a Vil. But he's fine. He is absolutely fine. Other than this one, which is kind of walled in by the Vils, interestingly enough, but gets everything there. Went just swimmingly. Vodka is the observer for most tournaments. He sits there and moves the capture age around while we cast. So lots of forward walls from Andy as that lumber camp Vil now is freed, so she's absolutely fine to move about. Didn't need her to fight or run or anything early. You look forward to observing his gameplay. Oh, Barles. I don't know, move that farm one tile. They're a bit suboptimal, I'd say right there. But anyway, more Vils on the lumber camp there from Barles. He's just chopping wood. This is what I do late at night when I can't sleep. Just find the lumber camp, listen to the peaceful, calming sounds of the villagers chopping wood. So, Nervkex is up to the feudal age, I believe that means. So, I don't know whose perspective I downloaded, but their game was not in English. I have no idea who that would be. Metu or Imperio, I guess? I have no idea. I guess a candidate on each team. I don't know. Hello, Marion. So market and a blacksmith there for Nervkex. As everyone is up. And that is a very low HP scout. As we'll have a blacksmith here. Chaos. Oh, that's Italian. Oh, maybe it was vodka then. I have no idea. When you download from the spectator dashboard, you only have one POV. And I have no idea how it chooses which POV to store. I guess they don't want to spend the storage space storing all of them. I mean, I have a ton of recorded games on my PC. Can't imagine how many the dashboard has. Probably all of them. So, no tower rushes here, just some stone walls and outposts. Kind of surprised there's no tower rush from Chaos. He did kind of get the short end of the stick when it came to this pond. So, Sicilians, Ethiopians, I think I prefer torsion engines. Although donjons can be very scary with sergeants. So, Magyar versus Spanish. The Spanish will, of course, have the trade bonus. So, if this game goes on for a long time, Andy's team will have a bit of a better trade route. No, although the Hindustanis here can add the caravanserais, and that can offset it. What you really want is maybe Spanish-Persian pockets for caravanserai Spanish trade. And then maybe a Bengali flank for getting food with the trade. And then maybe a Bohemian flank on the other side. Your trade trains faster. Then you go for a huge trade boom. So our house for Chaos. And forward workshop from Nervkex. There you go. There's the pressure I was looking for. Forward workshops against a player who did not stone wall. Castle Age on the way in, and this will be pressuring the pond. So Metu's pond could be in danger if Chaos can't react to this. And I'm going to guess this is Castle Age from everyone. And immediate 2 TCs from Matt. He's a boomer. We all know he likes to boom. 1, 2, 3 TCs right away. No one pressuring Andy Barles. Bengalis Italians, a matchup where you Okay, can you hear me now? We're good? Alright, there we are. That happens sometimes. So I have sometimes I need to unplug my audio interface and plug it back in. And that happens whenever the power goes out. I forgot to do it before I started the stream. I was so excited that my stuff was fixed. Yep, there we go. That was real bad. Apologies. So around 17 minutes in. I'll put a warning in the YouTube video. Around 17 minutes in Andy versus Barles game 4. I'll just put that in the when I do the timestamps. I'll do a headphone user warning. Yeah, that was the sound of my audio interface going down. Maybe I just need to get a very high quality audio interface so that power outages don't damage it. Hello, underling. And also hello, everyone who is, yeah, you thought your earbuds had died? That's probably what it sounded like. Anyway, Castle forward here from Chaos. That's why he didn't stonewall, because during the audio glitch, we had a forward castle. Are these games? Yes, because they happened already, and my internet went down. And now I'm casting the Rex now that my internet. Okay, for the YouTube VOD, about back to where we were. I had to reinstall my audio drivers so that my microphone would work, but we're good. Alright, so where were we? Castle push. Nerf kicks onto Chaos, so, this is going to be interesting for the timestamps in the video. Which don't play ads. So, yeah, what's going on here? We got Barles, who's just going to wall up everything. Over here, Nerf Kex, who is walled, but now is castle dropped by the Guecha Warriors. Okay. Don't see Whisko on the flank too often. As I said, Temple Guard has Temple Guard Siege Onager as the pocket. And hopefully, if you're on the YouTube video, this will just be one continuous video and not 5 hours of me with a power outage. So, Mangonel push gets stopped completely by the castle, but Mangonels will be able to stop the Guecha Warriors, so this is pretty much just clogged up. Yeah, Guecha Warriors do not have the range, only 5 range, 3+2 to fight the Mangonel. Cannot do that. Basically Mamluk range, if you think about it. And the castle won't be any more forward than this. Can get Bodkin, but that's it. So, other side, just double fortified wall from Barles. And palisade wall down. So it feels like everyone's just going to be booming up here. If you don't mind, I'm just going to speed things up a bit. And we'll have a couple of more walls from Nerf Kicks over here. Nothing really going on. Everyone's just booming. Good old boom game of Rage Forest. Lots of fish traps. What are we comparing? 24 to 24. Ooh, even boom. The Magyars versus Ethiopians, but Ethiopians, I think, probably by far the stronger pocket. And they're going to hope that Vodka can outplay Matt, which is a tall task because Matt has been an insane pocket. He's got a fish boom. Does he have 33 fish traps there? 30 here. Everyone working on their fish booms as they start getting close to Imp. Redemption Monk gets a conversion, but picked off immediately. Nothing really going on. Mangonels stop the Guecha Warriors. Castle stops the push, but ooh, we have some petards. What are they going to go through? The workshop? Can 2 petards take down a workshop? I don't think so, because they have extra bonus attack against walls. So against buildings they won't actually go through, but a Redemption Monk can go through. Okay, so there's an elite, and we're through. Redemption Monk. My power is a very fickle beast, yes. Petard's not being used. Bills will go down, but petards can get through here, no problem. Don't... Oh, Chaos, don't waste him like that. We've gone through here. Well, he has redemption anyway. He'll get through there without issue with those monks. Just to delete. Honestly, I wouldn't delete there. It's just a house. I'd let him take the house, and then waste the monk juice. And you can engage better with the Mangonel. Aussie rules too, I am alive. See for how long. Okay, TC should pick off the monk if she doesn't dodge. Okay, she gets back. Okay, some vills will go down here to the unique unit. Over on the other side, castle for Andy, workshop, barracks for Vodka, getting ready for the Halb siege, getting ready to push through. That'll be 1, 2, 3, 4 TCs for Barles on the flank, 4 TCs for Andy, greedy booms on the flank, everyone going up to Imp, and defensive castle here for Nervkex in the center of his base. X on the side there for Metu. Bills down. So, pockets are walled. Freeze part of the wall. This will... Ooh. Okay, Crocodile not going to get through the wall. I think I need to increase their radii just a tad. Just a tad. I think they might be just a bit too small. So, forward workshops there. Matt coming to triple this side. I want to triple the side where Vodka isn't. Vodka will be pushing 3 layers of fortified wall. Won't be able to cut, and Ethiopians could go siege ram, but they want to focus on siege onager and cannon. Xing over here from Andy, saying to wall this up. Saying to wall it up. Check, as we get to Imp, let me check my YouTube stream. I think that is still live. Okay, do you hear me now? Still feel good now? Right. Lots of audio problems today. Start my... I'll probably just need to get a new audio interface at some point. This one is kind of jank, it would seem. Hill will win that fight. Ooh, Lincoln gets a shot in. Yeah, Western Warrior's still running around. I'll have to deal with onagers now. Deal with onagers, gonna get a good shot. Yes, they... Oh, away. Almost got a shot. Almost. Monk can grab a relic now. We'll have a couple of castles forward from Metu. He's getting ready to go Cavalier, so we'll be the Paladin play from the Spanish. Not going to be Calc, sadly, but we'll be Paladins, and here we'll have the Bombard Cannon starting to pressure these walls, and I think Vodka also needs to think about getting workshops over here, and he'll have to play both sides with Matt going to the left. The Italians with Bombard Cannon. Less range, no torsion engines, so they're cheaper, but no siege engineers, so not going to be able to defend all that well against the Ethiopians. We're going to have to rely on Barles walling. He'll do his best, walling. Hope that wasn't muted for too long. That was my audio driver giving out. I just need to restart my PC several more times. I'm going for the castle. Castle taking some damage. Cannon come forward. Only when I went to check the YouTube stream when I alt-tabbed. Well, some alt-tabbing messes up capture age messes up other stuff. Always fun. Castle will go down. Hard cannon will roll on in. Try to get a hit. We have a cut. We have a cut. That will go around the side. Cut a lot of these trees. Nervkix needs to delete that house. Here come the paladins. Here comes the wall. Only a stone wall. And Weeska don't have fortified wall. Only stone wall. A good push here. Andy not even really bothering to wall this. That's a lot of cannon. 6 cannon with torsion engines now and siege engineers. This is about as good as you can get for cannon to get through walls. And hit walling vills, but not really hitting the vill there. That'll be a long single tile passage. Vodka should be able to win that micro war. I guess if you wall long enough, the cannon don't have room to micro. Almost through there. And what more walling could Barles do? Be Byzantines or Chinese for more wall HP. That's about it. Halb's getting ready to make their way through. Need like a couple of archer units just to hit the walling vills. The Genbo. That'll die to the cannon. Oh, nice shots there though from Barles, pushing the cannon back. Vodka was so close to getting through. He'll get some more cannon. He's happy to keep microing here. This is the point where maybe you add a couple of siege rams. Siege onager, that'll help the cut. Cuts over here. He's only got one layer of wall to go through. Over here, Halb's pushing forward. Elephant archers for Andy. So Andy going elephant archers on the opposite side. Trying to help this side while Vodka stays on the right. That means the strongest player isn't here. Oh, it will be Conquistadors. I saw Cavaliers from Scion earlier. It will be Conquistadors. Alright, Elite Conk. It should be decent enough against Paladin, honestly. How they kill Knights. Just don't have the highest rate of fire. And a slow reload time. They can one-shot Paladins and then run, but it takes a while to shoot again. Interesting unit, the Elite Conk. Ooh, onagers. Nice shots from Vodka, trying to play both sides. There's a couple of Halbs here. For the castle, looks like he'll be able to save some of the onagers. Siege onager, 30 seconds away. Second castle there for Metu. Metu doing a lot of conks here. Conks, gotta be careful of the siege onager. Be very careful of the siege onager. Save her down. Halb's getting hit too. Elephant's pushing. How's Vodka doing here? Well, it's open. But we'll have ooh, Genbos are gonna run into siege onagers. I don't even need the siege onager, just the cannon. Now elephant archers coming over, which a weird matchup against Genbos. The onager, torsion engines. Yes, this is a wreck. My power has been out all day, so I'm casting the wrecks now before I go to bed. Hand cannoneers hit by the siege onagers. Poor siege onagers move forward for Vodka. All the Halbs go down. And the Paladins can't really do anything. Conks and elephants and onagers behind them. So hand cannoneers there won't have anything they're good against. It's almost a waste of the Hindustanis then if there's no infantry civ. The Muisca can do maybe their skirmisher unit. Is there any army here? No, I think it's just going to be full sling. Probably then full sling for Chaos. He's up to Imp without any vills. Just trying to fast Imp to open things up for his teammates. So the team's super low population. Now some Condottieri trying to break in. The walls don't go up in time for Andy. And the vills will go down, but some Showtails could probably deal with that easily. Against the cannon, and then some Paladins from Imperio over here. Vodka just has such a great boom. Probably gonna need to sling Chaos back into the game. You can honestly sling Chaos into just being a slinger. Get him to trade boom and then sling gold. Don't think he really adds anything better than what they're doing now. And we Food cookbook. Now that is interesting. I will need to read it next time I script Blade to make sure I can put food on the map. Siege challengers go down to the cannon. And this is a great push. 2 players with cannon. One of them is torsion engines. And then you can just push in full elephant archer. This side's a bit more tricky. Barles will be pushing 4th. Italians for him. How would Champies do from the Muisca against the Elite Genbo? Who's the Muisca here? Gray. Up to 86 vills now, so he's rebooming fast. Extra melee armor they get. Move faster. And they would get 8 pierce armor, right? So if you go Champy here, right, and that shouldn't be too much longer to sling. If he's already on 94 vills, he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 TCs. That's the way to reboom, 7 TCs. A perfect number. He was 50 vills not 5 minutes ago. And Elite Temple Guard. Okay, Temple Guard, I guess that works too. Not sure what their pierce armor is. Keeps from Barles. Good Treb push. So Andy's suffering over here. Andy definitely suffering. Well, this is a good push going. Can they stop this? Can they stop this? If they can't, I think it's got to be Chaos. Did I call him Metu? I meant Chaos. Chaos, the great player. Side's holding, if not pushing. But Andy's also mostly focused here. Monks convert onagers. It's crazy good value. No devotion or faith. Or First Crusade. Lots of options for conversion resistance for Matt. Nope, I do not know the results. Don't know if there's another game or not. I just downloaded a dummy recorded game file. Might be real, might be fake. So, Genoese crossbowmen against elephants. They have bonus attack. What is it? +7, and then +7 against cav, so +14. The elephants then just have so much HP that they still kind of win. Where? Oh my gosh. Andy, why don't you just make ranges in your own base? His elephant archers are starting over here, and running all the way back to his base. And if they stop this, I think they win the game. Because now Chaos is at 120 vills and ready to start spamming. Temple Guards, it looks like. They'll be good against the Paladins. Honestly, I'd be tempted just for Champies here, though, against all the Genbos. Where are the Temple Guards? Oh, there they are, on the other side. See, I think Temple Guard on the other side and keep Andy over here with the Elephant Archers. This is an anti-cav unit. He'll die to the hand cannoneers. The elephant presence over here is stopped as Andy's gone to the right. But he has enough elephants here. He's got 44. I think they stop this now. I think they stop this, even though Barles takes the score lead. Nice Onager shot. Oh yeah, Siege Onager. Can you get cannon with the Onager? Oh yes, he can. Good old portion engines. The elephants hit that Vil. They stop the workshop. Elephants don't even care about the keep shots. Bombard cannon a bit more. Bombard towers would be nice against the elephants, but not here. Castle being trebbed down, and I feel like they've stopped this, but can they hold the other side now? Whole monks as the donjons come forward for Matt. A lot of cannons still, and we're having everything. Paladin, Conquistador, Bombard Cannon, Spanish do. Just missing the missionaries, just missing the missionaries. This donjon will crumble to the cannon. I don't like the temple guards here. Against the hand cannoneers. Unless the Muisca is going to start going Siege Onager. Get Bombard powers from Metu. They'll help against the SO from Matt. Sicilians, if I recall, do not get Bombard Cannon. In fact, only the Hindustanis and Italians do, so only the flank civs, not the pockets. So the Nervkex has to be going for the cannon here. Oh man, I'm sad I missed this game live. It's a good one. So, Paladins streaming forward. Elephant Archers behind that wall. Look at that. A one-tile gap for the Paladins. Need some Onager shots right there. Stable gets tribbed. Onagers will open this up a bit more. And this hasn't stopped, and I think it's about time Andy's team is going to start pushing. Here, they're slightly getting pushed on this side. Andy needs to go back to some Elephant Archers. Now they got Paladin plus Elephant Archer plus Temple Guard, so 3 players playing this side. I think I'd still prefer Chaos to be on the other side, but they have to hold this, and it'll be useful against the Skirms. And the Halbs, too. Gives them something for fighting the Halbs. And 153 Vils right back up for a good pop. Good piece from Furio. Cannoneers hit by the Bombard Towers. Yeah, just move forward. Start to go down. Their Onager destroyed too. So a bit of a push here. Temple Guard's still not going to be too useful against all those hand cannoneers. Maybe the Chaos. Does he have any castles left? He's doing hoardings. I'd say you go to the unique unit, but I guess not enough production for that. What do the Muisca have? I just need to learn the attack tree. They do have Arbs. They missed the armor upgrade. Maybe Arbs would be a choice. Even with all the siege. Well, it's against Shiitake hand cannoneers though with the range, so maybe not. Getting Onagers. Maybe just getting Siege Onager, which he's doing. Make it easier so Vodka doesn't have to micro both sides. This is still going to be one heck of a push to get through the walls. I think Vodka might need Siege Ram just to deal with walls. Either that or they need to cut a bit and get through the smaller area of wall. But Barles now feels like he's in full hold mode. He's right next to the trade. Moving forward with the Genoese crossbowmen. Ooh, nice shot on the elephants. Civ difference does seem to be having an impact at this stage. Yep. I wish we had a trade count up here for team games. That would be nice. Much better than like value count. To look individually. So, I think just eyeballing it, it's about even. A bit less for Matt. Matt needs some more trade, I think. The res they have. Yeah, Matt, a lot of wood. 54 on wood. Like, kill 15 bills, add 15 trade cards for him, I think. That'd be the play. Curio still, he's got 70. Just pumping paladins. Can't really do much more than that. 46 fishing ships. He's on Paladin Eco, only 9 on wood. Also, do they have the Caravanserais? Just have a huge fight. Do they? Yes, I do see Caravanserais in the trade. Not everywhere, though. A few missing spots, the trade not pathing through where they built the Caravanserais. So, some, like, partially Caravanserai trade could be better. Paladins now. Metu still here with Paladins. Andy's still here with Elephant Archers. 30 Temple Guards with more queued. Siege Onager now for Chaos. I'm still thinking Chaos slinging Andy and Vodka is the play. They have the strongest units on the team. The Spanish just thin out the Paladins. Okay, that's the nice Onager shot we want to see. Those are some good Onager shots. Okay, now feels like Andy's team. The Andy with elephants on both sides is pushing both sides. Ball's going down. Oh, we had elephant rams. Okay, maybe even better than siege ram. Well, I guess Ethiopian ones have more splash damage, so they're probably the best. At least at taking down walls. Oh, nice Onager shots. These team taking the score lead. This is looking like I think we're gonna get a game 5. I think we're gonna get a game 5, and I'm gonna be casting more. It's late. I want to go to bed. That bombard tower shot's so slow. It's crazy how slow they are compared to that bombard cannon. And then they're even faster than cannon galleons. Yeah, cannonballs travel at many different speeds in AoE2. Yep, +7 against Cav and +7 additionally against elephants, so they do +14. But elephants have 300 HP, so they kind of don't care. Let's go torsion engines. Oh, nice. Always love good torsion engine shots. Also, that happens to the Genbo. Doesn't quite happen to the elephants the same way. More shot from this Siege Onager. Or from the cannon, that's just as good, almost. Torsion engines. That tower needs to go down. Tower really needs to go down. Andy's team has this. Siege elephants count as cav. For armor classes, yes. But they also have some bonus resistance, so I think the Genbo attack is mostly cancelled out. Have a siege elephant here. Once that one's queued, I'll click it. An eye on that. Onager shots hitting here in the passage. Now we're just looking for good Onager shots. Good Onager shots. Andy might be population cap. These elephants, that one might take a while to come out. So many hand cannoneers, 55 for nerf decks. 75 elephant archers though for Andy. Does Andy have Mahayana? Yes, he does. So Mahayana means villagers and monks take less pop space. So he gets a little extra eco for his elephants. It's always nice. It's kind of the Goths bonus, but reworked. If you think you have having 100 bills, that's around an extra 10 pop space. Okay, there you go. There's the siege elephant in terms of armor. Yeah, the 10 cav armor it has and the 20 elephant armor that it has cancels out the 7 and 7 bonus of the Genbos. So Genbos don't actually do any bonus damage against the siege elephants. Count the number of legs and divide by 4. Exactly, Sean. Sean knows. That castle now in danger. Trebuchet's working on it. Will likely go down. Siege Onagers on their way forward. Some shots of the hand cannoneers. They'll all go down. And just, they need to get the cannon to be able to hit the donjons without siege onagers protecting them, and then they'll be fine. Bombard cannons coming forward from Metu 2. Supremacy vills that build faster, great for bombard towers. Absolutely great. No real bonus for the towers themselves for the Spanish, other than they have amazing vills for building them. Force them up at the front lines really easily. And, oh wait, there's a bit of a cut. There's one more cut. Matt gonna try one more push. Barles will follow him. They'll see if they can get into the trade. Naturally, it is walled off. It's walled. The tower there. Elephants might even walk past it. They'll see it. What are they gonna do? Try to castle drop here? Oh, if the tower hits a castle foundation and one-shots it, that'd be insane. Oh, there's a bombard tower.
Food, please.
Okay, but Vodka should be able to get cannon there. Imperial asking for food. He's got 41 fishing ships and is still asking for food. Looks like he had deleted some at some point. But now he needs food. He just wanted more trade. So 70 trade, 82 trade for Barles. That's cheap to add for the Italians. Some shots on the Paladins. Okay, good Paladin charge here. Maybe not enough halbs for the moment. As the Elephant Archers go down, those take a while to replenish. Gosh, look at all these towers. All these donjons. Might be here for a bit. Barles cut. Yeah, we saw this. But I think they reacted to it. They saw the towers. Saw Matt cut here. They'll be able to send elephants of their own down this passage. Oh, petards. Lots of petards for Matt. Tower will start going down. Cards all down. Grab will go down to the elephants too. Grab is being taken very calmly in stark contrast to the fight. It is one elephant. Oh, such a little peaceful little break from the fighting. Over here, Chaos again. Oh my gosh, Elephant Archers. Oh, actually, no, Chaos. Chaos is over here. Chaos to win has all the siege onagers on this side. He's microing monks in this. Microing monks in these battles is always insanely hard, but also insanely worth it. Perfect micro, I think they're still the strongest unit. We still need, okay, we do have Devotion and Faith, and First Crusade, so maximum conversion resistance there for the Sicilians. And we probably see, not from the Magyars, but from red and purple here, full conversion resistance, knowing there's a lot of monks. I don't think they can hold this. They don't have the power to stop Elephant Archer. On the other side, they can't stop the Ethiopians. Italians are not going to stop Ethiopian late game. Not stopping Portion engines. And honestly, the Elephant Archers kind of shrug off siege onager shots for the most part. Will a cannon go down to that shot? Look at the GGs. So, double GG from the wreck. FreakinAndy ties it 2-2. Yeah, so, I mean, great reboom from Chaos. Right? We've seen some players take forever to reboom. Immediately, 7 TCs back into the game. Alright, so... on this scoreboard. Sorry, I don't have the civs checked off. That ties it. We're going to head to game 5. Alright, alright. Quarter of 11 for me. One more cast. Okay, Twitch is going to do an ad with that. Get into the game. Some water. Game rolling. Kind of interesting how BF is embraced these days. Back in previous days. Now, everyone always played BF. They still play. No one ever played BF on Fast, but it is always played on Explored. Fast was only Deathmatch. Probably still a community on Game Ranger who plays the BF No Rush 40 games. There were a lot of Treaty Black Forest games in some of the ELO lobbies. Here we go, final game. Alright, here we go. Team Andy to the northwest, Team Barles to the southeast. Quarterfinals, so elimination match. And captains, once again, will face off. Immediately, Andy, he's going to lay down the wall foundation right away. Large passage. Andy's the Malay, Barles is the Chinese. And he's going to try to get forward before Barles can really send Vils in earnest. Make sure he gets production going. He's going to do a house in front of the elephant just to block it off so Andy can't lame it. He'll be there with the scout as Barles is trying to push a deer. They're trying to get the Vils running. Barles will have to de-aggro that. He does. Oh, look at that. Beautifully done. And Andy de-aggro it now. Scout there taking some hits. Andy trying to block. Barles now has to use the TC to kill the scout. He loses the Vil, and Andy could get the elephant now. But honestly, I don't mind trading a Vil for a lot of elephant, or for a lot of scout HP, honestly. Now they should be able to win the scout fight. Get a good wall. See how they do. Andy's going to get the elephant. Insta-resign if that happened to you. Barles reacted pretty darn well to it. Just it wasn't perfect. You need to get a few more blocks between the elephant and the Vil. And that's one of those weird cases where if the scout is blocking your Vil, you then need your scout to block the elephant hitting your Vil. You can attack the scout with your Vil. But now Andy losing his scout and losing a Vil. He's lost the wall of 4. Got the elephant, but he lost the wall of 4. Barles can lame some zebras in revenge. Is that really worth it? Andy could lose another Vil. It'll be 1v2. Both scouts are still here. Low HP scout for Vodka. Oh, yeah, there's another side. Other side is one tile missing from the wall. Actually, that's walled up. But Nerfkex is forward with a sneak Vil. Nerfkex is forward with a Vil. He'd lame that elephant. And Matt Barles still dominating on the flank here with these Vils. And Barles, one Vil down, but then one also down for Andy. As the Chinese, he can kind of make up for that, having some extra Vils. He's at 11, and he's at 10. Only 9 for Nerfkex, right? Nerfkex must have lost some Vils in that Vil fight. So did Chaos. And there's Imperio gonna block the lion with the scout and try to kill the lion with the scout. 28 HP left, and oh, now they'll let the lion go. Lion swapped Vils. And this Vil is going to make a beeline straight for the pond. 2 ponds, 1 per team. And if Nerfkex gets to that pond, it's going to be horrible for Vodka. But Vodka's the Jurchins. You know what Vodka can do? He can lure his elephant, kill the elephant, and leave it under the TC. It won't decay. And send all of his Vils to defend the pond. They saw the sneak, right? He's Xing. Chaos is Xing. Nerfkex is going to go beast mode if he gets that pond. I mean, he's going to get that pond. Imperial will get a free boom as the Tatars there. Or even Matt as their Dravidians. You got Dravidians for the dock bonus. Then they'll dominate. So Jerchins are going to be their siege on your civ by virtue of heavy rocket cart. Yep. I love this from Nerfkex, wall and the villain. Sure, she has lots of room for the dock. Chaos is Xing. Xing like vodka. Gotta deal with this. That feels safe. Whenever Nerfkex has the wood, he'll do a dock. Whenever he feels like it. Oop, oh, he's never gonna find those goats, is he? Oh, he did. Wait, it's explored. He sees them. I forgot it was explored for a second. Enough HP on the walls, he'll be fine. Doesn't have the wood for the dock yet, but we'll get there. Vodka Scout is super weak. Actually, so is that Vil. This would be a huge risk, but Nerfkex could actually just delete walls. Yet, like that to get the Scout. Exactly what I was going to say, delete the wall, kill the Scout. This Vil's super weak too, so she has to wall. Still room. Nerfkex wants to finish that wall. Wall over here. Have a very safe spot. Do a second dock later on too. So now it's just who's going to take this pond, and how are they going to wall here in the middle? It's like Nerfkex will take care of that. A very forward wall from Barles. They'll probably be aggressive here then. Chance for Matt to do a forward workshop. And then I guess just Imperio to take the pond. Actually, 4 farms for Imperio. What is this build? 4 early farms. Gonna do a triple elephant lore? Not gonna... The elephants, like, take those? Avoid the farms? Okay. No one taking the pond. Interesting, interesting. Line here. Fight Metu. If Imperio notices that, could help the line. But I guess there's Loom on the Vil, so not really gonna get the kill. Scout's a bit too weak. Scout would love to mess up the elephant lore. Imperio paying attention. Andy up to feudal. And Andy, what's he doing in feudal? Gonna wall in here with his ranges, I think, yeah. Guess he moved better late than never. Yeah, my power was out for several hours today. Local infrastructure not pulled up to rain, it would seem. So double docks from Vodka. He'll need to fight for water. When he sees he's up faster than Nerfkex, I think he just opens 2 fires and takes the dock. Yeah, should be fine. Yeah, that's fair. He only paused for 5 hours. Understandable. Elephant's down by the TC. We'll kill the lion, go forward for the wall here in the passage. So, power rush here between red and gray. That's between Malians and Vietnamese. Malian's probably a bit faster at the start. But since he went for the sneak dock, that won't be the fastest. But able to lose that Vil there to the tower, it looks like. Or actually keep the Vil alive over here. Not going to be able to do a tower of his own. So it's actually really good that Chaos is tower rushing here, because that forces Nerfkex to do a tower on this passage. So we won't have the stone immediately to do a tower back here. I'm going to try to free the Vil. Folks can't even take down the gate all that fast. Too much armor. Imagine if a demo would have been useful here. Yeah, maybe I should just buff demos in the Rage Forest script. I mean, I modded docks. I could just do that. They allowed to stream their point of view. Andy streamed his team earlier. These are just Rex right now. I think Viper streamed his games. And Doubt has been streaming his. So they cleared Nerf Hex there, and curiously enough, still no pond. It's wild. I mean, the Tatars get the sheep, so you don't necessarily need the pond, but Dravidians just forgoing the pond then? What is Matt doing? No way Docs are going back to not garrisoning? I hope they do. I'm actually tempted to do that for sudden disaster. That'd be interesting. Elephants chase the Vil. Vil gets a bite out of him. He'll take the elephants at the mill. Oh, that works. Good enough. Doesn't lose anyone. And you have elephants at the mill. Barles still with a super forward wall. Good castle drop into Chuko news. Still will be looking for that forward workshop from Matt. Maybe they're just thinking the workshop timing works better. He doesn't have a fish boom. Yeah, double stone wall from Andy. Metyu's up to castle. Oh wait, there are archers here. Wait, what the? Okay. Orange color on the dirt map. What the? How did Barles get archers here? Okay, so Nerf Kex is beast mode with that villager. Somehow Barles... Wait, I gotta see where Barles is completely on the map. Barles got a range here. I was looking at Nerf Kex sneak. Barles had just had the sneakiest sneak ever. Oh, Nerf Kex, don't die to a lion. Okay, so Barles will stay feudal. And he will try to harass the pocket here. Force some Huiguang Cav out from Metyu. Metyu gonna... Did he lose Vils? He lost 5 Vils. Oh my gosh, I completely missed Barles' beast mode here. Nerf Kex getting pushed. Ever modded AoE 3? I have not. Vils push through to hit the tower. More walls will go up for Nerf Kex. Vils will repair the tower, hop inside. And Nerf Kex will just do a galley on the pond, try to deny the dock as best he can. Could do a gate there. Gate would be sick. Vils will go out for the dock. Tower up for Nerf Kex. This is crazy. Now Nerf Kex is gonna wall. This is actually completed. Actually, this is a full wall right now. Oh my gosh. The match just has a free boom. Both pockets have been disrupted by Nerf Kex and Barles. And both pockets on Barles' team have free booms. And Nerf Kex will even have a fish boom. What is this madness? These galleys don't have fletching. If they had fletching, they could probably annoy the Vils on that tower. They're just going to go for the dock. Have to sit back out of the tower range. So 5 TCs for Matt. 4 for Imperio. And what side do they go? I think they got a triple somewhere. Probably over here because Barles is so far forward. Barles up to the castle age. They really only need a forward castle from Barles to push the walls. Once both pockets start getting imp. They can do the trebs themselves if Andy tries to do defensive castles. Andy's booming. 1, 2, 3, 4 TCs. Royal's still feudal. That was the tower accomplishing for Gray. Yeah, he's trying to get to the pond. Gray is just trying to get to the pond. But since the pocket wasn't taking the pond, Nerfkex is able just to fish himself. Try to deny the docks. Fire Lancer takes down the Scorpion. The range down as the Fire Lancers go for the ram. Ram down from Metu, but most importantly cleared the range. However, the Fire Lancers still can come. We can Fire Lancers now. Oh my gosh, he's got Fire Lancers. The 4th TC for Metu, but look at the Vil counts on these teams. Barles' team up by 60 Vils. Barles' team, I think, is just on their way to winning the game. The Pocket's up to Imp, Nerfkex up to Castle. I think the player would be Barles doing Castle here, but the Pockets can do that just as well. There's Matt. Sage Dravidians probably can go Halb SO, so they don't need to go Elephant Archer, even though they can. And SO have a nice and easy one-shot cut, or even just Onager. What's Andy gonna do? I mean, 4 TCs, the Malay can go up to Imp fast after booming. Have some more stone walls from Nerfkex, staying safe on the flank. Now that he's on his way to the castle age, he can start doing mangonels. What is a Malay comp in Black Forest elephants? We've seen Malay elephants quite a bit, yes. If you're on the flank, you can also be faster imp and trebs. You can also be karambit warriors. You can also just be arbalest. They have a few different options. They can also go halb. They also have bombard cannon available, which suits the Malay Andy. So bombard cannon with siege engineers. They have halbs. They have good castle push for karambits and trebs. And then, of course, the elephants. Yeah, not against Dravidians, but if you see Dravidians going elephant archers, your own elephants kind of, I mean, they're tanky, but they also miss the final 2 pierce armors. So probably not the best option there if there are tons of elephant archers. Which usually elephants are, but you need more armor than the Malay ones. Onager almost in. Andy doesn't have another wall behind this. We'll do a castle. And karambits should be decent. Matt deleting the scouts, because he's going to be pop cap, so we'll just delete it. So elephants go for the walls. Wait, why is Barles... Oh my gosh, Barles managed to bring his forward all the way back to Andy's base, so that Andy cannot re-wall this. I mean, Barles is a freaking beast. Barles is an absolute beast. So Andy will wall, probably should wall to the edge of the map. Castle forward for Matt. Has to be careful he doesn't get one-shot by a mangonel. Has to be careful he doesn't shoot it himself, like he did with those Hoofneeds at Barles' castle earlier. Nerfkex has the pond, holding with the pond. What an absolutely perfect game from Barles. Sneak range hits the opposite pocket, while Nerfkex disrupted the fish boom, or at least delayed the fish boom from Vodka. And Vodka, like, look at the difference between Vodka, Imperio, and Matt. The booms. And Imperio and Matt didn't even fish boom. Vodka had to help deal with Barles being disruptive. Now we'll just have a smooth forward castle from Matt. Getting the halbs. This castle about to go down. Will go down. Treb hit by the other Trebs. And Andy's just dead here, isn't he? Well, his team has more Vills now. But I don't see how he stops this push. Yeah, there are Fire Lancers from Vodka. But Andy is just dying now. There are the opposite pocket here. There is the Elite Kashyyyks from the Tatars. Castles on their way forward. I mean, Nerf Kex doesn't have anywhere near the push the other side does. Barles slows us forward. Blacksmith. What is that? It's Andy's TC. So at least Vodka managed to wall this, trying to do his version of Siege Onagers. A lot of vittles still from Andy. Workshop down to the cannon. Andy's team has 45 military to 128. Honestly, this was just beastly flank play. Nerf Kex, Barles combined. Somehow got a sneak range there while they were focused on Nerf Kex. Don't cannon your own castle again. Yeah, so Andy is just dead now. 89 Vills. I mean, Andy, one thing Andy does, he runs early. He doesn't wait till he's dead. He runs the Vills early. Prepared to run. TC here on the wood line for Andy. I'm sure we'll chop through a bit. Cannon will start going for the barracks. Nice shot on the Kashyyyks a bit. What are these, Tiger Cav? There's so many Cav units, I don't even know which is which anymore. Fire Lancers all going down to the Arbs. Kashyyyks come forward. And what are these now? Karambits. He's trying to reboom everywhere. He's trapped down here by that wall from Nerf Kicks. He's walled himself in. Man, just needs one Treb shot to open that. You have 154 Vills from Vodka, who with the fishing ships might be a bit overboomed. Can't really find the unit composition he needs. Maybe Iron Pagodas could be an option. Maybe Grenadiers? I don't even know what composition the Jurchens want, other than probably heavy rocket carts to hit the Arbs. That's a good push from Matt. And, I mean, down here, Nerf Kex is still beasting with the pond as well. Oh, Siege Tower Hop, but pockets walled. So it's only a few Fire Lancers gonna see, oh my gosh, this team, they didn't take their elephants, they didn't take the pond. And they still outboomed. Sometimes ponds are nice, but sometimes just having perfect micro on your boom is more important. Not being disrupted at all. As the castles for Vodka fall, I think it's just about time. Andy's team will hold on since this is an elimination game. But I think Barles is going to advance to the semifinals. Just hitting workshop. There, the GGs. Barles' team does it. Man, what a absolutely beastly game for the flanks. That is a game of Black Forest won by the flanks. Sometimes it's the pockets who win. It was the flanks. Ah, well, GG's. I will somehow get timestamps in the YouTube VOD. I'll need to let that process first. Sorry I don't have the civs checked off, but congrats to Barles. He will advance. And forward to seeing him in the semifinals. So, tomorrow, Friday, I'll be up to at 15:30. The league will be around. I'll cast that again. And then on Saturday will be the semifinals starting at 13:30 GMT for Rage Forest. Finally, I can click the end stream button on YouTube. And